Chapter 518. Dahe was still riding on the old swamp dragon's back. Its sharp claws clamped onto the old swamp dragon's wing bones and flapped its wings hard. She didn't know what Benny had done, but the old pterosaur would rather fall into a pile of meat than flap its wings to fly. But Dahe couldn't lift it. The two dragons stacked on top of each other slid down to the ground uncontrollably like a passenger plane that had lost its momentum. At this moment, they were only 400 meters away from the lush green cornfield below. There was no time for Dani to show off. Well, her magic power had skyrocketed, so she decided to show off again. Dani's footsteps were light like a wind elf. She jumped from Dahe's neck to the old swamp dragon's back. Then, she ran along its neck like a qigong in wuxia. She lowered her body and pressed her hand between the pterosaur's eyebrows. True Dragon Roar was activated. Her second soul merged with Little White and rushed into the old swamp dragon's spirit sea. She skillfully found the seal of contract left by Balerion and shattered it. Something was wrong, but she didn't have time to think carefully. She immediately extracted a trace of Dahe's spirit power and combined it with her Green Prophet's second soul. They formed a new seal and imprinted it in the old pterosaur's mind. It was now hers. Dahe loosened its claws and left the old swamp dragon's back. Hiss, the old dragon roared and began to flap its meaty wings vigorously. It glided 50 meters above the ground and whizzed past the cornfield. The cornstalks and the wide green leaves swayed with a rustling sound. Dani squatted on the old swamp dragon's neck, creating waves in the green sea below. She could even smell the sweetness of the corn. Damn it! Balerion is so cruel. Closing her eyes to analyze Balerion's broken runes, Dani was shocked and angry. He actually modified the seal of contract. Unlike her, he didn't make the runes carry the indestructible attribute of the Green Prophet's soul. Instead, he set up a time bomb. No matter if it was a wound on the soul or the body, after losing the ability to fly, the pterosaur gave up struggling and directly died on the ground. Just like the old pterosaur just now, it couldn't break free from Dahe's shackles, so it would rather die than live an ignoble life, which gave Dani a chance to capture it. To put it bluntly, after Dani's no guns, no cannons, the enemy will make them for us in Tauros, Balerion added a self-destruct program to the pterosaur fighter. Hiss, Dahe roared. Boom! Dragon flames lit up the sky, and the pterosaur's wails resounded through a radius of 5 kilometers. Then, there was the sound of limbs colliding, sharp teeth tearing, and Dahe's roars. Dani looked up and saw that the other party's group of winged dragons had already caught up. Or rather, it was the beginning of the mutation. The shadow-winged dragon knights were stunned for a moment, but after all, they had participated in a few months of trainee training. These elite warriors quickly reacted, and according to the tactics taught by the instructor, they began to besiege Blackie. Above her head, 800 meters above the cornfield, a dozen shadow dragons surrounded her from all directions like a pack of wolves surrounding a tiger. Dahe was really as ferocious as a tiger. If the shadow dragon was replaced by a strong swamp dragon, Dahe would use guerrilla warfare and kite with speed, but the shadow dragon's size, strength, and claws were not as good as his. Facing the group of dragons that surrounded him, he directly accelerated and faced the 3 dragons that rushed up from below. First, he spat out a mouthful of dragon flames and burned the dragon on the opposite side into a dripping turkey. Then, he used his tail to break the neck of the pterosaur that was biting his wing from the side. Like a sharp axe, he really cut off the neck. The knights wailed, dragon scales flew, and blood splattered across the sky. At this moment, the other pterosaur bit Dahe's left wing. Its sharp teeth were like daggers, and 3 arm-length wounds were drawn on the bulging fleshy wings. Hot dragon blood splattered, and the hot pterosaur opened its mouth crack. Dahe was extremely valiant. Its left wing was bitten, but it did not care. It even did not make a sound. It turned its head and bit the other party's neck. It was like biting a ham sausage. Slash. Dragon blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain, dyeing Dahe's head and half of its body red. Then, it spread its wings and rushed out of the encirclement. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the 3 pterosaurs that came from below were killed by Dahe. Even though there were several wounds on its wings, its movements were still swift and its flight was still stable. From below, Dahe circled in a semicircle. With a pterosaur dragon head in its mouth, it faced the group of pterosaurs again. Boom! In front of more than a dozen pterosaurs that flew over, it calmly spat out a ball of glazed red dragon flames and burned the head of the pterosaur beside its mouth. Crack, crack. It was like eating a crunchy biscuit, chewing in big mouthfuls. A few pterosaur knights felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but pull on the reins, and the pterosaurs under them slowed down. Dahe did not roar again. It just narrowed its eyes, exerted force on its wings, and increased its speed. It was like a light cavalry bypassing a phalanx of spears, leaving only a rain of arrows and the enemy's wails. Dahe drew a beautiful arc in front of the group of pterosaurs that pounced on it, leaving behind a 30-meter-long pillar of dragon flames. A few kilometers away, the citizens of Myrene saw that the whole sky was dyed red. It was a bright red, like the blood of the sky. Another pterosaur, along with the rider on its back, melted into meat juice and fell to the ground. Slash. A bloody hole the size of a cup was pecked on Dahe's neck. Boiling hot demigod dragon blood spurted out, almost burning the pterosaur blood on its scales. The dragon flames delayed its movements. The group of pterosaurs was not without a horse. Another pterosaur swooped down diagonally from above, pouncing on Dahe's back. Its beak-like sharp beak pierced through the megalosaurus dragon scales. Oh! Dahe cried out in pain. It retracted its wings and shot toward the ground like a missile. The pterosaur's movements were unstable. Before it could expand its attack, it was flung away from Dahe's neck. Idiot, I'll teach you how to be reckless. Mother Long rode the old pterosaur to meet it. The moment the pterosaur flew over Dahe's back, she jumped. It was easier and lighter than Brother Crow jumping out of the car window. Let's go. Let Mom avenge you. Danny leaned on Dahe's back, using the leather buckle on the dragon saddle to secure her calves. Hiss the old swamp dragon was the first to meet the group of pterosaurs. Bang it first knocked a pterosaur away, then bit the wing of another pterosaur with its mouth. It was very fierce. No, not fierce, but fearless. Its behavior angered the shadow pterosaurs. Like vultures pecking at a rotten corpse, the pterosaurs with black scales and black wings almost covered the mottled green old pterosaur. But Danny would not let her brother die on purpose. In the next moment, Dahe arrived. Boom! In the blue sky, a circle of milky white airwaves exploded. Red rain fell all over the sky. The corn stalks on the ground swayed wildly, the green leaves were dyed light red. It was as if a basin of blood had been poured between heaven and earth. Everywhere was red. Red fire mist. 7 or 8 pterosaurs fell like ignited turkeys, whining. The rest were like hit baseballs, flying in all directions. From the moment Danny sat on the dragon saddle on Dahe's back, Dahe began to prepare a big move. A dragon fireball condensed and expanded in his mouth. When the swamp dragon was beaten up and Dahe flew to the black pterosaurs in the sky, the fireball had expanded to the size of a water tank. Danny's Grand Wizard meditation technique had just been upgraded, and her magic power had doubled. Dahe was now a blacksmith. The power of the dragon fireball after they combined was imaginable. Not to mention the lighter shadow pterosaur, even the old swamp dragon that fired at me with a body of nearly 50 meters fell diagonally downward like a ball soaked in blood. Well, it had been informed in advance by the Dragon Queen, so it curled its body into a ball. The shadow pterosaur's sharp teeth and claws scratched hundreds of wounds on the ball. Its dragon scales were broken, its red flesh was exposed, and blood flowed. It was very miserable. However, it did not glorify itself. After leaving the range of the fire cloud from the explosion of the dragon fireball, it spread its wings and wobbled toward Myrene. At this time, the black pterosaurs that had been divided into small groups to hunt down the 4 swamp dragons guarding their homes noticed the change and flew back. Danny did not think of 1v5. The 4 pterosaurs that took off from Myrene were mainly to disperse the enemy's forces. They did not fight with the enemy at all. They just flew as far as possible. Pull the monsters. 4 dragons pulled away 20 shadow dragons. That was why she and Dahe had the opportunity to assassinate Xuanzhu and avoid the tragedy of being surrounded by Xuanzhu's guards after the deed was done. In the face of the 20 pterosaurs that gathered and rushed toward them, as well as the 8 or 9 dragons that survived the explosion of the dragon fireball, Dahe rushed to find the scattered surviving pterosaurs before the dragons formed a circle and attacked them one by one. With Mother Long's assistance, the dragon fire was no longer a straight pillar of fire. Instead, it changed to the left and right, forward and backward, up and down. Dahe swept past the pterosaur that was 10 meters away from the left. It did not even need to slow down to turn its head to the left. A bowl-sized dragon fireball automatically whizzed over. The pterosaur knight exclaimed and pulled the reins, wanting to steer the dragon to avoid the bright red fireball. But suddenly, boom! The bowl-sized fireball exploded into 7 or 8 small fireballs the size of a child's fist. One of them landed on the pterosaur knight's face, igniting him into a heart-wrenching torch. The rest also landed on the pterosaur's head, wings, back, and other parts. The pterosaur plunged down like a plane that lost its momentum. Bang! A huge pit was created in the sweet vegetable field. The soil, leaves, blood, and minced meat were like a fountain, flying more than 10 meters high. Even if the pterosaurs merged into one and made Dahe lose the opportunity to attack them one by one, Danny could still kite them. A strange scene appeared in the sky. A megalosaurus that was mottled with red, black, and feces green flew in front, followed by a group of black pterosaurs. The distance between the two sides seemed to be getting closer and closer. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Unknowingly, they had passed through the green cornfields on the north shore of Heilongjiang, the green and red sweet vegetable fields, and entered the rippling bay west of Mirene. After going more than 10 kilometers into the bay, the pterosaurs were getting closer and closer to Dahe, and their flying altitude was getting lower and lower. Something's not right. What is she doing? Wakanda's heart was full of doubts, and his sense of crisis was getting stronger. At this time, he was in the lead and was almost at the black dragon's tail. Something's not right. Leave here immediately. Just as he raised the crossbow at his waist and was about to shoot at the back of the white knight, a numb feeling in his scalp made his body tremble, and he subconsciously pulled the reins to change direction. Whoosh! The white knight lowered her head, and a bright red fireball flew over her back, smashing right into the face of the defenseless Wakanda. He howled as he melted, and the wings of the pterosaur he was riding on caught fire, and it fell uncontrollably into the sea. At this low altitude, it was impossible to kill himself by hitting his head on the ground. Danny had lured them here to deal with the suicide command that Balerion had set in the pterosaurs' minds. She wanted to capture this group of pterosaurs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wakanda and his dragon were just the beginning. The rain of fireballs that covered the sky became an eternal nightmare in the hearts of the surviving dragon knights. The scene was very similar to the arcade game Thunder that Danny played when she was young. The fighter picked up a shotgun and shot out shells that took up half the screen, destroying the weak soldiers in the first level. Chapter 519. The aerial battle in Mirene had ended in less than an hour, and Danny had captured a giant swamp dragon and 8 shadow dragons. There were also a number of dragon knights. Of course, she did not just shoot down 8 shadow dragons, but of the 14 dragons that fell into the sea, only 6 survived. Some were too injured and drowned in the sea, some were burned in the head, neck, and other vital parts by the dragon fireball, and died directly. Blackie and the pterosaurs were moving at high speed, and Danny had so many targets to attack. It was too difficult to aim at every dragon and avoid the vital parts. When the pterosaurs completely lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions, the Dragon Queen used the method of jumping on the plane to directly capture 2 more. Jumping off the plane was troublesome and too dangerous. After leaving the bay, Danny did not dare to do it again. If she made a mistake in the sea, she could still fall into the sea, but if she made a mistake in the air above the farmland, she could only turn into spring mud for the crops. Although the pterosaur knights had lost the faith communication system of Commander Benny and Balerion, they were not stupid enough to fight Danny to the death. After confirming that they could not kill the Dragon Queen, they were very alert and immediately scattered to escape. In the process of Danny's pursuit, she captured 2 dragons, killed 1, and the remaining 10 or so successfully escaped. After all, the shadow pterosaur also had a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. As long as they were out of Danny's sight for 5 minutes, beyond a range of 10 kilometers, no matter how sharp Blackie's eyes were, it would not be able to find them. After the war, smoke was everywhere outside Meereen. Unable to break into the sky above Meereen, and having to immediately participate in the aerial battle, the Pterosaur Knights could only leave the hundreds of kilograms of kerosene bombs in the farmland. Even the fighter jets would throw away the auxiliary fuel tanks before combat. As a result, dozens of fields, such as the corn forest, the sweet vegetable field, and the sweet potato seedlings, were all set on fire. This loss was not even enough to cover 10 acres of land, so the Dragon Queen did not feel any heartache at all. Blackie's wings rolled up the dust in the air and landed lightly on the yellow road beside the cornfield. Before Danny slid down from the dragon's back, a raven ignored the pressure of the Megalosaurus and landed on a crooked willow tree by the roadside. "Caw, Your Majesty, good day." "That's good." Danny relaxed. This was Morona's animal companion, and it was reporting Kai Yuan's situation to her. She had been worried that Martaris would create a diversion. For example, he could arrange for 40 pterosaurs to ambush Meereen, while the other 30 would ambush Astapor or Kai Yuan. I couldn't blame her for thinking too much. Honestly, I already knew that there would be 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. It would be far too careless of me not to prepare for 70 Dragon Knight trainees. Dragon Queen was still worried about the 30 winged dragons she had imagined. White Mask Morona, Goat Gisela, and Wild Boar Polo. After the 3 transfigureheads were revived by Dragon Queen's spirit bestowment, their strength had indeed increased. Naturally, they looked for new animal companions again. This time, Danny didn't let them use up all their contract slots. Instead, each of them found a raven as their partner. The Great Wall Commander-in-Chief Mormorn was not the only crow that could talk in this world. The slave owners of Slaver's Bay were extremely extravagant. What kind of rare birds did they not have? Finding 3 ravens that could only talk was too easy. One raven was in Meereen to pass on Kai Yuan's information to Dragon Queen while monitoring the nearby airspace. The other raven was raised by Tyrion and stayed in Old Gith. After that, it was a little magical. Gisela directly sent her raven to Matari's raven's nest. This idea was actually Tyrion's idea. Dragon Queen was worried about the remaining 70 pterosaurs. She asked the only pterosaur knight at the time to go to Matari's to scout the enemy's situation. It would be best if he could monitor the movements of the 70 pterosaurs at all times to ensure that they couldn't suddenly attack Slaver's Bay. There was no doubt that this mission was very dangerous. There was the possibility of honorable sacrifice. How could it not be honorable to sacrifice for the liberation of the slaves? General Wildfire refused to be honorable. His desire to live was very strong. First, he used John Clinton to fill in the old dragon knows-the-way trap. This time, he used Gisela's raven to fill in the flying reconnaissance trap. He actually managed to avoid 2 of Dragon Queen's traps. Now that he had seen the speed of the Shadow Dragon, he was completely sure that if he really rode to Matari's to find the remaining 70 pterosaurs, there was a 90% chance that he would die honorably. Danny didn't know that pterosaurs were divided into swamp dragons and shadow dragons. She only thought that Tyrion's Tessa and the other 70 pterosaurs were about the same speed. As long as he was careful and didn't get surrounded, he should be able to escape even if he was discovered. Dragon Queen didn't really want to kill General Wildfire. It was just that she believed in one principle: everyone had their own value. If he took her things, he should fulfill his value for her. For example, Count Broken Shackles. For example, the little demon. She took him in, gave him a high position, gave him a noble identity, gave him good food, luxurious clothes, and gave him money to hold hands with the Red Saintess. Then he had to help her make wildfire. Tyrion was indeed a wildfire expert. He could only fulfill this value for the queen. Now, she gave him pterosaurs, accepted his loyalty, and made him Tessa's master. Then he should have the awareness of a dragon knight, bravely and fearlessly charge at the enemy. He should take on the responsibility of a dragon knight, to die for the Dragon Queen. Alright, Danny didn't deny it. Just like when she faced Jon Snow, she couldn't help but dig holes for him. After knowing the identity of the little demon's illegitimate son, She couldn't help but give him the same treatment. When she could dig holes, she would never fill them. However, the little demon was far smarter than John. Not only was he not reckless, he was also very steady. He told the Dragon Queen, Mataris must have built a crow's nest to be able to receive letters from New Zith and Tolos. A crow's nest often had dozens or hundreds of crows. When the ravens went out to deliver letters, they would often kidnap 1 or 2 wild ravens' mates back to the nest. They would even lay a nest of eggs halfway and bring a dozen or so young ravens home the next year. The scholar who was in charge of the crow's nest had seen too many similar things. He definitely wouldn't suspect that the extra ravens were spies. Dany wasn't a scholar, nor did she go to the City of Knowledge to study raven studies. She didn't know if Tyrion was bluffing. Later, after asking old Ymont, she confirmed that Tyrion came up with a genius spy plan. Making the shape-shifting ravens pretend to be tamed by the enemy's scholar, and then loyally deliver letters for the enemy. Don't you think that's awesome? Later, just as Tyrion predicted, Gisella's raven successfully found a girlfriend and a small nest in the crow's nest in the mayor's mansion in Mataris. He had a house and a girlfriend. Not only could the spy ravens monitor the airspace around Mataris, but they could also openly eavesdrop and read the enemy's letters without arousing any suspicion. The crow's nest was the place where letters were sent and received. If a letter was opened or read in the crow's nest, the raven spy could read and listen. Of course, if Jenny or a mage with strong mental power happened to go to the crow's nest, and Gisella was also in the state of raven spirit, then the story of Melisandre killing the 6 Forms people would be repeated. However, Gisella didn't have to worry about repeating the same mistake as the 6 Forms people. Even if her soul was severely damaged, Dany would help her heal. Fortunately, the raven spy not only happened to see the letter from his old friend, Grazadon, but also witnessed 41 pterosaurs taking off. After the Battle of Toros, Mataris no longer hid the pterosaurs. In order to boost the morale of the soldiers after the fall of Toros, Benny even arranged the dragon riders in the center of the camp outside the city. Your Majesty, found it. At noon, under the scorching sun, Grey Worm was sweating profusely as he pushed the straw aside and walked to the yellow road. Behind him, there was a row of 17 or 18 unsullied with flushed faces and hot bodies. Under the shade of the crooked willow tree, Dany, who was sitting on the roots to enjoy the cool air, stood up and looked up to see the horn in Grey Worm's hand. She was delighted and whispered to the raven, "Continue to keep an eye on the north. When you're free, go to the Dothraki Sea and pay special attention to the news of Cal Jacko." "Caw yes, Your Majesty." Caw the raven cawed for a while, flapped its wings and left the treetops, flying towards the sea of grass in the north. "Your Majesty, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Grey Worm walked to Dany's side and held a shiny black curved dragon horn with both hands. It was a bit like a goat horn, but it exuded a noble and dignified aura that even ordinary people could feel. There were circles of grooves on the surface, and in the grooves, fine runes were inlaid with steel and gold wires. The total length was only 30 centimeters, and when it stood upright on the table, it was only 20 centimeters tall. It was smaller than Dany had imagined. Small but delicate. Dany stroked the words on the horn and read with a playful expression, "I am the Dragon Slayer, the ruler of the Dragon King, punishing the sinful dragons and killing the rebellious dragons. Mortals have no right to make me make a sound. Fire in blood, blood in fire, I was born for Balerion. Very domineering. Today, let's see if I, a mortal, can make you sound." At her level, if she was still worried about the recoil from the horn, then she wouldn't even think about the wonderful thing of Jenny falling and Dany eating her fill. 2 years ago, when the 3 dragons were only half a year old, they had destroyed the dragon binder with her. Speaking of the dragon binder, now that she thought about it, it was a pity. Back then, she could only destroy the runes, but not the old dragon's soul. She could not absorb it through the spiritual bestowment, but now, perhaps, it was time to talk to Yulun. "I heard that he was about to get married with Cersei. Should I go and receive the gift?" Blackie put on the blacksmith vest and Dany entered the Song of Wind state, operating the 9-colored vortex at full power. Level 2 dragon spirit, Blackie the blacksmith and Whitey the unemployed wanderer entered her consciousness. In her strongest state, Dany waved her hand and said to Grey Worm, All of you stay away from me. At least 200 meters away. After Grey Worm left with the group of Unsullied, Dany raised her horn and opened her mouth. She frowned, suddenly remembering that this horn had been instigated by the two-headed monster Benny countless times. It was a little disgusting. She used the fire manipulation spell to gather a ball of elemental flames and roasted the horn inside and out. After disinfecting it, she approached the scorching hot horn in a relaxed mood. Woo at first, the sound of the horn was low and muffled, like a broken flute. But slowly, as a large amount of magic power was sucked away, the runes on the horn spread from the mouth to the top. Circles of light lit up, emitting a white-gold blazing light. Under the noon sun, the sky was already blazing white, but Grey Worm in the distance felt that the Dragon Queen was hugging a small sun emitting endless white light. He was actually a little dazzling. However, other than being dazzling, there was no soul-shaking feeling. Although the sound was loud, it did not have any killing power. Who are you? You can actually revive me completely? The voice that sounded like the sky was exploding rang in Dany's ears. Chapter 520. Who are you? The old voice sounded as if it was a woman who had lived for 10,000 years but had yet to die. After blowing the horn and lighting up all the runes, Dany's consciousness gradually left the Weeping Willow Road at noon in the real world and ascended to a strange dark red space. Empty, cold, scorching, heavy, oppressive, vast. On the floor that was about the same size as the People's Square in front of the Forbidden City in Beijing, a 15-meter-long red dragon curled up and crawled on the ground. At that moment, she was looking at Dany with a strange gaze. It was a very human-like gaze. More importantly, she could communicate with Dany. She seemed to be more intelligent than Blackie. Who are you? Dany asked. You can blow the horn. Don't you know who I am? The red dragon sighed with the voice of an old woman. This was a female dragon. Her voice had the vicissitudes of an old woman who had seen through the world. I know you're the dragon soul in the Dragonslayer horn. I know you're the owner of the dragon horn that made this horn, but I don't know your identity in Valeglia. More accurately, I'm curious about your relationship with Balerion, Dany said. I'm Balerion, the red dragon said. Many Megalosaurus are called Balerion. My ancestor also had a black dragon called Black Death God Balerion. Dany floated to the opposite side of the red dragon and carefully observed her form. She was not much different from a normal Megalosaurus, but she was especially old and had a deep sense of age. Her body size did not match her age. Other than that, Dany could vaguely sense a demigod aura from her. It was very faint, like pouring a cup of Coke into a bathtub. She could vaguely smell it, but it was difficult to taste it. I know what you mean, but I'm Balerion, the first Balerion. The ancestor god of Valeglia, Balerion, used my name, the red dragon said calmly. If you're called Balerion, what was Balerion's original name? Dany asked curiously. He's called Sheep Egg. What? The solemn expression on Dany's face cracked. The red dragon said indifferently, he is called Sheep Egg, his second brother is called Sheep Horn, and his third brother is called Sheep Eye. The herdsmen of Valeglia who herded sheep for a living loved to name their children after the body parts of sheep. The sheep's egg was the sheep's whip, which represented glory and holiness in the tribe. Among the people of the Sheep Egg tribe, only the children of the tribe leader are qualified to be called Sheep Egg, just like how many powerful Megalosaurus were later named Balerion. Dany's body swayed. She felt as if her faith had been shattered. It turned out that the awesome Balerion was also Her Highness Xiao Biluo after turning off the beauty mask. But on second thought, it seemed that the name Sheep Egg was very reasonable. Taizu of the Qing dynasty even called it wild boar skin. Later on, when he became the founder of the country, Nurhasai immediately changed from wild boar skin to holy child of light. His son also changed from the ordinary and unsophisticated Huang Taiji to the elegant and domineering Huang Taiji. Anyway, the Manchu language was created after the founding of the country, so whatever their descendants said was reasonable. What's your relationship with Sheep Egg? Dany asked again. The relationship between you and your dragon is the same as the relationship between him and me. The red dragon's tone was no longer calm. It was very complicated. There was sadness, nostalgia, longing, and also some resentment. You are his dragon, a dragon with a dragon spirit. Why is your body so small? I can sense that the soul projection here is similar to the physical form. You are only 15 meters tall. Even if Dani had already guessed it, when she heard the red dragon say it, she was still surprised. Under normal circumstances, the bigger the megalosaurus, the stronger they were. Could it be that as a creation of the first generation of blood magic, the red dragon's body was flawed? I said, my relationship with him is the same as yours and yours. You only have a dragon spirit relationship with the two of them? Hehe, they are still your children, right? The red dragon's gaze had a kind of indifference as if it had seen through everything. There was also a kind of intimacy that made Dani very uncomfortable. Yes, she could feel that the red dragon was very friendly to her, so friendly that it was close. Could it be that my dragon mother attribute attracted it, and it wants me to be its mother? Dani thought absurdly. That's right, they are all my children. I hatched them from the stone egg. 5 dragons, the ones with my dragon spirit now are the eldest and the second. Big Black, Little White, come out and meet the guests. Whoosh. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, shot out from between Dani's eyebrows. In just an instant, they expanded into 2 megalosaurus. Big Black was 30 meters long, and Little White was more than 20 meters long. Compared to the skinny red dragon, both of them were greatly enlightened. Not only were they big, but the power and divine power they exuded. Big Black could not control every strand of power as precisely as Dani could. After separating from Dani's soul, it wantonly exuded the power of a demigod blacksmith, causing the entire black and red space to shake a few times. The red dragon's bright red eyes lit up and then dimmed. She said calmly, "You are indeed a demigod. I am also a demigod, but my body is not even as big as a 3-year-old dragon whelp. When I was 2 years old, the news of the megalosaurus reappearing in the world was known by the mags. Sigh, it was hard not to know about the surge of magic power. That time, Sheep Egg was in a life and death crisis. Dozens of mags from the eastern barbarian land wanted to snatch his dragon, which was me. I was trapped in a barbed wire net and could not break free. He was about to be killed. In extreme anxiety, I entered with him for the first time. It was a very strange state. My magic power foundation and soul were fused with him. You may not understand, I understand. I call it overclocking fusion, or super godly state. I never thought that Sheep Egg and I would have such a similar experience. I was also in danger. There were evil mags who wanted to snatch my dragon. It was Big Black who fused with me on his own accord, said Dani in surprise. She always thought that it was an original idea to let Big Black and Little White copy the 9-colored vortex in her mind. Big Black's magic power foundation fusion with her was also unique. She never thought that Sheep Egg could do it 6,000 years ago. Megalosaurus has always been feared and coveted by others. It is not surprising that you have a similar experience. The red dragon nodded slightly, then looked at Big Black with a puzzled expression. It asked, "Does your super godly state not have any side effects?" "The side effects are huge," said Dani with lingering fear. "The reason why my body is so small is because of that fusion. But your black dragon is full of vigor. It does not seem like you have experienced the decline of your vitality and spirit," said the red dragon in surprise. "So that's why." Dani was enlightened. No wonder the Dragon Slayer was the most powerful of the 3 dragon horns, but the dragon horn was much smaller than that of the dragon binder. "I have a special healing spell." She did not intend to reveal her secret. "Sigh, you are very lucky." The red dragon saw through her thoughts and did not ask for more details. "Hiss, yes, I am very lucky." Big Black approached Dani. Its voice rumbled like thunder, creating a huge echo in the space. Hiss Little White also made a sound. Dani smiled gently at the two of them, then turned to the red dragon and asked, "Since you are a demigod, why were you sealed in the dragon horn and became the dragon horn?" Although she did not know if demigods could live forever, it should not be a problem for them to live for thousands of years. For example, immortals, rat chefs, black goats. The red dragon sighed sadly and asked in return, "How much divine power do you feel in me?" "Almost none. Your soul gives me a feeling of emptiness, as if you have the soul of a demigod but no magic power. The divine power aura is so thin that I can barely feel it, said Danny in confusion. Because I gave all my power to Sheep Egg. How? Asked Danny in surprise. The red dragon looked deeply at Danny and said, just never remove the godlike state. Ah. This answer was too unexpected. Danny could not help but exclaim softly, if you don't remove the godlike state, won't the megalosaurus die? The red dragon nodded slightly and sighed. In the godlike state, my magic power, my soul, and my divine power were all poured into Sheep Egg's spiritual sea without leaving a drop behind, perfectly fusing with him. And my physical body lost its soul, divine power, and magic power, and naturally slowly entered death. In fact, only 3 days passed, and my body began to rot. So, I died, and the soul I left in his spiritual sea became a dead soul. My magic power, divine power, and even my understanding of fire all belonged to him. However, although I died, because I was in the dragon spirit state with him, the dead soul did not enter the world of death. Instead, it was in a strange state. Well, it's like what you see now. Sheep Egg kept my soul in the dragon horn and made it into the dragon's horn. Danny's face became extremely ugly, like an ordinary mother hearing another mother kill her own child. She said coldly, what is Sheep Egg thinking? It's just magic power, how could he kill his own dragon so cruelly? You're his child. Yes, I'm his child. He used blood magic to create me. I have his blood in my body, and he has my blood in his body. Our blood is truly intertwined. However, don't misunderstand. My relationship with him is no worse than yours with your dragon. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for him, even my life. Danny was stunned. She looked at the red dragon in front of her, whose eyes were calm and tone was too calm. Then she turned her head and looked at Dahe, who happened to be looking over with his eyes wide open. She was silent. The red dragon's gaze swept back and forth between Danny and her two megalosaurus. After a while, it said meaningfully, this world is very special. Mortals can't break through the last barrier through cultivation. 500 years after reaching the peak of demigod, Sheep Egg almost couldn't go any further. He was very unwilling. His dream has always been to master the Song of Fire and become the god of fire. Since he was so eager to become a god, I had no reason not to help him. I'm also at the peak of demigod and have some understanding of the Song of Fire. Our meditation foundation comes from the same source, and the demigod magic core has no stagnation and is perfectly integrated. As we guessed before, after Sheep Egg got everything from me, his strength went one step further. He surpassed demigod and is half a step into the threshold of true god. His strength is enough to break Lalo's restraints on the Song of Fire and begin to compose his own Song of Fire. Is it worth it? It's just the Song of Fire. Danny smiled bitterly. Moreover, Sheep Egg was still a demigod, which meant that he had hit a bottleneck again. I think it's worth it. The red dragon didn't force it or hesitate at all. Sigh. Danny could only sigh. Chapter 521. The space was silent for a while. Danny stared at the red dragon with a complicated expression and asked, how much more can you tell me about Sheep Egg's secret? Obviously, the red dragon, who had no regrets about sacrificing himself for Sheep Egg, would never betray Sheep Egg. The red dragon seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, she said emotionally, I knew you were his enemy, so I didn't want to say anything. But when I saw you and the two little dragons, I couldn't help but think of us. Let's talk about one last thing. The red dragon sighed and continued, Sheep Egg and his brothers gave birth to the 13 Fire Peaks. Sheep Egg's cousin gave birth to the Veleglia Dragon King clan. In other words, you and Sheep Egg have the same ancestor. Back then, after Sheep Egg became a demigod, he used blood magic to change the bloodline of all his clan members to the true dragon blood. So, the Veleglia Dragon King was born close to the Megalosaurus, and his blood naturally contained great power. Therefore, all of your achievements today are all thanks to young Dan. Danny understood the red dragon's meaning. But she would not respond to the other party's hint. The conflict between her and Sheep Egg was irreconcilable. Sheep Egg wanted to swallow her, but she was not the red dragon. She would not give up easily and even planned to swallow Sheep Egg instead. Sorry, even if he's my father, I'll still kill him. Danny shook her head with a determined expression. Then, let's fight. The red dragon soared into the sky. It was no longer weak and amiable. Its eyes were like lightning, and its aura was strong. Chains of magic runes appeared out of nowhere and surrounded its body. The dark red space was like a nightclub with its lights turned on. The sky and earth were so hot that they were blazing red. Like a steel furnace, like a magma lake deep in the earth's core, it was filled with heat and blinding red and white light. This was the true form of the demigod Megalosaurus soul space. Even the rune chains started to flicker with sparks. In an instant, the rune chains grew rapidly like real chains, spreading and entangling Danny and the two dragons. Unlike the dragon slayers who fought with their souls, the dragon slayers could make use of the runic matrix in the horn flexibly. The attacking rune chains had the effect of sealing and trapping the enemy. Since the other party was so straightforward, Danny didn't dawdle either. The heat had no effect on her. In the face of the oncoming chain, she did not block it head-on. Instead, she summoned her second dragon spirit. Little White and Big Black turned into streams of light and merged with her soul. Soul strike. Tut. Visible milky white sound waves spread out from Danny's body. When the rune chains came into contact with the sound waves, they were like glass being hit by a hammer. Crash. The rune chain shattered into tadpole-sized magic characters. However, the runes seemed to be able to grow indefinitely. Hualala. Ka. As the runes in front of her shattered, more and more runes appeared behind her. Gradually, a sphere of golden-red runes formed 5 meters around Danny. Between the red dragon and Danny, the rune chains became denser and denser. The entire space was like a surging sea of rune chains. Without a doubt, the Dragon Slayer's fighting skills were much better than the Dragon Slayer's. She knew that her soul without god power could suppress other Megalosaurus and dozens of pterosaurs, but she stood no chance against the demigod Big Black. Therefore, the red dragon tried everything to use the horn's own power to wear down Danny and the two dragons' soul power. From the outside, the blinding runes on the horn in the Dragon Queen's hand were disappearing as quickly as they appeared. This attack is ingenious, but I've already gotten used to it. Now, you should use your trump card, or you won't have another chance. Danny opened her arms and pushed her palms forward. Her powerful soul power forcibly separated the sea of chains between her and the red dragon. At the same time, the second soul started to enter the wind song state. The Grand Wizard's 9-colored vortex also spun rapidly, injecting a huge amount of magic power. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Dragon Queen's silver hair fluttered in the wind. In this magma world that only had fire and blood, a tornado gradually rose. With the blessing of the blacksmith divine title and the input of the power of faith, the dragon flame magic power turned into blacksmith dragon flame. Boom 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 boom. Extremely bright red flames joined the tornado and dyed the wall of storm a crystal-like bright red. The wind helped the flames, making the flames stronger. Dragon Queen was in the center of the tornado. The flaming storm pierced through the sky and ground, crushing the magma flames and rune chains that surged over and then sucking them into the tornado. Burn, annihilate, and turn them into soul and single runes. Yes, this was the red dragon's soul space. The flames and rune chains that surged over were filled with her soul power. The red dragon's soul had a weak fire song divinity. Like the sheep-egg's soul in Benny's Sea of Consciousness, it could increase the quality and magic power of Danny's 9-colored vortex. Within a day, she began to upgrade for the second time. Regardless of whether it was the sheep-egg Balerion or the red dragon Balerion, they both became great supplements for Danny. Danny seemed to be fated to meet Balerion Cheng Xiong. Why is your soul so strange? Not only can it resist the demigod dragon flame blessed by fire song, but it's also extraordinarily tough and almost undamaged. The great wizard's meditation technique wouldn't have such an effect. The red dragon only thought that her soul was lost normally in the Battle of Souls. She didn't realize that Danny was absorbing her soul. That was why she lost her composure the first time, because of Danny's second soul's indestructible characteristic. It was just as unbelievable as when Danny found out that the three-eyed crow's soul was indestructible back in the apple orchard in the northern region. Yes, theoretically speaking, there should be some damage in a battle of souls. Even if Danny had the upper hand, Her vitality should be greatly depleted and she should be panting. It was impossible for her to be so calm. It seemed like her soul was still strengthening. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Instead of worrying about my soul's characteristics, why don't you worry about yourself? Your soul is weakening, Danny said strangely. Indeed, the red dragon's originally solid body was gradually becoming illusory. It was as if she had turned from a solid body into an illusion. The horn didn't have a master, so the red dragon could only use her own power to deal with Danny. However, she had given her magical power and divine power to the sheep egg, so she only had soul power left. In other words, she had to rely on her soul power to maintain such a huge battle. However, the red dragon's tone was very indifferent. I'm not even afraid of death, so what if my soul is destroyed? It seems like you won't surrender. Danny sighed and suddenly expanded the range of the fire tornado. Rumble ka lololo, large amounts of rune chains collapsed and were crushed and burned into single runes, which were collected by the Dragon Queen. Soon, the runes disappeared, and the space that was as hot as a steel furnace returned to its previous dark red and cold state. The solid red dragon turned into a translucent crystal state, and at least half of her soul power was lost. Danny floated in front of the red dragon, and the fire tornado around her disappeared. She stared at the other party's crystal red vertical pupils with a complicated expression and asked, "You're already dead, and you've tried your best to resist. Why don't you surrender to me? I won't force you to tell me Sheep Egg's secret, so why don't you reveal some of Valeglia's secret techniques? No, if you learn the secret techniques, you'll only hurt Sheep Egg. This betrayal of Sheep Egg is 10,000 times worse than death." The red dragon's voice was weak, but her tone was firm. Then, there's no other way. Danny was prepared to destroy the flower. An old female dragon was also an old flower. However, just as she was about to summon another fire tornado, a sudden change occurred. In the real world, the light from the horn in her hand had completely disappeared, and the runes carved on the horn cracked one by one. In the end, the horn made from the dragon horn turned into fine sand and drifted with the wind. In the spiritual space, a ray of light shot from the void and shone on this dark red and cold space. Ka. Cracks appeared on the dark red soul wall that projected white light. In an instant, the cracks on the wall were like a spider web. The red dragon sighed and said, "Danny Leezy, you're too careless." Danny could feel that she was quickly distancing herself from the red dragon. They were no longer in the same spiritual space. The red dragon flapped her wings freely and soared above the 9 heavens. Her figure gradually became blurry, and her voice faintly sounded, "I used the horn's runic array to deal with you, but you destroyed it all. Have you forgotten that it was those runes that bound me to the horn? Destroying the runic array is equivalent to freeing me. You have to know that I'm Sheep Egg's soulmate, and our souls are one. After talking with you for so long, I also noticed that you have many secrets. I'm sorry, I really like you and your dragon, but for Sheep Egg, goodbye." The red dragon's figure became more and more blurry. She seemed to want to cross time and space and immediately return to a certain place. "You're already in such a state, and you can still communicate with it." Danny was surprised. The red dragon was shocked. The other party was not flustered and exasperated, but instead was calm and composed. "It's time for me to go." The red dragon flapped her wings and disappeared. She entered a starry night world. She was like a shooting star. She followed a suction force and streaked across the sky, falling into, "Hey, where can you go?" Danny said with a smile. "What?" The shooting star was attracted by an invisible force. The red dragon's face was distorted. She looked at Danny, who was standing on the white dragon's back with her hands behind her back, and shouted in fear and confusion, "How can this be? How is this possible? This is a dragon spirit. You can break my dragon spirit. Even a true god can't do that. Hiss, you're the second one." Little White had a pitiful look in her eyes. She sent a spiritual wave to the old senior. "The second one?" The red dragon was confused. She was indeed the second one. The last unlucky person was Valamir. Danny had a green prophet meditation technique that was even more perfect than the three-eyed crow, but she could not sneak into other people's souls silently like he could. However, She also had a part of the Green Prophet's special ability soul fusion. After she absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from Valamir's soul, she could follow the weirwood and cross the mountains, rivers, and forests to track the shapeshifters who were about to take over the wild wolves. She had also absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from the red dragon's soul. Naturally, she could follow the wind and track the red dragon who was about to use his dragon spirit. In an instant, her field of vision increased. She went past the yellow road, past the crooked willow tree, past the cornfield, past the forest, and above the sea, she caught up with the red dragon. "Hiss, you have nowhere to run. Surrender," Blackie said. Well, Dahe and Little White, one in the front and one in the back, wrapped the red dragon in the middle. "Kill me." The red dragon closed her eyes and sighed. "Okay." Danny did not hesitate. She first used a soul attack to knock the red dragon dizzy. Then, she used a tornado of wind and fire to trap the red dragon. Chapter 522. Awoo, the red dragon wailed. Like pork in a meat grinder, her scales were scraped off layer by layer. Her flesh and skin turned into specks of light and disappeared. Because she was a soul, her old skin peeled off and new skin grew. The cruel process repeated over and over again. It looked extremely tragic. Hiss, Blackie turned away, unable to bear to watch. Little White simply closed her eyes. After a while, when the red dragon's soul was only a quarter left and her body was as thin as a phantom, the storm dissipated and Little White made way. Danny sighed and said, "You said before that when you see me, Little White, and Blackie, you think of you and Sheep Egg. Seeing you now makes me, Blackie, and Little White feel the same, uncomfortable. Sigh, go. The next time we meet, we'll fight to the death." The red dragon looked at them silently with a complicated gaze. The two dragons disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. In the real world, the moment Danny returned to her body, the red dragon also completed its dragon spirit. Smoke sea. The seawater was boiling and bubbles were bubbling. The surface of the sea was filled with thick steam that smelled of sulfur. There was a volcano in the sea, flickering with dark red light under the surface. In the lava lake under the volcano, there was a collapsed temple. In the temple, Balerian's statue trembled slightly. "Ah, child, your horn was destroyed. Damn it, how did you get hurt like this?" This was the anxious shout of a young man. "Father, don't worry, I'm fine. Danny Rise is very strong, to be able to block your dragon spirit and mine. I guess she has mastered the Green Prophet's secret art." This was the red dragon's tired sigh. "I swear, I will kill that bitch to avenge you. Perhaps, after devouring her, I will be able to go one step further and become a true fire god. A true god's power is limitless. It won't be difficult to revive you. Then, I can fulfill my promise back then and..." The young man's voice was filled with hatred and endless love. Myrene, the top garden of the Golden Pagoda. The afternoon sun was scorching, but Danny seemed to not feel it. She stood on the thick wall and closed her eyes to sense carefully. She really is hiding in the smoke sea. After a while, she opened her eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in her cold gaze. "Sheep Egg, you have entered the countdown to death." What the red dragon didn't know was that Dragon Queen had secretly used spirit bestowment when she used the wind and fire tornado to strip her of her soul power. This time, Danny did not absorb it herself, but gave it to the red dragon. The red dragon was in great pain from having its soul torn apart. It did not notice that its soul had increased, the total number was decreasing. Danny stripped the red dragon's soul and turned it into a large amount of spiritual substance, which naturally contained a rich amount of A-type spiritual substance. Spirit bestowment could format the red dragon's type A will. The Green Prophet's second ring soul could fake the formatted type A will. Although it appeared to be formatted and devoid of any personal imprint that could be absorbed by any living being, it actually carried the faint imprint of the Dragon Queen. It was a very, very weak imprint. Sheep Egg could not detect it, but it was barely enough to locate the red dragon's position. Well, he was far from being able to carry out Danny's whispers. It was absolutely true that Danny was moved by the red dragon's loyalty and sacrifice to Sheep Egg. But being moved was one thing. Life had to go on. Being moved this time could not remove the hostility between her and Sheep Egg. Just like how Danny admired Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, but still arranged for him to have a miserable ending. Danny was very magnanimous and approachable to unimportant people. She almost did not have the airs of a queen, so much so that Aegon always believed that she was the most amiable aunt and the closest person to him in the world. Danny had a certain amount of sympathy for ordinary people and would help them as much as she could. For example, rescuing Hajien, or the 50 million gold royals purchase plan. However, towards those who were hostile towards her and had the ability to harm her, Danny could be absolutely ruthless. For example, faceless Jokuans teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, and at this very moment. So what if they defeated the Allied army's attack this time? Whether or not they could kill Jenny was another matter. Even if they could, Jenny was the same as Benny, just one of Balerian's tens of millions of souls. Even if they killed her, there would be tens of thousands of others. Was Danny going to be entangled with Balerian for tens of thousands of years until the end of the world? Impossible. But she did not even know the location of Balerian's main body. Even if she wanted to use 5,000 Iron Men to attack him, it was impossible. Until the Red Dragon appeared. It had been dead for thousands of years, but it could still communicate with Sheepeg's dragon spirit. This was the first time Danny knew that the dragon spirit's effect was so strong, and she deeply understood what it meant. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as she left a locator in the Red Dragon's soul, Sheepeg, who had merged with the Red Dragon's soul, would have nowhere to run. Now, her guess was confirmed. She really could sense the location of Sheepeg's main body. At the bottom of the Smoke Sea, New Guise. As an ordinary house of the Allied Army's headquarters, Graz Dan, Prince Ristig, Keys Sallow, New Guise Zanetti, and the other Allied Army generals and representatives gathered in the conference room. They did not talk. There was silence in the room, but no one spoke either. Everyone was doing their own thing. The Snake Lizard Island Pirate King was chewing on a sour grass leaf. Zanetti was smoking a pipe with his eyes narrowed. Quee was holding a glass of red wine with a dazed look in her eyes. Grazidan was reading a paper book from Slave Bay seriously. Some were drinking tea, some were taking a nap. Only Zaro was the most anxious, as if there was a burning coal under his butt. He fidgeted and looked around. At this moment, he stood up again and walked to the window to look at the crow's nest in the distance. Unfortunately, he did not see the raven he expected. He stomped his feet and said, "It's been almost 2 days, the raven should be here." Zaro raised his head. Immediately, someone who was also extremely anxious spoke up. "What do you think? Is it possible that the Wildfire General intercepted our raven? The pterosaur is faster than the raven. That bastard comes to New Guise every day, maybe he just happened to bump into it. The possibility is very low. The scholars of the Westeros have verified that the raven is psychic and has very high intelligence. They think that the raven is the bird with the strongest survival ability and will automatically avoid danger," Quee said, shaking his head. "Sigh, I haven't been able to sleep for the past 2 weeks. Before, I was worried about the Wildfire General's bombing, and these 2 days, I'm anxious to know about Sir Benny's sneak attack. God bless, let a raven bring me the news of Meereen's recovery. Let me sleep in peace." Zaro put his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. The representative of Kochang Island had dark circles under his eyes and looked tired. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Me too. I'm always worried that the Wildfire General will throw a kerosene bomb on my roof. I heard that General Jaime and his family of 7 in the south of the city all died in the bombing. Yes, after burning down the visible wooden buildings at the docks, Tyrion began to burn down the noble district in the south of the city, specifically looking for the luxurious houses. He even had a map of New Guise with the locations of the noble families and high-ranking officers. In the past few days, Tyrion had also achieved the achievement of holy shit, killing hundreds of nobles and allied generals. The deformed magic monkey with a green helmet, green armor, and green cloak even became the nightmare of this city, turning into the green demon in the old nanny story of New Guise. Its status was almost equivalent to the deviant ghost in the old nanny story of the northern region. Braavos seems to be afraid of the mystic dragon. Using the reason of signing a contract with the Dragon Queen, He refused to accept the mission of assassinating Aegon for Faceless One. Since that's the case, why don't we use the money we saved to buy the life of the Green Demon? Someone suggested. Yes. Perlo, the current mayor of Tauros, immediately nodded. Now that I see green armor and green cloak, I have a psychological trauma. Spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to clear my mind is completely worth it. Xaro gritted his teeth and said. Soon, the plan to assassinate the imp was unanimously approved. Tyrion and Aegon were once again facing difficulties together. Half an hour later, Xaro, who was bored, stood up and went to the window to observe the crow's nest with his binoculars. He jumped 3 feet high, waved his hands and shouted, "There's a messenger crow, I saw a raven fly into the crow's nest." It can't be wrong, Matares sent a letter. After saying that, without waiting for a response, he immediately ran out of the meeting room and ran straight to the crow's nest. After a full 15 minutes, Xaro still hadn't returned. The excitement and anticipation in the hearts of the allied generals turned into nervousness and uneasiness. "Why are you taking so long?" Quiji frowned and asked dryly. The sunlight shone through the frosted glass, casting a shadow on the square face of the Kaiyuan war god. For some reason, he suddenly had the illusion that he was dreaming of Kaiyuan. "It's over, the Black Wings brought black news, the sneak attack failed. Woo-woo." Xaro's sobs came from outside the door. Then, 2 soldiers carried a stretcher into the meeting room. Xaro was lying on the stretcher, wiping his tears. "My lords, Commander Xaro was too excited and accidentally fell from the stone steps of the crow's nest and sprained his ankle," the soldier reported. No one paid attention to the soldier. They all stared at the letter in Xaro's hand with fear in their eyes. "What do you mean?" Tears of joy. Quiji twisted his neck and asked softly. "Woo-woo, it's over, it's all over, we've fallen into a trap. How can that woman be so cunning? Why didn't I notice it at Kuars?" Xaro cried. The room was filled with cries. War God Grazdan stepped forward, grabbed the letter from Xaro's hand, and read it quickly. After a while, he handed the letter to Zanetti, who was looking at him, and staggered to the window. He looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed. As expected, no matter how many schemes, it's better to fight steadily and surely. This is all my fault. I didn't follow the principle of build a strong stronghold and fight a foolish battle. If I took risks, I would have fallen into a dangerous situation. How cunning. She painted the black dragons green and disguised them as winged dragons. How can she be so cunning? Zanetti cried after reading the letter. What do we do now? We've lost another 30 dragons, and we don't know how many that woman has captured. New Guise is in danger, the representative of Kochang Island said fearfully. What else can we do? Ask Matares to send the Winged Dragon Knights over. The Winged Dragon Knights will cooperate with the 2nd and 3rd fleets. We'll use the dragon-slaying crossbows to make up for the Winged Dragon's inability to spit dragon flames, and the Winged Dragon Knights to make up for the fleet's weakness in aerial combat. We're not weak. If we fight openly, we'll at least be on par. War God Grazdan regained his composure and said with determination. Then, the war god said with a serious expression, High Priest Jenny suspects that we have too many people on our side and leaked the plan to attack Meereen. What do you think? It's possible. Quiji nodded in agreement. Chapter 523. Quiji looked at his colleagues suspiciously and was the first to stand up. The Dragon Queen might have guessed that the Winged Dragon Knights would attack the 3 cities of Slavers Bay. But she couldn't have known our specific targets. Meereen, Kaiyuan, Astapor. It's all possible. She shouldn't have known the exact path of the Winged Dragon Knights. Look at the way she assassinated Commander Bennett. How could all of this be a coincidence? There's a traitor among us, Prince Rhys said firmly. The meeting room was silent. They looked at each other with suspicion and vigilance. The harmonious and friendly atmosphere of the meeting had become oppressive and awkward. The war god glanced at Quiji and said in a low voice, I believe all of you are not spies of the Mother of Dragons. There are too many people who know about the ambush plan. The most likely possibility is that the information was leaked from the low-ranking officers. Yes, we are all targets of the Mother of Dragons revolution. Only idiots would be spies for her, Senator Volantis said. Yes, the others are fine, but how could the mother of dragons let us go? Even Qui-Ge seemed to be convinced and nodded. That makes sense. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. The spy might be real, but it had nothing to do with the representatives. The meeting room was filled with a lively and sincere atmosphere again. Zanetti shook the letter in his hand and said, Priest Jenny wants us to send a messenger with a high enough status to Astapor to ask about the possibility of redeeming the prisoners. It would be best if we could redeem the captured winged dragon knights. Winged dragons are easy to get, but riders are hard to find. It takes months to train a knight. The elephant soldiers and cavalry are already preparing to leave Mataris and conquer Myrene. Time is tight and we can't afford to delay. Who's going? It's useless, no one. The Dragon Queen is a smart person. Releasing the prisoners and then going to the battlefield to make things difficult for herself. Qui-Ge shook his head. We can try. Redeeming noble prisoners is a Westeros custom. Besides, even if she wins every battle, some of her subordinates might be captured by us. We can only return if we come, Grazidan said. I'll go. She and I have a past that is hard to miss. Even if the negotiation fails, there won't be any danger. Zaro volunteered on the stretcher. You have a past with the demon mother of dragons? The representative of Ko-Chang Island widened his eyes in surprise. It was a wonderful time. Zaro's eyes were blurred as he said with an intoxicated expression, that year, under the guidance of fate, I only brought 2 followers and traversed 1,000 miles of red purgatory. A dragon that only searched for miracles. In the ruins of a place called White Cloud City, I met her and saved her along with her centaurs. I brought camels for them, and camels with them to carry water and food. After that, we went south together. During the day, she was like a little bird with a strong thirst for knowledge, chirping around me to ask about the local customs of the world. Fortunately, I was experienced and knowledgeable, so I was able to answer every one of her tricky questions. At night, we sat around the fire, looking at the stars and the moon, and discussing fantastical stories. For example, the legend of the megalosaurus that came from the explosion of the moon. When we arrived at Queers, I lived with her for several months. We drank the world's most expensive wine, tasted the world's most delicious food, and used the world's most gorgeous satin to sew her beautiful clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that she always wanted to return to King's Landing and I didn't want to leave my hometown to deal with the cunning Westeros, we would have married long ago. Sigh, the past is like smoke. When I look back, we are strangers. Before we parted, she made me a golden jacket. I wore it to see her. No matter what she looks like now, I will miss her when I see her. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their outlook on life was about to collapse. This bald man with a nose studded with jewels had such a glorious history. Was there any justice? Was there any law? They were 10 times more handsome and 10 times richer than him. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Marry the Dragon Queen? What a shocking and splendid achievement it would have been for all eternity. You're not bluffing, are you? The Pirate King smacked his lips and asked suspiciously. Hehe, who doesn't know about this in Queers? Zaro sneered proudly. Qui-Ge looked at him enviously and said, if it were me, I would give up everything to, cough cough, to correct this world-class mistake and teach her to follow the right path. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have sacrificed myself back then, Zaro said regretfully. The Kai Yuan battle god lowered his head and sized himself up. He was tall and sturdy, and his physique was robust. He then touched his face. It was angular and square. Then he thought about his family's wealth and status. It was better than Zaro's. Sigh. The war god sighed. After the meeting, the war god secretly found Zaro and said, Qui-Ge is suspicious. He might be the Dragon Queen's spy. Zaro was shocked. What? Didn't you say? To calm everyone down and not alert the enemy, I could only say that. Grazidan waved his hand and said seriously. Why? Qui-Ge is Prince Rhys, a slave owner. Zaro was confused. The war god shook his head and said, I don't know why, but my guess is not baseless. First, Qui-Ge announced that there was a spy in the meeting. It's very likely that he's a thief pretending to be a thief. Secondly, Garth Hyder is Linus' brother, which means he's Qui-Ge's brother-in-law. Gods, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. Zaro slapped his forehead and said, Qui-Ge's wife died in Rhys's passion garden. She was burned to death by the Dragon Queen. Then, he officially married Linus Hyder. Garth was Daenerys's White Knight and Linus's second brother. Now, Linus is in New Gith. She probably knows about our plan. Sigh, I was too careless. I shouldn't have discussed such a secret in front of so many people. Yes, Linus was promoted from lover to wife of Prince Qui-Ge. The last time she passed by Rhys, Dany accidentally landed in Qui-Ge's Tower of Babel. In order to survive, Linus told the Dragon Queen almost everything she knew about the location of the steel weapons. At that time, she played a trick and borrowed Dany's knife to kill Qui-Ge's first wife. Dragon Queen burned down several high-class passion gardens, burning dozens of princes and dozens of nobles who participated in the mass movement. Qui-Ge's wife was in one of the passion gardens. Don't doubt, the lives of the nobles in Rhys were simple and filled with the most primitive interests. Sigh, the relationships between Westeros nobles are too complicated. It's hard to guard against them. Zaro sighed. Glasden said in a low voice, Qui-Ge's way of promotion is also very strange. It seems to have something to do with the Dragon Queen. What do you mean? Zaro was surprised. Qui-Ge's bloodline isn't noble. He doesn't have the right to be Rhys's representative. However, almost all the princes above him died in the hands of the Dragon Queen. Moreover, when the Dragon Queen arrived in Rhys, the first place she went to was Qui-Ge's Tower of Babel. I'll arrange for people to keep an eye on Qui-Ge and his wife. When you go to Astapor, you can also secretly test Dany and Liz. With your wisdom and your charm, you should be able to do it, right? Of course. Zaro agreed without hesitation. Astapor, the steel mill in the south of the city. Beside the forging furnace, Tobu shouted loudly. A group of blacksmith apprentices quickly added charcoal to the 6 furnace openings and stirred the drum with all their might. Fresh air flowed through the iron pipes and whistled into the furnace. In the middle of the furnace, an orange flame rose 7 to 8 meters high, like a spear that pierced the sky. The heat was like a tsunami that didn't stop. It spread in all directions, causing everyone's cheeks to turn red and their bodies to sweat. It's about time. Tobu licked his dry lips and looked at the Dragon Queen expectantly. The furnace was built in a spacious courtyard. The forging furnace was hexagonal and made of red bricks. The sides were 1.5 meters long and 2 meters high. On each side, there was a large window filled with charcoal and a mouthpiece connected to the blower. On one side, there was also a smelting room made of natural graphite and a steel sword was placed inside. Generally speaking, 6 ordinary furnaces were put together to heat the smelting room in the center. According to Tobu's incantation, a number of living people should be thrown into the fire opening in the center of the furnace. Then, the incantation should be chanted to sacrifice the black goat and use the black goat's divine power to smelt the steel. But Dany vehemently rejected the idea of blood sacrifice. She spent a lot of effort and finally got the position of blacksmith for Big Black. Now it was time to test the results. Gar Big Black ignored the high temperature of the furnace bricks and directly laid on top of it. Its mouth was aimed at the fire opening in the center. The blacksmith returned to his position. The power of faith and magic combined to form the blacksmith's divine power. Boom! The bright glazed red dragon flame was like a water column that flowed through the fire opening into the smelting room. Dany stepped forward. The heat wave blew her soft silver hair over her shoulders. She kept chanting the incantation to smelt the steel, but the magic in her body did not decrease. But Big Black's divine power began to be consumed rapidly. Like a trickle, it flowed into the steel sword in the forging room. Well, the smelting incantation invented by the coal people did not consume their own magic. Blacksmith Tobu had no magic at all. The incantation only borrowed and guided the power of the evil god. And the steel sword seemed to have become a deep pool, greedily absorbing every drop of divine power. The blacksmith works hard day and night, arranging everything in order, the hammer bellows, the furnace fires, creating a world for the little children. Danny began to loudly sing the Song of the Seven Gods, Blacksmith chapter, and the divine power in the steel sword began to boil. The song without any magic power ignited a pot of hot oil. Singing the song of the blacksmith can smelt steel? Tyrion's mouth twitched. He glanced at Tobu, who had a dignified face, and said, "If this really works, the black goat of coal will have to resign. Blacksmiths don't need any sacrifices." Tobu turned his head and said lightly, "The black goat of coal has existed since the time of Valeglia, and will continue to exist. Sigh, my aunt is good at everything, but she's too pious." Thinking of her rejection of his marriage and her threat that if he dared to have impure thoughts, she would build a virgin residence and lock him in, Aegon could not help but sigh. "Your Highness, you should learn from Her Majesty the Queen. Pious belief in the seven gods is the best way to become a great knight." Clinton said seriously. "That's right. Believing in the seven gods is better than blaspheming the seven gods. Prince, even if you want to pretend, you have to pretend like the Queen." Tyrion laughed. "No matter how pious, the seven gods have no power. What's the use?" Tobu shook his head. "You mean, it failed?" Ymont frowned and asked. Most likely suddenly, an apprentice exclaimed and interrupted him. "It melted, the steel sword melted." Chapter 524. What, melted? The slap in the face came so fast that the blacksmith master was caught off guard. However, compared to losing face, Tobu was more concerned about whether the blacksmith of the seven gods could really smelt steel. Resisting the scorching heat, he came to the red brick furnace, put his face close to the entrance of the smelting room, looked inside, and sure enough, amidst the blazing red flames, the smoky black long sword that had been placed horizontally on the sword rack melted into a liquid that flickered with the light of milky white runes. It fell into the sword-shaped groove that was made of graphite. Black goat above, aren't the seven gods 7 pieces of wood? And they didn't even use blood sacrifice. Tobu didn't care about the dragon queen next to him and cried out his inner shock. He always knew that the seven gods were equal to 7 pieces of wood, but Dragon Queen was so devout, and there were so many devout knights around her, he didn't dare to say it in his heart. Is it the dragon flame? Soon he thought again. The seven gods must be 7 pieces of wood, everyone knows that. Maybe, it's because of the demigod black dragon, ha ha ha, it's done. Dragon Queen laughed out loud and said, "Building 5,000 steel army, there's nothing in the world that can make me afraid anymore." "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Tobu said with joy and asked curiously, "If I also sing the Song of the Seven Gods, can I trigger the blacksmith's divine power?" "You don't believe in the seven gods, singing is useless." Dany waved her hand. Tyrion heard this, raised his hand and shouted from 4 or 5 meters away, "I believe in the seven gods, is singing useful?" "You, mage, only the most devout of the seven gods can get the blacksmith's response, you're too far away." Dany raised her chin slightly, her face was proud, and her tone was disdainful. "So that's how it is." Clinton, Ymont, Aegon and other honest people were thoughtful and believed Saint Dany's nonsense. In their hearts, Dragon Queen founded the Seven Gods Church in Slave Bay, and even developed the church to the distant land, she definitely deserves the word saint. Tyrion did not mind. He only asked with a smile, "Is the big sparrow considered a saint?" "Barely," Saint Dany said reluctantly. Big Sparrow's 250 was too shocking. Even Saint Dany, whose piety was almost zero, could not deny the other party's faith. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he asked meaningfully, "If he learns your newly modified incantation, can he reforge tile steel?" "Just barely." Saint Dany was still reluctant. In theory, Blacksmith Blackie could respond to the prayers of its believers and transmit its divine power to the big sparrow through space. Just like the priest of the Black Goat, even though he was far away in Volantis, he could still borrow the divine power of the evil god Kola. But there was a cost problem here. At this time, Big Black only consumed 1% of his power to smelt the steel, and it consumed 10% of his power to pass it to the big sparrow in the Westeros. However, he could only harvest 1,000th of the power of faith from the prayer of the big sparrow. It was such a loss. 1,000th was quite a lot. After all, the forging process only took half a day. Half a day of prayer contributed 1,000th. It was not little. In this world where magic was thin, it was completely worthy of the 250 piety of the Big Sparrow. Is this true? Danny answered reluctantly, but it shocked Tyrion. He used to be a muggle, but after becoming a wildfire general, whether it was out of professional needs or to save his life, he had to take out the energy to study the knowledge of the Megalosaurus and study magic knowledge. Therefore, Tyrion deeply understood one thing: the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Except for providing spiritual comfort to their believers, they would never respond to their believers with power. He understood this, but he still believed in the 7 gods, and his faith was even higher than that of Aegon. Because he, like Danny, saw the essence of the 7 gods. The 7 gods were the 7 virtues of human beings, the 7 different growth cycles of human life, and the 7 identities. He believed in the 7 gods, not the 7 wooden piles, but the 7 spirits represented by the wooden piles. In this way, his faith increased. Of course, could it be that you are so rebellious that you also think the 7 gods are just 7 pieces of wood? Dragon Queen narrowed her eyes, and only 2 cold, blade-like rays of light shot out from them. Are they not 7 pieces of wood? Although he complained in his heart, Tyrion quickly waved his hand and said, No, 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 I believe in the 7 gods, and I'm a paladin. Then, Danny was surprised to find that a line of faith extended from Tyrion's forehead and connected directly to Dahe. The little devil was praying to the blacksmith. Moreover, his piety increased by 0.2. Does this guy have the potential to become an archbishop? Then, something even more shocking happened. Ymont, Aegon, Clinton, and even the blacksmith apprentices nearby all produced a line of faith and connected directly to Dahe. Moreover, their piety increased more or less. What happened? Danny was a little confused. Actually, this was normal. After anyone witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, their faith would increase. Everyone here knew that recasting tile steel required the power of the gods and required a sacrifice to the evil god. However, Dragon Queen only sang a blacksmith song, and the blacksmith showed his spirit. As for Dahe's dragon flame, everyone also knew that the black dragon could not smelt tile steel before, otherwise, the queen who was extremely eager for tile steel armor would not have waited until now. The black dragon could not smelt tile steel before, but now he could. What was more? The blacksmith's song. If this was not a miracle, then what was it? Maybe I should give some benefits to the Big Sparrow. After all, he is now working for Dahe, the kind of 007. After understanding, Danny touched her chin and thought. Well, 007, from the early morning until the early morning of the next day, without rest, 7 days a week, no holidays. Nephew Aegon, you don't have a tile steel sword yet, right? Today, Aunt will give you a sword. Tell me, what color and style do you want, and let Tobu forge it for you. In a good mood, the Dragon Queen began to feed her nephew sweets. Who knew that Aegon would actually be embarrassed, his eyes flashing. Thank you, but I have a sword. Tile steel sword? Danny looked at the mixed steel sword at Aegon's waist with a puzzled expression. Black fire. Aegon whispered. What? Danny did not think of that and was a little puzzled. Old Ymont's expression changed. He pulled Aegon's sleeve and said excitedly, 7 gods above, you mean the Targaryen clan's sword black fire? Aegon glanced at Danny's aunt. Seeing her calm expression, he sighed in relief. There was a hint of pride on his face. He nodded and said, yes, the black fire that Aegon used back then. Receiving Aegon's confirmation, Ymont's pupils shrank, and he became a little suspicious. Black fire was originally the symbol of the Targaryen royalty and could only be worn by the king. However, the mediocre King Aegon was too retarded. He did not give the black fire to his legitimate son, but instead gave it to his illegitimate son, Demon Vishui. Based on Demon Blackfire's bloodline, both parents were Targaryens, and ability, he had the ability to inherit the black fire. At worst, he could just return the sword after death. However, Demon started the Blackfire Rebellion and tried to usurp the Iron Throne as an illegitimate son. After the first Blackfire Rebellion was ended by the Blood Crow Blinden, the clan's sword Blackfire was not taken back by the Iron Throne. Instead, it fell into the hands of Demon's son. 30 years ago, during the Battle of the 9 Copper Plate Kings, Beristan killed the last Blackfire and the Blackfire Rebellion was completely ended. However, the Blackfire sword was never seen again. Now, it had suddenly appeared in Aegon's hands. "Where did you get the Blackfire?" Ymont asked. "Tyrion gave it to me," Aegon said. "Me?" Tyrion pointed blankly at his blackened nostrils. "In the box that Illyrio asked you to bring to Prince Aegon, there is a steel sword, Blackfire," Clinton explained. Tyrion's cheeks twitched a few times. He looked at Aegon, then at the Dragon Queen, and slowly said, "Illyrio said that it was a gift for the prince, ginger candies. He said that Prince Aegon likes them the most." "You like ginger candies?" Dany asked with a strange expression. "I liked them when I was young," Aegon said. Dany did not ask about the origin of the Blackfire. She turned to Tobu and said, "Use the steel in the furnace to help me forge a few dragon bone daggers. In a few days, Little White should go to the Red Wasteland. There was still a set of dragon bones there." "Your Majesty, I don't have a steel sword either." "Why don't?" Tyrion said with a smile. You are a crossbow killer. A hand crossbow is enough." "Speaking of crossbows," Tyrion rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I have an idea. Can we create a long-armed crossbow that can be pulled by the Megalosaurus? For example, when the Megalosaurus flaps its wings up and down in flight, we can tie 2 buckles to its wing bones and fasten them to the crossbow. Every time the Megalosaurus flaps its wings, it will reload the crossbow. In this way, the Dragon Knights will be able to continuously shoot arrows." Dany said with a strange expression, "You can try using your Tessa." That night, Dany held a large banquet in Astapor. The success of the reforging of steel was only one of the reasons. The great success of the Battle of Tolos, the bombing of New Gith, and the death of the Marine Wyvern were all reasons to celebrate. In this banquet, Aegon took out the Blackfire sword that he had kept for a long time for the first time. Since his aunt was going to give him a steel sword, he was no longer worried about his aunt snatching the Targaryen sword. Dany really did not have much interest in Blackfire at this time. It was just an ordinary steel sword without the slightest bit of magic. When she melted Jido's steel statue, even the Unsullied brothers guarding the gate could each have one. But the other person looked at the ruby dragon head sword on Aegon's waist and felt very uncomfortable. After the banquet, Dany returned to her bedroom and was lying on the table writing the Dragon Slayer runes. Ymont came to the door and said bluntly, "Dany, there is a problem with Aegon's identity." Dany did not even raise her head. She was only thinking about the combination of runes. The runes in the Dragonbinder's horn allowed her to create the soul-shocking ability Soul Strike. She was looking forward to what the Dragonbinder's horn, as the strongest dragon horn in Valeglia, could do for her. That day in Tolos, when Benny blew the horn, he shocked more than 100,000 people in the city. Even through the thick ground, the 3 shapeshifters in the saws were scared out of their wits. "Aegon might not be Lei Jazi. Varys lied to us," Ymont said with a sour expression. "With that sword." Dany still did not have much of a reaction. She lowered her head and continued with her work. "Sigh, this is a matter of the Targaryen bloodline. Can you be a little more serious?" Old Ymont saw this and was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Dany finally put down her pen and sighed, "All right, you say it, I'll listen." I listen in one ear and out the other. My mind continued to think about the combination of runes. A few days ago, she had asked Morona to keep an eye out for Jake Kalasar's whereabouts. She planned to secretly bring her cheap son back. Before he came of age and gave birth to a bunch of grandchildren for Dany, he was not safe. He could not reveal his identity. It was too dangerous. Aegon's huge shield had blocked it. So, Chapter 525. Dany did not have much affection for that cheap son of hers, but he was already 3 years old. If she did not bring him back to educate him, he would start to remember things. If in the future he were to say, "Giving birth is not as good as raising," then wouldn't his mother, Dany, die of disgust? Thus, in a few months or half a year, Dany would have to bring that unlucky child back. Now that she had a knowledgeable old family member who was absolutely loyal to the Targaryen family, she could leave the child to him to educate. She could rest assured and save effort. However, Dany did not intend to reveal Leg's true identity. Yes, other than Ymont, no one else would know that Leg was her son. Thus, she needed Aegon, who everyone knew was the Dragon Queen's closest relative, to be little Leg's target. Just like 16 years ago, second brother Wae and Dany Rise had been Aegon's target. Every dog has its day. Today, it was Aegon's home. Since he was already a target, it did not matter if his identity was real or fake. Before Ymont Blackfire's line of male heirs, Blackfire had always been under their control. After the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings, the Iron Throne did not find the Blackfire sword on the battlefield. Decades later, your father and grandfather sent people to the other side of the narrow sea to search for Blackfire, but they found nothing. Why did Blackfire suddenly fall into Illyrio's hands now? Why did he give it to Aegon? Connecting this to the Golden Order's attitude towards Aegon and you is completely different from Viserys. The backbone of the Golden Order are all descendants of the nobles who were loyal to Demon Blackfire and were exiled during the Blackfire Rebellion. It is normal for them to reject Viserys, because you are red dragons and they are black dragons. If Aegon is also a black dragon, then everything makes sense. Because he's a black dragon, there are too many generations between you and him. Therefore, when I compared his genes with yours, there's only a small overlap. He's even inferior to me. Dany shrugged, not minding the old man's serious attitude. She only said indifferently, everything is just a guess. Maybe Illyrio really did buy the Blackfire sword by coincidence, just like how he bought the 3 dragon eggs and gave them to me by coincidence. Old Ymont frowned and thought for a while before suggesting, why don't you capture Illyrio and bring him to Astapor and hand him over to the Whip of Dugu for interrogation? What if I wronged him? Dany's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that this old man, who was over 100 years old, could still be so ruthless? Previously, he had always had the image of a soft, nice guy. So be it. Confusing the Targaryen bloodline is a serious matter. It cannot be tolerated. Ymont said sternly. That young man, Aegon, is not bad. If he knew that we were interrogating Illyrio, he would be bitterly disappointed. Whether it's true or not, he would be disheartened. Anyway, we have already confirmed that he has the bloodline of a true dragon, even if it's very weak. At most, we will be more careful in the future, Dany said. Ymont widened his eyes and looked at the Dragon Queen in disbelief. After a while, he sighed helplessly. Dany, you are too open-minded. It's good that you have the bearing of a bright moon, but, forget it. You are already tired from dealing with the Alliance army. I will help you keep an eye on Aegon. The next morning, God's Grace Cathedral. Sunlight shone through the 7 tall stained glass walls, leaving mottled shadows on the 7 statues riding black dragons. Dragon Queen was dressed in a pure white robe, her expression solemn and holy. Under the witness of the 7 gods, I bestow upon you the seal of the holy knights. She extended her white index finger and dipped it in the holy water from the golden bowl. The water was infused with the blacksmith's power of faith. She left a wet mark between the eyebrows of Clinton, Eris, Garth, Jorah Mormorn, Layla, and John Bolton who were kneeling in front of her. Then, she retreated to the side and let these newly promoted holy knights swear an oath to the 7 gods. I swear to treat the weak well. I swear to be ashamed of my ignorance, to be ashamed of my ease, to be ashamed of my extravagance. First, they sang the 8 honors and 8 disgraces version of the Knights' Declaration that they had sworn to Dany before. After that, the knights sang the Song of the 7 Gods and Son of the 7 Virtues in unison. The Song of the 7 Gods was a holy song that had been passed down in the church for thousands of years. It was a habit to sing this song at every large-scale prayer event. Son of the 7 Virtues was newly composed by the Dragon Queen. Dany wrote the lyrics, and the People's Literature and Art Troupe under her command arranged the music. They also modified some of the lyrics to make it more catchy. The general meaning was that the 7 gods had 7 virtues, and the believers adhered to the 7 virtues was the greatest devotion to the 7 gods. Those who could practice the 7 virtues were the son of the 7 virtues, and the son of the 7 virtues was the son of the 7 gods. Son of the 7 virtues opposed blind faith to a certain extent, and weakened the sanctified faith of the people towards the 7 gods, making the faith more rational. Such faith was harder to shake and purer. At the end of the day, Danny was a monarch. In the mind of a rational monarch, a good church should only help the country to educate the people, and not participate in politics, fight for power, and fight for the right of kings and gods. This is a holy night. There's nothing special about it. At the side of the hall, the little devil smacked his lips and said, "Isn't all knighthood like this? What else do you want to see?" Aegon said, "No, it's different this time." Tyrion shook his head and explained, "A holy night is the advancement of a glorious knight, and can control the power of the holy light, and have the right to choose a terrasor partner. I don't know what the power of the holy light is. But at least this means that a holy knight has the qualifications to become a terrasor knight. The problem is that to become a terrasor knight, one must use blood witchcraft, and brand the seal of a contract between the terrasor and the knight. Witchcraft is witchcraft, it's either singing or Gar. Tyrion, who was talking non-stop, looked as if he had been punched. He stared at Clinton with his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open, stunned. He saw that the knight's forehead, which had a few wrinkles carved by time, was suddenly enveloped by a ray of light, as white as milkshake, and as bright as the rosy clouds after the rain. As holy as the light of heaven, as divine as the gaze of the gods, as beautiful as the light of hope of a young girl. That ray of light, even 10,000 words of praise would not be enough to describe it. It descended from the void, and was only as thick as the rim of a wine glass. It was branded at the place where the Dragon Queen's finger had pointed. It was so obvious in this spacious, bright, and gorgeous palace that it was definitely not an illusion, and it was definitely not a hole in the dome that allowed light to leak out. 7 gods above, what is that? Ymont muttered in shock. The light of the 7 gods, that is the light of the 7 gods. Tyrion replied subconsciously. This guy really knew the essence of it with just one sentence. This was the light of the 7 gods, the divine art bestowed by the blacksmith to his believers. In a fantasy world, it was extremely normal for priests to master the divine art of the gods, but this world was very unfriendly to supernatural powers. The most typical example was the priests of the Red God. They knew how to use Lalo's divine art, but most of the time, they did not know that they could use it. For example, Shorosh of Myr. Because the Mad King Eris was obsessed with fire, the supreme priest of Myr sent him to King's Landing to preach. He was naturally a qualified priest, and knew most of the Lalo's divine arts of the Red God Church. But after coming to King's Landing for more than 10 years, he had never succeeded once. Even the flaming sword that he used to participate in the tournament had to be bought from an alchemist to burn on the sword with wildfire. He had completely embarrassed the priests of the Red God Church. It was no wonder that he had not accomplished anything after more than 10 years, and had not built a Red God temple in King's Landing. When he first revived Count Berry Dondarrion, Shorosh did not know that he would succeed. He only used the divine art out of habit. At this time, the divine art had become a ritual for burying the dead. However, Ahlor responded to him and revived Dondarrion. At that time, Shorosh was dumbfounded. Even the powerful Red God Church did not have a systematic, 100% effective, divine art, and the 7 gods had never done any miracles the traces of the existence of the gods. Now, Tyrion and the others saw the arrival of the 7 gods, blacksmith, and there was absolutely no trace of a miracle. Blackie had bestowed the seal of contract to the holy knights in the form of a divine art. The knights knelt on one knee and looked up at the statue of the blacksmith god. Gradually, they entered a strange state of tranquility and peace. They could not hear the sounds of the outside world, and they could not see anything else. They only felt that they were surrounded by a pure white light, and there were angels singing hymns in their ears. Then, they sang along. This was actually the state that Big Sparrow and Saint Bailey had been striving for, to communicate with the 7 gods. As the song gradually reached its climax, their faith became more and more devout. Buzz 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 in the holy church, the void trembled slightly, and beams of milky white holy light fell on the knights' foreheads. The holy light was thick and thin, and some were solid and some were illusory like smoke. This was determined by the knights' faith in the 7 gods. The so-called holy light falling from the sky was only the line of faith that connected them to Blackie materialized. A miracle. The 7 gods have appeared. Old Yemont was so excited that his whole body trembled. The first beam of holy light shocked Tyrion, but the forest of holy light made him regain his sanity. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen is playing tricks on us? He muttered softly. The holy light falling from the sky did not last long. After the song Son of the Seven Virtues was sung, the holy light suddenly disappeared between the paladin's eyebrows, and the knights immediately woke up from the mysterious state. I feel like there's something more in my head, Clinton said. Earlier, I seemed to have seen the seven gods. There was a feeling of perfection and great peace in my heart, Garth said. Leaving the sacred and solemn holy church, on the way back to the Great Pyramid, the knights began to speak freely. Those beams of light just now, what were they? Tyrion went straight to Saint Danny. The seven gods responded to the prayers of the paladins and sent down holy light to grant the paladins divine spells, Danny said. Are you sure, the seven gods? Tyrion's mouth twitched. It's up to you to believe it or not. Only a fool would believe you. Grumbling in his heart, the dwarf continued to ask, what kind of divine spells are there? Danny glanced at the group of people who were quietly eavesdropping, raised her voice slightly, and said, currently, there is only one divine spell, the dragon taming technique, which can tame any pterosaur. The more devout a paladin is to the seven gods, the higher the success rate of taming a pterosaur. Any? You said any? Tyrion's pupils contracted, and he said in disbelief. A pterosaur that already has a paladin as a companion will not work. If there was no Dragon Queen's blood magic, the paladins could also tame the pterosaur by themselves. Then, this ability was too terrifying. How could it be real? Are you kidding? Can it take away the dragon of the Martari's pterosaur knight? Tyrion forced a smile. As long as you are devout enough to the seven gods, you can, Danny said seriously. Tyrion had to believe it. That night, among the paladins, Garth Hyder, who was the most devout to the seven gods, successfully tamed a shadow dragon. Chapter 526. 3 days after the Myrine dragon battle, Danny ended the bombing of New Guise. This was because Raven saw Jenny's letter to the New Guise alliance. For the time being, they were unable to attack Slaver's Bay, but they could send pterosaurs to New Guise to cooperate with dragon-slaying crossbows to ambush General Wildfire's bombing team. Before New Guise received the letter, Danny withdrew General Wildfire and summoned all the pterosaurs and reserve dragon knights to Astapor. Since the alliance was temporarily unable to attack Slaver's Bay, she could take advantage of this break in the war to form her own pterosaur knights. Danny captured a total of 7 swamp dragons and 8 shadow dragons. Tyrion, as the leader, chose a swamp dragon as his partner, leaving 14 dragons. In other words, she needed at least 14 pterosaur knights. Considering the possibility of capturing more pterosaurs in the future, she also needed reserve pterosaur knights. Thus, the paladin who accepted the paladin seal appeared. At this time, the paladin seal only had one function: to tame the pterosaurs, relying on the paladin's faith to the seven gods, but it required a minimum faith level. In terms of data, only believers with a faith level higher than 2.0 could use Blackie's power to contract the pterosaur. If the faith level was lower than 2.0, the line of faith would not be able to withstand the seal of contract sent by Blackie. It was like a road with a 30-ton iron sign at the intersection. This was to tell you that the total weight of the vehicle could not exceed 30 tons, or the road would be in danger of collapsing. The seal of contract required a path, line of faith, with a minimum faith level of 2.0. Taming the pterosaur not only required a contract rune, but also a driving force, divine power, to drive the rune of the seal of contract. For example, it required 100 points of faith. Transferring divine power did not have high requirements for the channel, faith level, but Danny did not want to make ends meet. Everyone knew that a losing business would not last long. According to the rules she set, the paladin needed to pray to the seven gods and provide 150 points of faith for Blackie. Then Blackie would transfer 100 points of divine power to help him perform divine spells. The remaining 50 points of faith belonged to Blackie's profits. For example, Garth Hyder was born in the Old Town and was particularly devout to the seven gods. He had a faith level of 25, far exceeding the minimum of 2.0. He could provide the faith pool of the 7 gods with devotion *10 is equal to 250 points of faith power in a day. He only needed to pray for half a day to gather 150 points of faith power and exchange it for 100 points of divine power from Blackie. Thus, he obtained the Holy Knight's seal in the morning at the Great Cathedral and tamed a pterosaur that night. Clinton originally only had a piety of 1/6. As such, he had long volunteered to become a pterosaur knight to help Dragon Queen search for a pterosaur nest in the Sosroth continent. Danny still made him fast and pray for half a month in the Great Holy Church, reading the 7 Stars Bible and the corresponding scriptures, compiled by Dragon Queen. It was only in the past 2 days that he barely passed the minimum requirement of 2-0. His piety was 2-0, and he prayed for a day 2-0 times 10 is equal to 20 points of the power of faith. He had to continue praying for at least a week, or the Dragon Queen would open a back door for him. Dahe would suffer a loss and sell it at a discount of 20 yuan. Jorah Mormon was more embarrassed. He used to believe in the old gods, but after converting to the 7 gods, his piety was only 0.3. He was considered a shallow believer, and the Dragon Queen couldn't even open a back door for her White Knight. That night, Garth Hyder chose a shadow dragon. The next afternoon, Eris Sitiga, who had a piety of 18, successfully contracted a swamp dragon. During this period, there was a small episode. Eris had intended to choose the old dragon that belonged to Benny. It was 50 meters long, several times larger than Blackie, and had a load of more than 2 tons. Blackie had become the god of blacksmiths, but the maximum load was only 1,500 kilograms, not even enough for a ton. Even if the pterosaur had no magic power, its physical strength was not as strong as the Megalosaurus, and it could only fly at a height of about 2,000 meters. But if 2 tons of boulders fell, as long as it hit the target, it could also flatten an ordinary castle. Therefore, Aegon took a fancy to the mottled green old swamp dragon. Aegon had been guarding the old dragon during the day, and when he saw the big crab come over, he quickly said, "Sir Eris, you can choose another pterosaur. I've reserved this old dragon. Your Highness, you don't want Blackie anymore?" Eris held back his anger and said sarcastically. In fact, Garth was also prepared to choose the old dragon that day, but he was stopped by Aegon. "I need a spare tire, and this old pterosaur is my spare tire," Aegon said confidently. He also knew that this would offend people, so he smiled and persuaded the big crab, "Sir, you should choose the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon's speed is almost as fast as the Megalosaurus. It also has the ability to fly silently and has night vision, that is, the infrared vision that my aunt said." Eris still chose a swamp dragon. Well, the imitation Blackie that was painted black. It was big in size and strong in strength. Even if it was only 30 meters now, it would grow to 50 meters in the future. It had potential. Garth and Eris succeeded in taming the dragons one after another, which stimulated the remaining paladins even more. They almost didn't eat, drink, or rest. They just stayed in the dragon's nest, sat opposite the pterosaur, and silently prayed to the 7 gods. They were imitating the fasting prayers that were most commonly used by archbishops such as Saint Baylor and Great Sparrow. Another day passed, and Quentin Martell jumped 3 feet high and said ecstatically, "I can feel it. The mark of the paladin in my mind has been activated. I can choose a pterosaur." Everyone around him cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. Even Quentin's little friends, Blondie and the bald man, had some ideas. "Quentin, do you think I can become a paladin? I also believe in the 7 gods." Blondie's eyes were full of desire. "I'll help you ask the Dragon Queen." "Sure, as long as you formally swear allegiance to me." Just like that, the 2 borrowed allies from Dawn became Dany's registered paladin followers. However, Dany didn't continue to let the paladins torment themselves in the dragon's nest. John, Lara, and the other paladins with official positions had to end their vacation and return to work. For example, John Bolton had just returned from Raza with 5,000 families of shepherds. He was building a city and farming in the White Dragon River area. How could he be allowed to stay in Astapor for long? Moreover, the prayers didn't need to be performed in the dragon's nest. They could activate the mark at home and then come to the dragon's nest to choose a pterosaur. After arranging for the pterosaurs to send the paladins away, the White Knight Cora and the centaur Kue Luo went to find Danny, who was training in seclusion. Well, she had been familiarizing herself with the magic power that had increased tenfold after absorbing the essence of Benny and 3/4 of the old red dragon. Benny had doubled her magic power, and the rest came from the demigod red dragon. Even the 9-colored vortex had some changes. She felt that she was almost at the threshold of the demigod. "Your Majesty, how long will it take for me to activate the mark?" Cora asked anxiously. "Calixi, I don't believe in the 7 gods at all, but I also want to become a pterosaur paladin, and you're blood of my blood. They didn't receive your summons, but they all sent me letters to ask you," Kue Luo said. This. Danny didn't know what to say. She had learned the way to contract the pterosaurs from Balerion. There were 2 ways, bloodline and faith. Either the bloodline was similar to Balerion's, or the faith was Balerion's. If it was both, the effect would be best. If it was Danny, it would be the same. Either they were related to Danny by blood, like Tyrion, or they relied on the thread of faith to believe in Blackie. When Danny became a demigod, she would also become a demigod. "I'll tell you a little trick. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone." Danny pulled the 2 into the study, closed the door, and whispered, "We'll keep it a secret." The 2 perked up and patted their chests. "Blackie is a demigod, and also the guardian of the 7 gods. You know that, right?" Danny asked. "What does this have to do with believing in the 7 gods?" Cora was confused. Believing in Blackie can also gain the favor of the 7 gods. Why? Kue Luo was confused. The 7 gods are equivalent to Cal, and Blackie is Ku under Cal. Just like I'm Calixi, Kue Luo, you're Ku. You have hundreds of cars under your command. Don't your cars pledge loyalty to me?" Danny said. In the past, what she said would have been wrong. If Danny was alive, Kue Luo would pledge loyalty to her, but his cars would only pledge loyalty to her. When she died, Kue Luo and his cars would definitely break away from the Khalasar. They might even kill her descendants to prevent future troubles, just like what Pinocchio and Jarko of Drogo Khalasar did 3 years ago. But after several years of Danny's reforms, her Khalasar was already different from the other Khalasars of the Great Grass Sea. Even if she died, her Ku and Kars would firmly support her descendants to become the new Khal. This was the law and justice of the centaurs, recorded on the first page of the Centaur Code. The Centaur Code appeared even earlier than the Code of Slavers Bay, and the rules in the code were already known to all. It could be said that Danny's original dream of building her golden family was almost half realized. When she conquered the Dothraki Sea, she would be Genghis Khan. "I see. I believe in Blackie, which means I'm contributing the power of faith to the 7 gods at the same time." Kue Luo suddenly understood. Khal also evolved from Ku. Perhaps one day, the Great Black Ku could replace the 7 gods Khal and become the Great Black Khal. When the centaurs left happily, White Knight said, "Your Majesty, I watched Blackie grow up. I can't believe in him." The centaurs always believed that Blackie was the steed of the world in the prophecy. In the Centaur Code, Blackie was also sanctified. Weddings and funerals had to be carried out under Blackie's witness. If they couldn't find Blackie, they used Blackie's wooden carvings instead. Do you still remember the day when Danny had just arrived at Slaves Bay and arranged the centaur's wedding on the ship? Who was the one who wrote the marriage contract for the old centaur Afandi? It was Blackie. Who were the centaurs bowing to when they got married? It was Blackie and the Holy Mother Mountain, the holy land of the centaurs. From then on, Blackie was the centaurs' god in name only. Therefore, it was very easy to make the centaurs believe in Blackie. In fact, there were centaurs who believed in Blackie and Danny for a long time. However, Blackie had no doctrine and no church to serve it, so it couldn't gather faith. It wasn't like the 7 Gods Church, which had a scripture like the 7 Gods Scripture that explained the doctrine of the 7 gods. But Cora was different. He never believed in Blackie. He couldn't use this back door. Yes, the key to activating the Holy Knight's mark was to establish a faith channel with Blackie. It didn't matter whether he believed in the 7 gods or Blackie. The 7 gods were Blackie. But the old gods weren't Blackie. "All right, there's one last way. You only need to study the doctrine of blacksmith and pray to blacksmith. If it doesn't work, then there's no other way. Danny said helplessly. Why blacksmith? I prefer warriors. Cora was confused. Blacksmith is quite free recently and has the mood to respond to a non-devout believer like you. Danny said with a straight face. Chapter 527. In order to help the centaurs get in through the back door, Danny had to let Big Black form a unified image among the centaurs. For example, the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods represented benevolence, and no one would confuse her with the wisdom of the old woman. In the past, Danny did not think of developing a religion among the centaurs. Some centaurs worshipped Big Black when they got married, and treated him as the god of marriage. Some centaurs gave birth to babies, and Big Black bestowed the name, Danny's dragon spirit, handwritten by Big Black, and thought that he was in charge of fertility. Some centaurs did not see Big Black, but they had a wooden sculpture of Big Black, carved by themselves, and prayed to Big Black every day before they went out to graze. Thus, Big Black became the god of livestock. There were 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 people's hearts, and 1,000 Big Black in 1,000 centaurs' hearts. This way, it was impossible to form a religion, so there were centaurs who worshipped Big Black. Even though Big Black had been a demigod for a long time, he had never received any faith from the centaurs. Danny focused on training her newly increased magic, and started to gather Afanti, Solomon, Danny's tribe's old blacksmith, and a group of old centaurs to ask about the centaur Kalasar's customs and ancient legends. Especially Afanti, that old fart had followed 12 cars, and was very knowledgeable and experienced. Danny also consulted some old centaur women. They were equivalent to the tribe's Dosh Karlin, equivalent to the priests, and knew about the horse god stories and teachings. Yep, centaurs also had their own beliefs. They believed in the horse god. Even the horse god had the attribute of the death god, and centaurs believed that the horse god was in charge of the Night Kingdom, a dark grassland that would never end. After the dead centaurs and their war horses were cremated, they would ride their war horses into the night grass sea. For example, when Danny had just transmigrated, she had cremated Khal Drogo and his 3 Blood Alliance guards, and the centaurs would search for the star that represented Drogo's ascension into the Night Kingdom. In the House of Black and White in Bravos, there was also a bronze and iron statue of the horse god. This represented that the death attribute of the horse god was recognized by the Faceless One, and it was a side of the god of 1,000 faces. At the same time, it also represented that the Faceless One could bring the gift of death to any centaur. Previously, Danny had never thought of usurping the priesthood of the horse god, not because she believed in the horse god. She even suspected that the horse god was just like the 7 gods, a wooden stake. This was mainly because the horse god's teachings were very evil, similar to the ancient path of the Anami, which encouraged plundering, slaughter, destruction, and strengthening. To put it simply, the Tiamines burning, killing, and looting were practicing the ancient path and pleasing the Anami. The centaurs burning, killing, and looting were also practicing the ancient path and pleasing the horse god. Danny would not be interested in such a trashy priesthood even if it was given to her for free. Which mother wouldn't want her son to be a good person? But in order to repay her loyal centaurs, Danny decided to change the teachings of the horse god. She didn't even know how many times she had changed the 7 holy scriptures, so why would she care about the Pegasus Bible? Well, originally the centaurs didn't even have a written language, and the teachings of the horse god were only passed down orally. The Pegasus Bible was completely created by Calixi. She asked the old centaurs to get the materials. This time, Danny didn't even use the gimmick of the hand of the horse god or the son of the horse god. She directly said, the Pegasus is the horse god, Big Black is the Pegasus, so Big Black is the horse god. Big Black originally had the title of the horse that rides the world. He could also fly, so what was he if not the Pegasus? Even if there was a horse god, could he be as awesome as the Pegasus? Even the horse god couldn't refute Calixi's words. To say something rebellious, Calixi was really looking forward to the horse god standing up to oppose her. Her dragon babies were still crying piteously for food. The horse god was nothing, they would still eat him. The Pegasus Bible didn't completely remove the teachings of killing and war. It only changed it to if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them no matter how far away they are, and the enmity of 10 generations can be avenged. The courage and viciousness must be preserved. Horses eat grass, but centaurs never eat grass. According to Dany's teachings, the Battle of Koa should continue. The 3,000 Unsullied dared to use the centaurs to make a name for themselves, so the centaurs should first destroy Koa, then slaughter Astapor. If one generation couldn't do it, then they should work hard, learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses, improve themselves. 2 generations, 3 generations, 10 generations, 100 generations, 1,000 generations, 10,000 generation. In the new Pegasus Bible, other than inheriting the authority of the horse god to manage the Night Kingdom, the Pegasus Big Black also added a new divinity of neighborhood committee auntie. Marriage, funerals, having children, praying. Big Black could do it all. It was equivalent to the kitchen god in the ancient legends of the Celestial Dynasty. The Pegasus Bible caused a huge commotion among the centaurs, but it didn't attract the attention of the free people in Slave Bay. However, some of the smarter ones immediately noticed that something was wrong. For example, Tyrion. Why could he activate the Holy Night Seal even if he believed in Big Black? Alright, the Dragon Queen called it the Pegasus Scar. What was the relationship between the Pegasus Scar and the Holy Night Seal? What was the reason for the pterosaur to be contracted? What was the relationship between Big Black and the 7 gods? He was terrified when he thought about it. Then, the dwarf secretly found old Ymont and told him these questions. Why don't you ask her yourself? Ymont was puzzled. Sigh, I refused to go to the rainforest because the old dragon knows the way, and the queen doesn't like me very much recently, the dwarf said helplessly. What's wrong with me having a strong desire to live? Will you only be satisfied when I'm an idiot and jump into the pit? The dwarf was also resentful. Oh right, don't say I thought of it. I'm afraid I know too much and will be silenced by the queen, he added immediately. No, you're thinking too much. Dany won't kill you, Ymont said with certainty. Tyrion complained in annoyance. Yes, she won't kill me directly, but will give me missions that can kill people. I've only rested for 2 days, and she wants me to bomb queers again. It's more than 2,000 kilometers, and I'll have to fly for a day and a night without sleep. Even if I don't die of exhaustion, I'll be caught and bitten to death by the faster shadow dragons. Ymont comforted him gently. You should understand her. This is all to defeat the alliance. We have few pterosaurs, and the enemy has many. We can only light fires everywhere and let them disperse their forces to reduce the pressure of the Myrine bombing later. To Ymont's question, Dany answered without hesitation, it's simple, I created the runes, but contracting the pterosaur requires divine power. Just like how the coal-black goat's divine power can reforge steel, the divine power of Balerion, Lalo, and the 7 gods can do the same. Blackie is a demigod, so of course it has divine power. Ymont suddenly understood. Tyrion was skeptical, but because of his lack of supernatural knowledge, he could not find a loophole in the Dragon Queen's words. Well, he did not have time to think about it. Without any psychological burden, Ymont gave up Tyrion. Knowing that all these problems came from the dwarf, the Dragon Queen arranged a new mission for him that day: go to New York Town and plunder the passing ships. Well, Mataris's army needed supplies, and after Tolos recovered, the ships entered the Bay of Sorrows again. The Maiden of Liberty Strait was 200 kilometers wide, and it was almost impossible for Dany to completely block it. Just like in World War I and World War II, Germany could not completely block the sea route between England and America. Maiden of Liberty Island was in Dany's hands, and New York Town at the south and Southam Town at the north had crossbow arrays. Even if the enemy had pterosaurs escorting them, Tyrion could still hide in the safe zone before he was surrounded. Similarly, Dany had to arrange for pterosaur knights to go to New York and Southam to prevent the enemy's pterosaurs from bombing. The days passed in this stalemate. Dany had the geographical advantage, and the alliance had the support of the entire world. The two sides had not officially started the final battle, but they had already started a protracted war. One day, Dany's realm stabilized. Just as she was about to gather a group of strategists to discuss how to transport the 100-ton steel statue to Slave Bay, Marvin contacted her. The distance was too far, and with Marvin's magic power, he could not contact Danny. It was like when someone was in university, and her family called, but she did not pick up the phone when she received the notification. She would go to a public phone booth and use the phone card she bought in school, $25 for a $50 card, to call back. She would not feel the pinch even if she talked for half an hour. Marvin was a poor demon. Danny's magic power had skyrocketed, so she had always been the one to call back. However, when he saw Danny this time, the bullneck doctor was shocked. The Dragon Queen's projection was 10 times clearer than before. "You're near Dragonstone Island?" Marvin asked in surprise. "No, I'm at Slave Bay. I've made some progress recently, and my magic power has increased by 10 times. Danny waved her hand nonchalantly. Marvin's short and stocky body began to sway. "Did my 30 years of hard work go to waste?" "What's the matter?" Danny asked. Marvin came back to his senses and looked at the Queen's projection in shock again. He said dryly, "The hole in the magic network has been dug. It's 210 meters deep. All right, I'll find some time to sneak over." Sneak? Marvin was confused. "Sigh, the Alliance does have pterosaurs. They've already ambushed me twice. If they know that I left Slave Bay on a black dragon, there will definitely be a third time." Danny sighed. There would not be a third ambush in the near future. Mataris only had 10 pterosaurs left, and with the Dragon Slayer crossbows, they could barely defend the airspace of New Gis. Unfortunately, Danny did not know. Even the representatives of New Gis did not know that Jenny was in a hurry to find Benny II. If she could not find a direct descendant of the 3 families, she could only do it herself. Beristan sent a letter. "He wants you to contact him again when you have time," Marvin said. "Okay." Danny nodded. Samuel arrived at Dragonstone Island on Laurel Wind yesterday afternoon. He brought a barbarian girl, a raven, and a baby. There were no deviant ghosts. Marvin continued. "That fatty is useless." Danny pursed her lips and asked, "Since the deviant ghosts are gone, why didn't he return to the Great Wall?" "I don't know either." Marvin shook his head. "Why don't we call him over and ask him in person?" "Forget it. Let him stay for a few more days. I'll talk to him in person when I arrive at Dragonstone Island." Danny waved her hand and asked, "By the way, what has Big Sparrow been up to recently?" Marvin heard this and his expression became strange. "His fasting and praying. I heard that the old woman promised him that she would teach him divine arts after completing the revision of the 7 Gods doctrine." "Your Majesty, do you think he's gone crazy? He's been fasting for more than half a month, but he just stopped once." Recently, the nobles and commoners of King's Landing are discussing this matter. There are even gambling houses betting that Big Sparrow will follow in St. Bailey's footsteps within a week. Danny was stunned. She had been so busy stabilizing her realm that she had forgotten about this matter. No, she had to immediately respond to the pious Holy Son. She could not let him die so early. But, what divine arts should she bestow upon him? Chapter 528. Big Black, your Holy Son has been hungry for half a month. He's just a skeleton, and you didn't even remind me. After ending the communication with Marvin, Danny and the big black dragon spirit entered the statue of the blacksmith in the great cathedral of Baylor with the help of Wind Song. Then she felt heartache. The big sparrow was haggard, his old face was as white as a ghost, and his whole body was as thin as a stick of wood. This was the Holy Son whose piety was as high as 250. It shouldn't be like this. It was easy for Danny to pull the big sparrow into the pool of faith again along the line of faith that had almost become a door. In the pool of faith of the 7 gods, she could transform into the most sacred 7 gods in the big sparrow's heart. However, she usually only changed between an old woman, a young girl, and the Holy Mother. She didn't disguise herself as the blacksmith, the Holy Father, the stranger, or the warrior. This time, she transformed into the loving Holy Mother and looked at the crying Holy Son with pity, completely out of sincerity. "Oh, Holy Mother of Mercy, I finally see you again." The big sparrow was also reaching his limit. "Child, I've been watching you. You're very good. You're fully qualified to receive the sacred mark." Holy Mother Danny said kindly. "Sacred mark?" The big sparrow was shocked. The real show was here. He stopped crying. The great guardian of light is very devout. Through him, I can pass on divine spells to the believers in this world. The sacred mark is a mark. The sacred mark can receive my divine power, and you and Danny Rise are the only two holy sons who have received the sacred mark. What? Danny Rise is also a holy son? The Big Sparrow was shocked. She founded the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay. She developed the church to the barbarian land. Her piety to the seven gods is second only to you. Good, second only to me. Big Sparrow breathed a sigh of relief. His first place was finally saved. However, he had to work harder in the future. He couldn't let Saint Danny surpass the Holy Sparrow. The Big Sparrow immediately became full of fighting spirit. He was like a field that had 10 trucks of Jinkella, full of desire for high yield. A beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped the Big Sparrow. A warm power poured into his body from the top of his head, and he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. Child, you are too thin and weak. I will bestow upon you the power of a blacksmith. The last voice of the Holy Mother came to her ears, and the Big Sparrow woke up in a trance. Just like the last time, he was lying on the floor with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had fallen asleep. No, when he clenched his fist, it was as if he had the strength to kill a tiger. He opened his palm, and a flame as pure and holy as snow suddenly rose. He closed his eyes, and countless mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind. It was the knowledge of blacksmithing. He had become a blacksmith. Archbishop, are you done praying? When the Big Sparrow walked out of the gate of the Holy Hall, a group of sparrows immediately surrounded it. The one-armed hero, Russell, heaved a sigh of relief. The Archbishop did not have to follow in St. Bailey's footsteps. My lord, do you want to go back to the backyard and rest for a while? I'll get milk and bread for you, he said. No, give me a hammer first, the Big Sparrow said. What do you want the hammer for? Russell asked cautiously. I want to forge. The Holy Mother gave me the power of blacksmithing. I cannot let her down, the Big Sparrow said seriously. Russell and the other children of war looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The Archbishop had followed in St. Bailey's footsteps and had a mental problem. The Holy Mother gave him the power of blacksmithing. Wasn't that the wrong thing to say? Even if you want a hammer and forge, it should be the blacksmith who gives you the power of blacksmithing. But an afternoon later, the sparrows were shocked. Another day later, everyone in King's Landing was shocked. Red Castle, Queen Dowager's bedroom. After the spring rain, Cersei's cheeks were flushed with satisfaction. Her voice was faint as she spoke to Yulun, who looked tired. Did you hear? The Big Sparrow wielded a 50-pound hammer and swung it like the wind. He even spat fire from his mouth and forged a low-grade scrap iron into a steel longsword. The quality was even better than Master Blacksmith Tobu's famed sword, Sunpiercer. When the two swords clashed, Sunpiercer's blade had a crack the size of a bean. Nonsense. The Big Sparrow is so thin. How can he lift a 50-pound hammer? Yulun didn't even open his eyes. The Big Sparrow claimed that he was blessed by the Holy Mother and obtained the power of blacksmithing, Cersei said strangely. That old man is incoherent. Yulun mocked. Cersei broke free from Yulun's arms and said worriedly, You don't know the Big Sparrow. He is very cunning. He will never go crazy. Also, he sent someone to inform Uncle Kevin to end Margaery's church trial in half a month. Then, he will immediately hold a trial for me. He will be the one representing the church in the duel. What? Yulun suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He said in disbelief, The Big Sparrow will represent the church in the trial? With his body, any golden-robed man would be able to chop off his head with a single sword, right? I really hope that he is crazy. After months of adjustment in the Holy Cathedral dungeon, Cersei was traumatized by the Big Sparrow. Even if the Big Sparrow looked crazy at this time, she was still careful, afraid that he was planning a new conspiracy against her. For the first time, Dany only felt that it was a very strange converter that could convert the non-elemental power of faith into divine power with special functions. The power of faith was like electricity, and the clergy was like electrical appliances. Different clergy were like different electrical appliances, converting electricity into various practical functions. For example, electric fans, rice cookers, televisions, refrigerators, etc. When she was stabilizing her realm, Dani also systematically studied the fundamental principles of the clergy. It was very magical, but also very scientific. The clergy was condensed by believers and came from believers. It would not surpass the believers. Dani read in the classical Xianxia novels in her previous life. There was something called a divine talisman. After obtaining it, one could become the corresponding god and master the knowledge related to the divine profession. For example, if one obtained the divine talisman of the earth, one would become the god of the earth and know the skill of growing all things out of thin air. If one obtained the divine talisman of the river, one would become the god of the river and immediately understand the ability to control the river and control the clouds and rain. The clergy was somewhat similar to the talisman. Blackie was a dragon, but after obtaining the blacksmith talisman, he had a lot of knowledge of blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, masons, and many other craftsmen. But unlike the extraordinary talisman, the clergy's knowledge was not extraordinary at all. It was very low level. It was the accumulation of countless believers' knowledge over countless years. To put it bluntly, whatever skills the believers of the seven gods had, the clergy had the corresponding knowledge. The upper limit of its knowledge was the believers, and it could not exceed the believers. After Blackie obtained the blacksmith clergy, the knowledge of blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on, all came from the believers of the blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on. This was very awkward. Blackie, the god of blacksmiths, was not even as good as Korha's blacksmith master Tobu. Tobu could reforge steel, but the blacksmith could not, and it was Dani who taught him. Because the believers of the seven gods in Westeros did not know this skill. But the blacksmith of the seven gods also had extraordinary skills. His forging skills were very skillful, and it was equivalent to the accumulation of countless blacksmith believers' experience over countless years. So, if Dani and the big black dragon were to obtain the blacksmith clergy, she could immediately become the strongest blacksmith in the world. If it was another world, Dani might be able to show off in front of the people with the blacksmith clergy's forging skills and show off as a young person. She could look down on the blacksmith master and forge a 9th grade spiritual weapon in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Dani still remembered that there were many such scenes in a novel, and she was very excited when she read it. But in this world, Dragon Queen's acting skills were already at the maximum level. She could transform into a blacksmith, sweat like rain, and forge a fine steel sword that could cut iron like mud. She could indeed be terrifying and shock the world, but it was all negative effects. Ha ha ha, Dragon Queen was indeed the daughter of the Mad King. Now that her mad blood had acted up, she actually ran off to become a blacksmith. Her enemies would laugh at her like this, but they would not marvel at the Queen's exquisite skills. However, blacksmithing was one of the seven gods after all, and the Big Sparrow liked this divine skill very much. It represented a miracle. During the reign of Saint Bailey, an illiterate stonemason who did not know how to pray, because of his exquisite craftsmanship, was regarded as a blacksmith's mortal body by Saint Bailey. He was finally appointed as the archbishop. Compared with that stonemason, the Big Sparrow's divine skill was tens of thousands of times stronger. After personally forging a fine steel double-handed sword, the Big Sparrow's devotion to the seven gods entered a new level. It was still 250 faith, but the power of faith provided had increased by 10 times. The power of faith provided by each believer's daily prayers equals devotion * coefficient. The coefficient of ordinary believers was about 10.0. And the Big Sparrow's coefficient was also 10.0 before. At this time, his coefficient of faith suddenly soared to 100.0, and Dani was not sure what realm it was. Because the coefficient and devotion were very high, the Big Sparrow contributed 25,000 points of faith to Dahe a day. After deducting 50% of the profit, Dahe should also give him 16,666 points of divine power. God had mercy. Clinton had fasted and prayed for almost a week for the 100 points of divine power to contract the pterosaur. If the Big Sparrow were to contract the pterosaur, maybe it would only take a look. Clinton was to the Big Sparrow, just like Pogba was to the Dragon Queen in terms of fire witchcraft. From this, It could be seen how 666 the big sparrow was at this time. However, although Danny knew that the big sparrow was very 666 now, she could not imagine that the guy dared to compete with the demon mountain. But she did not have time and energy to care about the holy sun now. On the night that she gave him the forging divine skill, Danny received a messenger crow from Zingis, requesting a truce for a few days. Her old friend Zaro was going to Astapor to discuss the redemption of the prisoners of war. Danny immediately found that this gave her two opportunities, a chance to leave Slave Bay, and a chance to plant spies. She wrote a letter that night and sent it to Zingis the next afternoon. After a serious discussion with the ministers for a day, I have decided to accept the request of the Alliance Army for negotiation, but the messenger must be Zaro. Moreover, Zaro could not take the pterosaur directly to Astapor. He could fly to New York town first, then take the fast boat arranged by White Knight Garth and go to Astapor by sea. The airspace of Slave Bay was not allowed to enter. Then that night, Danny took Cora and Clinton to Little Green and Dahe, respectively, and rushed to the Little Rhone River more than 3,000 kilometers away. Dohi. Obviously, Danny's goal was the steel Sphinx statue at the entrance of Dohi. She planned to melt it in one day and bring a ton of steel back to Astapor in 2 days. Chapter 529. The rise of the Dragon Queen led to the rapid decline of the world's sea trade, and her 60 million gold royals project made the food market more prosperous than ever before. As a result, farmers began to appear on both sides of the Little Lawn River. They sowed wheat and soybean seeds on the land previously used for cotton, castor, and hemp. After the reclaimed farmland was planted, the manor owner also organized the farmers to burn the mountains and reclaim new farmland. It could be said that Slavers Bay was making a big leap in agricultural production, while Ursus was making a small leap in the Lawn River basin. Denzel of the Andals was also one of the pioneers. He even left his home and was arranged by his master to work at the Little Lawn River 500 kilometers away. Because of his good farming skills and rich experience, his master needed his skills to reclaim the newly purchased wasteland. Before the age of 15, Denzel was a shepherd boy at the Harvest Hall. He raised and plowed cattle for Count Aston. The Harvest Hall's territory was very suitable for farming. It was the granary of the Stormlands. The emblem of the House of Selmy 3 golden wheat ears said it all, so Denzel was trained as a farmer for as long as he could remember. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be driving the cattle to plough the Count's land and plant the last wave of winter wheat before the winter snow came. But although he was an expert at driving cattle, he did not like this profession. The young man wanted to drive a ship and sail thousands of miles to the Jade Sea, to Iban, to the Barren Land, to see the different sceneries of different parts of the world. When he was 15 years old, after completing his contract with Count Aston, he did not follow his dead father's last wish to marry a farmer's daughter. Instead, he settled down as a good farmer and continued to work for Count Selmy. He went to King's Landing and was hired by a Pentus merchant as a sailor on the Flying Pentus. For the first 2 years, he sailed to Bravos, Seagull Town, White Harbor, Old Town, Mill, and other cities that he had never been to before. He was very happy. But everything changed 2 years ago. The Dragon Queen seized Slavers Bay, and the trade on the summer sea collapsed by half. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Queen's actions caused a terrible economic crisis in the world. As trade between the East and the West decreased, the number of goods sold and purchased by the cities along the narrow sea was greatly reduced. The Flying Pentosian was just an offshore flat-bottomed cargo ship, equivalent to a carriage driver on the sea. Without goods from the East, the number of Western specialties that were sent to the East decreased. The coachman became idle and Denzel lost his job. Coincidentally, he met a girl he liked, so he settled down in Pentus. He wanted to buy a house. If he did not have a house, the girl's parents would not be willing to marry their daughter to him. Unfortunately, the housing prices here were too high. Buying a 60 square meter house outside the city would cost him 30 years of his salary. Of course, he didn't have 30 years worth of salary, so he could only get a loan from the Bank of Pentus. If the free people of Pentus wanted to buy a house or live, they had to take a loan. Then, Denzel discovered something terrifying. The income he and his wife earned from their labor was often less than what they needed for food and clothing. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to borrow again. As such, his debt would continue to grow day by day, and he would never be able to recover. Later on, he met a fellow villager, a bachelor in economics from the old town, and only then did he understand what was going on. After losing the war with Bravos, Pentus almost became a semi-colony of Bravos. Of course, a semi-colony had to sign an unequal treaty. In addition to the military restrictions, no more than 20 warships, no mercenaries, no contracts with freelance mercenaries, and no military force beyond the number of city guards. The city was also not allowed to maintain slavery. But the ruler of the city needed slaves. Slaves were the cheapest, the most obedient, and the most valuable. So, the ruler of the city thought of a way to turn the free people into slaves, deliberately raising the price of living goods, lowering the free people's wages, and forcing them to borrow money from the governor of trade who ruled the city. If they owed their master, they had to work for their master. These free people were called free slaves. This was the setting in the original book. Martin was mirroring America. Apart from the name, they were essentially no different from slaves. Denzel became a free slave of one of the governors of trade, Illyrio. Long before Dragon Queen's 60 million gold royals grain purchase plan, Illyrio began to expand the scale of grain farming, and then bought land on a large scale and hired farmers to cultivate the wasteland. At this time, from Pentus to the Little Lawn River, there were Illyrio's estates because there was Veleglia Avenue. Transportation was very convenient. After being a free slave for 2 years, Denzel found that there was nothing to be afraid of, because his life now was no different from when he was a free Westeros. He continued to farm for his boss, and his boss paid him a living wage. It was the same everywhere. In this case, he lived with a clear conscience like the thousands of free slaves in the city. During this time, even if there was news of the Dragon Queen, liberator of slaves, Shacklebreaker, Misha the Slave, and other titles, it did not move him too much. He was not a slave. How could the Dragon Queen liberate him? Perhaps, he would only hear her story in his life, and would not have anything to do with it. Until this day, around 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, the temperature was neither hot nor cold, and the northwest wind was warm like a lover's hand. Denzel was wearing a grey linen shirt and shorts, and his bare feet were bare. His exposed skin was as tanned as an old cow's. He was propping up an old black buffalo that was shiny with oil, and turning over the wet and soft black soil. His wife and mother-in-law were holding a green gourd ladle filled with soybeans, and following behind the snow-white plough, counting the beans. Whoosh! The sky suddenly darkened, as if a large dark cloud was covering it, and there was the sound of air turbulence. Moo the big buffalo, which was steadier than an old dog, suddenly stopped, its hind legs went weak, and it collapsed into the mud. Before Denzel could be angry, he heard his wife yell at the top of her lungs, "Dragon, dragon!" Denzel was shocked, and looked up. Sure enough, he saw 2 megalosaurus, one black and one green, cutting through the blue sky like 2 sharp knives. Their speed was too fast, and they left behind 2 clear traces of flight among the white clouds. "Dragon, this is a megalosaurus, a Targaryen, a Targaryen. Dragon Queen, the one sitting on it must be Queen Dany Rise, the Queen of the Andals, Loinar, and Forerunners, the protector of the entire realm." For some reason, Denzel suddenly felt a surge of passion, and he lost his composure as he shouted at his wife and mother-in-law. It was as if he wanted to tell them, "Did you see that? That's the Queen of the Andals, and I'm also an Andal, a former Westeros." His mother-in-law did not think highly of her son-in-law just because he was separated by thousands of miles from the Dragon Queen. She only kept urging him, "No matter who is on the dragon, it has nothing to do with you or us. Hurry up and pull the old cow up, there are still 7 or 8 acres of land waiting for us to work on." His mother-in-law was wrong. The Dragon Queen's arrival this time had really crossed paths with them. After only 15 minutes, the black dragon flew back. Then, they were shocked. It was just as the street bards said, the Dragon Queen's black dragon could speak. Farmers employed by Governor Illyrio Mapartis immediately lead the cows and horses along the Veleglia stone path to the mouth of the river. Farmers not employed by Illyrio, if you are willing to earn a gold radiance coin, you can also go. The Megalosaurus's voice rumbled like thunder, and it could be heard clearly from miles away. Denzel was still in a daze, unsure if he should listen to the Megalosaurus's words. He saw the manor's steward drenched in sweat as he galloped on the fields on a mule, shouting, "Immediately head to the west. Men, women, old, and young, all of you. If you don't get there in half an hour, your wages will be deducted." What else could Denzel do? He could only quickly remove the plough from the old cow's back, then lead the cow and jog to the west with his wife and mother-in-law. Along the way, they met many farmers, stewards, and even mercenaries who were riding horses and herding cows. Yes, a small mercenary group that guarded the manor. There were more than 100 people in the group. "Why are we going to the west?" his wife asked as she tugged at his arm with her large, calloused hand. "Perhaps we have to cross the river and go to Gedo on the other side," Denzel said uncertainly. He could not understand. Other than a statue of a dragon's body and waist-high weeds, there was not even a ferry. The two sides of the river were connected by a stone bridge. But he was wrong again. They did not cross the river. Instead, they stopped near the statue of the female dragon king. "Look, there's a knight." His wife pointed at a knight in full armor in the middle of the crowd. Denzel's body trembled. A white leather helmet with rainbow feathers, an exquisite white glaze armor inlaid in front of his chest, and a wide, milky white cloak that shone as white as snow and as bright as a young girl's hope. Wasn't this the legendary White Knight? He was excited again. His previous master, Count Selmy of the Harvest Hall, and his granduncle, Beristan, was the legendary White Knight known as the model of Westeros knights. After that, he found out the identity of the White Knight from the steward, Jorah Mormorn. Coincidentally, he also knew this person. It was because the reputation of the Count of Bear Island, the man whose wife ran away with another man, was too resounding, and everyone knew him. Not only did the steward of the Illyrio family's manor come, but everyone in the nearby manors also came with men, ropes, and carriages. It was said that the Dragon Queen rode on a dragon and visited every manor nearby. The terrifying wings of death and great guardian of light roared, "Listen to me, I am the great guardian of light. Otherwise, the wings of death will descend." What else could the stewards do? Denzel looked left and right. There was only Sir Mormorn and a weathered middle-aged knight called Sir Clinton. There was only a green dragon in the sky. There was no sign of the black dragon or the Dragon Queen. However, he did not have time to let his imagination run wild. 300 to 400 people came one after another. The group was split into two. The White Knight led a group of people to the manor to get bricks and build a forge, on Valeglia Avenue. Sir Clinton instructed people to move the Sphinx statue with a woman's head and the body of a megalosaurus. A few thick hemp ropes were tied around the statue. The ropes passed through the pulleys on the giant wooden frame in front of it and split into 40 to 50 strands, each of which was pulled by an old bull. There were also people who placed gravel, coarse sand, and bricks between the statue and the stone path. After doing all this, Sir Clinton pushed a cart of iron balls the size of a child's fist. They were smooth, as if they were one. In front of the statue, he placed an iron ball a palm's width apart. There was a total of 30 to 40 iron balls. Chapter 530. Denzel was not stupid. He immediately understood what Sir Clinton was trying to do. As the farmer urged the cattle to pull the rope, the head of the Sphinx gradually rose. There was a tripod in front of it that was supported by sturdy oak. The pulley at the top of the tripod was higher than the center of gravity of the Sphinx. As the rope pulled, it was equivalent to exerting an upward force on the statue. With that, the bottom of the Sphinx rose and moved forward a distance of a palm's width with great difficulty. It pressed down on the iron ball that was laid down earlier. The iron ball broke the stone bricks that were laid down below and almost sank into the gravel pit. Then, the pulley on the tripod was lowered slightly so that the angle of the pulling force did not change. With that, the statue moved forward another half a step. As the statue left the pit, it gradually pressed down on the iron balls. The pulling speed became faster and faster. After passing through the iron balls, the statue took out the iron ball that was pressed into the gravel pit and placed it in front of it. Before noon, the Sphinx moved 7 to 8 meters and leaped onto the stone path of Valeglia. At that moment, Denzel finally saw the Dragon Queen. She descended from the sky on a black dragon. Her appearance. She was wearing a helmet and iron armor, so he could not see her clearly. What caught his attention was that the black dragon was carrying a bundle of more than 10 iron blowers. As he was an Andal and his ancestral home was the Stormlands, Denzel became a small leader under Sir Clinton. He commanded the cattle to pull the statue. With that, he could see the Dragon Queen up close. Although Denzel did not know why she was wearing a helmet, of course, she was afraid of death and was afraid that someone in the crowd would shoot her with a crossbow. He could see through the gap in the helmet that she was a very beautiful lady. She had big, violet eyes, fair, lustrous skin, a delicate little chin, and silvery hair that reflected the sun's rays. Without a doubt, she was a Targaryen. Everyone knew that Targaryens had purple eyes and silver hair. They were extraordinarily beautiful. However, what caught Denzel's attention the most was not the queen's appearance, but she actually knew magic. Denzel saw with his own eyes that the Dragon Queen used flames to melt the dragon crystal. He heard from her, and some strange magic materials. She then branded some words, magic runes, that he could not understand on the cleaned black stone path. After that, he moved the Sphinx statue to the top of the scribbles. With the statue as the center, he built a 2-story castle with windows the size of 8 buckets. The statue was placed in a castle made of red bricks and blue stone strips. Then, 8 2-meter-tall castles were built along the windows of the castle. Now he understood that the small castle was connected to the blower, which was actually a furnace. A large amount of charcoal was loaded into 8 stoves and lit at around 2 in the afternoon. During this time, many caravans between Pentus and Norfoss passed by. They were very surprised and wanted to stop and watch, but all of them chose to leave after the black dragon roared, "Get lost or die." The fire burned, and the newly built furnace began to emit a hot, wet smell of lime. The lime used to build the walls was dried by the fire, and there were even cracks in some places. Under normal circumstances, it should be slowly dried in the shade, but the high temperature would cause uneven heating, and the walls would crack. However, the Dragon Queen only dug out a lump of lime to cover the crack and continued to burn it. Denzel understood the Queen's thoughts. She only wanted to melt the iron statue this time, and did not really plan to build a steel-making furnace on the main road. Why doesn't the Queen use the dragon to burn the Sphinx statue, just like how Black Death Balerion melted the iron sword to build the Iron Throne? He could not help but ask his fellow countrymen. Yes, Sir Clinton also claimed to be from the Land of Storms, so he was somewhat close to him. However, when Denzel asked him if he was from the Clinton family of Vulture's Nest Castle, he shook his head and did not say a word. At this moment, the Clinton of Vulture's Nest Castle was related to John Clinton, but they were not of the same bloodline. It still being heated, the Dragon Queen glanced at him and said, "Oh 7 gods," the Dragon Queen actually spoke to him. Denzel was so excited that his black face flushed red. His head was boiling, his eyes were dizzy, and he was at a loss. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen only said one sentence before she turned her head back and continued to stare at the huge, blazing furnace. As carts of charcoal were transported over from the nearby manor, and as the people operating the blower changed batch after batch, the furnace began to emit waves of heat into the surroundings. Everyone began to retreat. When the sky gradually turned a shade of yellow, the Dragon Queen chanted an incantation. The flames at the top of the furnace in the castle shrunk, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. However, the speed of adding charcoal did not slow down at all. Denzel did not understand magic. Naturally, he did not know that after the temperature of the statue stopped rising, the Dragon Queen used her fire control spell to transform the dissipating flames into the shape of a huge bell, enveloping the statue within. As such, the steel statue's temperature continued to rise, and the outside world could not feel much heat. Before the sky darkened, the Megalosaurus finally began to breathe fire. The black and green dragons seemed to be in a relay race. One after another, they continuously poured dragon flame into the furnace at the top of the castle. The dragon flame and charcoal burned together for a full 3 hours. The vast, dark wilderness was gradually bathed in a dazzling starry sky. During dinner, Denzel was given 3 sausages, 2 eggs, a loaf of bread, and a big bowl of beef, oatmeal, and carrot soup. He ate happily, only to realize that the Dragon Queen and her 2 knights did not eat or drink. At midnight, Denzel was lying on the stone path, dozing off. Suddenly, a sense of fear surged in his heart. It was as if a ferocious tiger had snuck up beside him and was about to bite his neck. He woke up with a start. The sleeping people around him seemed to have felt the same way, and a series of shouts rang out. With just a glance, Denzel could sense the source of the change, the black dragon. During the day, he instinctively felt that he was as majestic and domineering as a god. At this moment, he seemed to have truly become a god. His appearance did not change. He was still as ferocious and terrifying, but his entire body was emitting a holy aura that made people want to worship him. No, something else had changed. Dragon flame. The blood-red dragon flame had turned into an extremely bright glazed red. If colors could have life, the glazed red would have come alive at this moment. The green dragons retreated to the side. Only the black dragon continued to spit out dragon flame that resembled a glazed red water column. Another quarter of an hour passed. Boom. Very suddenly, the castle-sized brick furnace shook a few times, as if something inside had exploded. Almost at the same time, at the bottom of the Rhone River, a huge wave rose out of nowhere. Before the two knights could ask in surprise, Denzel was stunned to see the Dragon Queen cursing in exasperation. Goddamn Valeglia, if you want to show off, then show off until the end. Don't you feel ashamed to use a fake to fool the world for thousands of years? At this moment, the Dragon Queen did not know the true meaning of the steel statue, nor did she know what she had done. She also could not hear the resentful roars of beasts coming from the Rhone River dozens of kilometers away. Some ancient existence had broken free from the seal of Valeglia. Fake. Her two knights' expressions changed abruptly. Steel skin, scrap iron core. The steel inside has long melted. When the fixed steel skin is broken, it will suddenly explode like a broken soup dumpling, and juice will splatter everywhere. The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her iron boots on the stone path. When the Dragon Queen smashed the brick that was in contact with the stone path, a thin layer of tiles near the edge of the stone path, bright red molten iron that radiated a white light, immediately flowed out and flowed directly into the sand pit beside the stone path. The stone path was a palm's height above the ground, and the sand pit that was dug in advance caught the flowing molten iron. Well, the Dragon Queen had arranged for people to shovel away the top layer of soil and lay a thick layer of mold sand. The molten iron sizzled in the sand pit. Even though the sand pit had been baked for a period of time by the Dragon Queen's dragon flames, there was still a large amount of smoke rising from the ground around it. The smell of burning filled the air, and the heat wave spread without restraint. Everyone's faces were red and hot from the molten iron, but the Dragon Queen continued to sigh as if nothing had happened. She muttered, "Too much, too much. With so much molten iron, how many tons of steel can there be left?" The size and depth of the sand pit were calculated in advance. A small pit was the size of a bucket, compacted with a standard mold and dried the water. It could hold about 500 pounds of iron. Steel was also iron, and its density was exactly the same as iron. Small pits were connected to small pits. The first small pit was filled, and the molten iron that flowed down would flow along the thumb-sized notch above the pit wall to the next small pit. The principle was the same as the ice cube box in the refrigerator. Since it was molten iron that was flowing, the Dragon Queen personally jumped into the pit and blocked some of the drainage notch with ceramic stoppers. Well, the small pit originally had 4 walls, and the overflowing molten iron could flow in all directions. Now, under the deliberate control of the Dragon Queen, the molten iron only flowed to the sides, leaving the position near the faucet for the steel. Out of the reserved 20 by 20 pits, 250 of them were filled with ordinary molten iron, 71 of them were filled with steel, and 25 of them were empty. In other words, the Sphinx statue was about 80 tons, of which 62. 5 tons of ordinary steel and 18 tons of steel. Ordinary steel was a mixture of grayish-white and grayish-black, while steel was a smoky black that reflected a strange luster. The two could be clearly distinguished. It's not bad, looking at the smoky black iron bucket that was pulled out by the hanging rope like a radish, the Dragon Queen finally smiled. Well, when the Dragon Queen flew over from Slaver's Bay, she also brought 200 fine steel chains that were as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. A chain was placed in 2 adjacent pits on the left and right. When the molten iron solidified, it was equivalent to fixing a big iron ball at both ends of the chain. A single iron ball weighed 500 kilograms, and only Blackie could carry it. From midnight to the darkest 3 hours before dawn, Blackie carried 34 iron balls and left everyone's sight. When it returned, it was empty-handed. Needless to say, everyone knew that the steel was too heavy, and the Megalosaurus could not carry it all at once, so the black dragon hid it somewhere nearby. Denzel's heart skipped a beat. To transport 34 iron balls in just 3 hours, it would take about 5 to 6 minutes for a round trip. In other words, the steel was no more than 3 minutes of flying distance for the black dragon. And the black dragon was carrying half a ton of iron ingots. Could it fly 400 kilometers in an hour? 3 minutes, no more than 20 kilometers. This, he did not know how much steel was worth in the market, but a dozen tons of steel could definitely be exchanged for a city. It was truly priceless. Denzel's eyes flashed, and then he saw that many people's eyes were flashing. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear. He quietly approached Clinton. "Sir, it's best if you let the Queen take the steel away as soon as possible." Clinton's expression was blank, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Denzel sighed and did not say anything else. But before dawn, his kindness was reciprocated. Sure enough, the Dragon Queen kept her word. Every farmer received 1 or 2 gold coins, overtime pay for the night. Denzel received 18 gold royals. They were not gold radiance coins, but Westeros gold royals that were worth 3 gold radiance coins. Clinton gave him all the gold royals he had. Only one was enough for him to pay off his loan to Illyrio, and he still had some left. The remaining gold royals could buy a large manor with hundreds of acres of fertile land. Denzel finally embarked on the path of glory of a certain male protagonist, a reversal of fortune. Chapter 531. Gedorf was more than 3,000 kilometers away from Slavers Bay, and a messenger crow could only travel 600 to 700 kilometers a day. After all, a crow was a bird. It needed food and rest, and could not fly 24 hours a day. Therefore, even if someone sent a letter to Matares, it would take at least 4 days for the Alliance to receive news that the Dragon Queen had appeared in Gedorf. Dany did not even stay in Gedorf for 24 hours. Before dawn, she flew away on the Black Dragon. Well, Clinton and Jorah could not ride Little Green. They came on Big Black, but the two did not leave Gedorf. Even Denzel, the farmer, could estimate that the range of the steel was not more than 20 kilometers. How could Dany not consider this point? It was 18 tons of steel. It was heavier than all the steel weapons in the world combined. Priceless was not enough to describe its preciousness. Needless to say, in the next few months, there would be a large number of treasure hunters centered around the furnace where Dany smelted the Sphinx. Rivers, banks, swamps, bushes, and so on would be the places they would search. However, Dany played a little trick. She did throw the steel in the hills 10 kilometers away. But in front of everyone, she rode Little Green and carried a piece of steel, while Clinton and Mormorn rode Big Black and carried 2 pieces of steel. They flew southeast to Slavers Bay. But after entering the darkness of night, they immediately took a detour and headed north to a hidden col 10 kilometers away. Dany rode the Black Dragon and left empty-handed. Mormorn, Jorah, and Little Green stayed behind. When night fell again, the two of them would break the chains and let Little Green carry the pieces away piece by piece to the upper Rhone River further north and throw them into the center of the river. That location was more than 20 kilometers away from the furnace, or even 50 kilometers. No one would think that Big Black could fly 50 kilometers in 3 minutes. Those treasure hunters who could not find the steel would only think that the Dragon Queen had dug a deep hole and buried them. Then they would continue to dig deeper and deeper holes. Leaving Clinton and Jorah to transfer the iron ingots, Dany flew west to Dragonstone Island, which was thousands of kilometers away. They took off before dawn, and when the sun rose from the east, Dragonstone Island appeared in their line of sight. Without wasting any more time with Old Crab and the others, Dany headed straight for Aegon's garden. With the cooperation of Marvin and the others, she began to construct the Mana well at the bottom of the lava. For the 250-meter deep pit, Dany had prepared 3 sets of 1850-meter-long magic pumping sticks. The opening connecting the magma layer of the volcano was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, while the magic wand was only as thick as a wrist. Danny had designed it to connect the 3 magic wands in parallel. Even if there was a problem with one of them, the other 2 would act as backup channels. The 650-meter-long magic pipes were all melted and connected, making a total length of 300 meters. Excluding the 260 meters underground, the 40 meters above ground would be used to build the Sky Tower. The Tower of Babel had not been completed yet, and Danny had only completed 5/6 of the project. She had been busy from morning until 3 in the afternoon. Finally, Danny had finished carving the last rune. In the basement of the rock layer, 10 meters above ground, Danny placed a colorless magic crystal the size of a human head in the center of the stone platform. The dark purple dragon crystal stone platform was half a meter high, and the bottom was connected to the magic pipes. It was equivalent to a socket for the magic network. Can the magic network be activated without building a tower? Old Crab was puzzled. Yes, but the effect is not as good. According to Valeglia's theory, the higher the altitude of the crystal ball, the better the signal reception. I'm only testing whether the legendary magic network can be activated, Danny said excitedly. At this time, the 210-meter deep pit had not been filled, and the group stood on the wooden floor of the suspended fish beam. After completing the construction of the magic network, Danny was finally in the mood to observe the surroundings. "Where's Samuel?" she asked, puzzled. "He went to King's Landing to meet Randall Tarley. Randall is now the Regent's Minister of Justice and is in charge of the 3,000 golden robes in King's Landing. He has a high position. Sam plans to persuade Father to let the Iron Throne believe in the matter of the other ghosts," Marvin explained. Danny frowned and said, "I told him a few days ago to wait at Dragonstone Island. I'm very busy and have to leave tonight. I can't delay the war at Slaver's Bay for him. Maybe he can come back before tonight." "King's Landing is not far from Dragonstone Island," Marvin said awkwardly. This was his mistake. He thought that the Dragon Queen said to wait a few days, which was at least a week, so he agreed to Sam's request to go to King's Landing to meet Father. "Forget it. Since the magic network has been built, we can communicate through the magic network from now on." After saying that, Danny covered the crystal ball with her hand. The transparent crystal absorbed Danny's magic and was instantly dyed red, like a ball of thick red ink spreading in clear water. This was the manifestation of the great wizard's magic that Danny had injected. ****** circles of flame-shaped runes lit up on the surface of the purplish-black magic network from top to bottom. Looking down from the weirwood platform, one could clearly see the runes in the dark well spreading down into the magma. ***boom. The volcano was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Its body shook a few times, and the whole of Dragonstone Island shook a few times. The volcano is going to explode," the old crab asked with a pale face. "Don't be afraid, the volcano is just being activated." Danny was worried, and she was shocked by the magic network's ability to draw magic. However, on the surface, she looked like a calm old dog that had everything under control. The sound of strings being plucked at a high frequency came from the bottom of the well. The purplish-black energy network was dyed red from bottom to top, as if it was a straw that was sucking up the blood of the earth. Whoosh in an instant, the vast sea of magma and fire magic entered the magic crystal ball at the top. The whole of Aegon Garden and more than half of Dragonstone Island's castle were dyed a magnificent red, a red that was alive. In the world of ice and fire, the sea of magic in the void also set off a small magic tide. At this moment, Danny felt that her power could crush the earth with one hand and blow the clouds above her head with one breath. Too powerful. Human power is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is limitless. The skyrocketing fire wizard power dyed Danny's purple eyes blood red. The fire wizard Pogba's wizard power was like a mosquito, Kishi's wizard power was like a cat, and Danny before the dragon battle in Meereen was like a hunting dog. After the battle in Meereen, the wizard power in her body was like a fierce tiger. However, compared to the wizard power that was being drawn from the magma, Danny was like a shark in the sea. No matter how big a shark was, it was not even an ant when compared to the vast and boundless sea. Valeglia's magic network was so overpowered. Danny finally understood why the people of Valeglia could build a super-magical civilization. The foundation of any civilization's development was energy, and the magic network provided the people of Valeglia with endless energy. The old crab used his sleeves to cover his face, blocking the magical power that was unrestrainedly spreading around him. He wailed, "Your Majesty, please retract your powers." Buzz buzz Danny's mind moved, and the red light that had spread across half of the island instantly disappeared. The crystal ball in her hands gradually turned from light red to pink, and then from pink to bright red. Then it turned orange red, deep red, dark red, and the color continued to deepen. Suddenly, it turned from red to light blue, and finally stabilized at a light azure blue. Danny sensed in surprise that the light blue magical power was still fire wizard power, but its energy level had increased by 1 level. She could not help but recall the dream she had in the Immortal Palace 400 years ago. She had seen the Great Wizard holding a large dark blue magic ball. It was obvious that the other party's magic energy level was higher than hers, and the total amount was far greater than this small magic ball. "It's so beautiful. I can almost see the entire world in the crystal ball." Marvin approached the stone platform, looking mesmerized. "It's also dangerous. Didn't you feel it?" "The entire Dragonstone Island was shaking just now," the old crab said worriedly. "Don't worry, it's just the earth fire within 10 kilometers. It's a normal phenomenon," Danny said nonchalantly. 10 kilometers? Bron exclaimed in shock. Recalling the history of Valyria that he had read in the library of Dragonstone Island, he could not help but tremble in fear. That is to say, if a catastrophe like the one in Valyria occurs, it will affect a radius of 10 kilometers. "At least 10 kilometers, Danny said calmly. "At least 10 kilometers. Bron's face contorted. Was he going to live on a giant barrel of gunpowder from now on? It was too dangerous here. He wanted to leave the island. Danny saw through his thoughts and said unhappily, "Do you think it's that easy for a catastrophe to happen?" Valeglia was extravagant and wasteful. 14 fire peaks, and it took them 6,000 years to suffer retribution. If we are careful and frugal, we can at least last 600,000 years. According to the power valve I set, the fire wizard power extracted is only half of the hot spring. In an emergency, other than me, the others can only overclock it by 500%, which is 2.5 times the consumption of the hot spring. Valeglia's people used the magic network to change the world, but Danny only used it for communication. Think about the proportion of a normal household's energy consumption and mobile phone charging. It was almost negligible. "Oh, Your Majesty is wise." The old crab's worries were gone. After he relaxed, he habitually flattered. "Your Majesty, please try and see what effect the magic ball has." Marvin's eyes were fervent as he pointed at the magic ball. "What effect?" Danny pressed her left hand on the magic ball, and her right hand formed a sword finger, and drew a line in the air. Rip like the sound of silk tearing, 100-meter-long, palm-wide line of fire broke through the 10-meter-deep hole and landed on the stone wall, leaving a charred black mark. 7 gods above, this is really magic. It was Bron's first time seeing the magic of gathering fire in the air. His eyes widened in shock. "Compared to you, the fire wizards in the Alchemist Guild are even worse than children," the knowledgeable old crab muttered in shock. Hearing him mention the fire wizards, Danny asked curiously, "What's the effect of the alchemists I asked you to recruit?" "More than 20 fire wizards came. I placed them on Tidehead Island, and they can produce a few dozen pounds of wildfire every day." "That's not enough." Danny frowned. Marvin did not care about the fire wizards and wildfire. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, other than fire wizard spells, how are the magic network's effects on other wizard spells?" "Other wizard spells?" Danny's heart skipped a beat. She closed her eyes and activated the Green Prophet meditation technique with all her might, entering the state of windsong. Her soul seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, following a trace of Green Prophet magic power into the crystal ball. There was no obstruction at all. The fire wizard power was instantly infected by her spiritual power and turned into vast Green Prophet magic power. Swoosh! She was like a wind spirit. Her vision instantly expanded, and it was the same feeling she had when she entered the weirwood beyond the Great Wall. She merged with the sky, earth, trees, and boulders. She heard the music of nature. She was like a gust of wind, passing through the castle on Dragonstone Island. She saw the guards on duty, the servants at work, and the blacksmiths swinging their hammers. Then, she commanded the wind to blow toward the harbor. She saw the laurel wind, and her old acquaintance, Cthulhu. She tried, and the wind could even pass through the deck and the seawater. She saw 7 gods above. What did she see? In shock, Dany immediately exited the state of wind song. Huff! She panted with an unpleasant expression, her eyes flashing with shock and confusion. What's wrong? Marvin could not help but ask, seeing her strange expression. Go to the harbor immediately and surround the laurel wind. Dany snapped out of her daze and said sternly. Chapter 532. Almost 3 years ago, Dragon Queen opened the Megalosaurus Zoo in Zarro's mansion. The laurel wind happened to pass by Queers and learned that the Megalosaurus had reappeared. Captain Cthulhu Mo, as a dragon visitor, brought gifts and his daughter to visit Dany. In order to thank Cthulhu for bringing news of her homeland from the old town, Dragon Queen also asked Dahe to draw a dragon-worshipping portrait for him. After that, Cthulhu continued to sail around the Jade Sea, while Dragon Queen went to Astapor to start her own legendary journey. The next time they met was 3 months ago in Bravos. The laurel wind and the black dragon passed by the Titan statue almost at the same time. But that time, Dragon Queen's real body didn't come at all. Only Dahe went. Later, because of Dragon Queen's chaos in Bravos, many local merchants' ships were burned, and even they died in the chaos. The foreign merchants were also afraid of being implicated by the mystic dragon, so they escaped from the water city that night. This caused the entire city's trade to enter a cold winter in a short period of time. Cthulhu delayed for more than a month before he cleared out the Jade Sea specialties on the ship. Taking advantage of the fact that the merchants in Bravos started to sell their goods due to the disaster, he bought a batch of specialties from the north of Ursos at a low price. He planned to ship them to the old town in the West Eros to sell. Coincidentally, he met the Night Watchers from the Great Wall. When the Night Watchers were looking for a fast boat to the old town, they found the laurel wind. At that time, the Night Watchers wanted to use the Dragon Queen's dragon might to do things, so they wantonly announced that they were working for Dany. Cthulhu immediately accepted Sam and the others, and also promised to stop at Dragonstone Island for a few days when they passed by Blackwater Bay. The Black Captain also wanted to see the Dragon Queen again. Even if they waited at the docks for a few days, even Sam went to King's Landing, and his daughter Kujio was very anxious. Cthulhu was still calm. He didn't plan to abandon the Night Watchers and go to the old town alone. Just this morning, in the captain's room, Cthulhu, who had just woken up, was carefully wiping the dust on the glass of the dragon-worshipping portrait. In any case, after this trip, we'll return to Tall Tree Town to wait for the long night and for the battle at Slave Bay to end. As long as I can see the Dragon Queen again, I don't mind wasting 10 days or half a month. Then he heard the noise of the sailors on deck. The Black Dragon is here. The Dragon Queen is here. The Megalosaurus is here. Death God. Sure, do you want to die? Right now, the Black Dragon is clearly the great guardian of light. If you call him by the wrong name, you'll be caught in the air trying to guess riddles. Another sailor hurriedly covered his companion's mouth and said nervously. The sailor with rotten yellow teeth broke free from his companion's arm and shouted, "What do you know?" "That's exactly what I want. I've read a lot of riddles and prepared for today." Seeing that his companion was at a loss, Rotten Yellow Teeth sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that every time the Bravos singer tells the story of the riddle of the Megalosaurus, the stupid pig named Hanks is the most important supporting role. The sailor Hanks from before was unknown, but now has been sung by countless poets and plays. He's actually famous." At this moment, the expression on Rotten Yellow Teeth's big flat face was very complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but also confidence, nervousness, and anticipation. "I'm smarter than him. Maybe I'll be able to guess the riddle and beat the Megalosaurus in terms of intelligence and become the main character of the legend." "Ah, Jimmy, you're so smart." The sailors were shocked at first, then they sighed in admiration. The next moment, almost everyone put their hands to their mouths to synthesize a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Deathwing, Deathwing." They also wanted to ride on the Black Dragon's popularity and become part of the legend. Even if it was just a supporting role, it was fine. Unfortunately, Big Black was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen into the castle. How could it hear the calls from the dock? When Kuhulu rushed to the deck, he didn't even see Big Black's shadow. But he didn't regret it. After he brought Sam to Dragonstone Island, he purposely went to visit the castle as an old friend of the Dragon Queen. As long as he reported his name, he might not be able to directly bring him to see the Dragon Queen, but he would definitely pass on the message. As expected, when he went to the Dragon Mountain Castle to explain the situation, the guards immediately went to Aegon Garden to report to the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen really didn't forget about him. It was only because she was busy now and didn't have time to catch up with him. But tonight, there was a banquet to celebrate the completion of the Magic Network's initial construction. She sent an invitation to the father and daughter pair. When the sunset dyed the sea golden, the Dragon Queen rode on the Black Dragon and hurried to the dock with the guards. Kuhulu was in the captain's room having his daughter tidy up his beard and hair. Then, he was very surprised to hear the calls of Deathwing, Deathwing again. "Captain, the Dragon Queen is coming towards us." Without waiting for him to ask, the first mate hurriedly opened the door and came in to report. Kuhulu was startled, then suddenly became angry and cursed. "Those bastards, they want to be famous so much that they've gone crazy. Aren't they afraid of offending the Dragon Queen? Even if they aren't afraid of death, I think it's embarrassing. Go, Kujo, make them shut up." It was too late. SSSS Big Black rushed before the old crab and the others and landed on the dock first. "Deathwing, Deathwing." Under the strange gaze of the Dragon Queen, the group of sailors leaned against the side of the ship, their faces red as they shouted even louder. Dany didn't think that the sailors would want to ride on Big Black's popularity. She only thought that Deathwing was too famous and Big Black met a group of passionate fans. Until Kuhulu, wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, rushed out and fiercely kicked the sailors of the Midsummer Islands, then awkwardly smiled and apologized to the Queen. "Ha ha ha, you're very motivated." Thinking about what she was about to do, a sly look flashed in the purple eyes of the Dragon Queen, but she didn't care and smiled. "I really do have a chance to become a legend. I wonder which brave sailor is willing to give it a try." Me. Everyone was still shocked at how kind and generous the Dragon Queen was. Jimmy walked out of the crowd with his head held high and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, let's begin. Let Deathwing test me with the most difficult riddle. Even if I guess the riddle wrong and get thrown into the sea, I'm willing." "Are you sure?" Dany had a strange expression. "Of course." Thinking about how he was about to become a legend, Jimmy with a mouth full of yellow teeth grinned foolishly. "Okay." Dany nodded, "But I need at least 2 people, who before she finished, a group of sailors rushed to say, "Me, Your Majesty, I'm willing." Kuhulu glared at the rowdy sailors, turned his head, rubbed his hands and smiled. "Your Majesty, I'm also willing." "It's very dangerous." Dany hesitated. "I'm good at swimming, I'm not afraid." Kuhulu said confidently. He had reason to be confident. First, he was more knowledgeable than the other sailors, he had read more books, he had the best chance to guess the riddle of the Megalosaurus. Secondly, he had lived on the sea for decades, he was very good at swimming, even if he fell from 100 meters, he wouldn't drown. "Father, give this chance to me." Blackie was anxious. She also wanted to be a part of the legend. "How about this? Let's talk about the riddle first, everyone can guess." Dany clapped her hands to make the sailors quiet down, she pointed at the deck and said, "Guess what's on the rudder?" "Hey, rudder?" Everyone was confused. What kind of riddle is this? Although Kuhulu didn't understand, he still said, "Seaweed? Recently I've felt that the rudder is a bit tight, maybe there's a bunch of seaweed." "Scallops." Kujo immediately followed up. Hearing the captain say that the rudder was tight, Jimmy's eyes lit up, he guessed, "Fishing net?" "Tattered clothes." Another astute sailor said. Dany waved her hand and smiled, "If you want to know the answer, jump into the sea, use a fishing net to secretly wrap the rudder, then drag it ashore, the answer will be clear." This Kuhulu's expression changed. Dragon Queen was obviously hinting that there were no scallops or seaweed on the rudder, and it was impossible for there to be tattered clothes or fishing nets. That was a living thing that could escape, and it was very dangerous, so they needed a fishing net. They had to sneak over. Jimmy, Jamie, Aiden, Tony, the four of you go down. Kuhulu, who felt that something was wrong, gave up the chance to become the main character of the legend without hesitation. At this time, Bron and Old Crab also led a group of guards over. Kuhulu's expression tightened. He saw that the guards' weapons were purplish-black crystal short swords and spears. Those were dragon crystals. There were also bows. The arrowheads were also dragon crystals. Kuhulu was at a loss at first, then his whole body shivered, cold sweat breaking out. Go to the stern and guard it. Listen to my orders. Dragon Queen's expression was serious. She started to arrange the archers and spearmen. Before the four sailors entered the water, Dragon Queen selected the guards beforehand to board the small boats. 17 to 18 small boats, dozens of guards carrying nets, surrounded the Laurel Wind twice. That was not all. The Queen even let Old Crab's Crab Island fleet bring 10 longboats over, and set up 2 circles of fishing nets around the small boats. Now, even the 4 idiotic sailors who wanted to be famous felt that something was wrong. Dragon Queen being so serious, what did it mean? They did not know, but they were indeed scared. But now, it was not their turn to retreat. The 4 sailors carried the thicker fishing nets used by the Iban people to catch whales, slowly approaching the stern from 8 meters away, trying their best not to cause any splashes. Your Majesty, please try this. While they were waiting on the stern deck, Ku Jia deftly brought a chair for the Dragon Queen. Another sailor set up a small table beside the chair. The captain, who wore a colorful feather cape, acted like a chef. He brought over a white porcelain plate the size of a pot. Other than cleaned clams, oysters, mussels, there was also a plate of vinegar and a plate of reddish-brown sauce. I learned the technique of making spices from the head chef of the Barbarian Palace. I heard that son of Heaven Bo how likes to make this sauce when eating fresh food. The existence lying on the rudder was too scary. Danny was not in the mood to eat. Kuhulu's face was full of flattery, and thinking that this was his ship, eating his food also meant building a friendly relationship with him. She opened a clam, dipped it in the sauce and vinegar, and stopped at her lips for a moment after confirming that Big Black did not feel any danger. She generously swallowed it in one bite. Not bad, not bad, the taste is great. Oh, so cold. Suddenly, Jimmy, who was already close to the side of the boat, howled. Gods, the sea suddenly froze. I saw it freeze. Jamie said in shock. Splash! The next moment, water splashed out from the rudder, as if a small shark had drilled out from the bottom of the boat. Danny, who quickly walked to the side of the boat, saw a cold light flash past. Crack! The fishing net was broken. Rotten teeth. Jimmy was cut in half by the sword. Ah, what monster! Everyone was terrified. Chapter 533. Crack! 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 The people at the side of the ship saw in horror that the nearby sea was sealed by a layer of pale white ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layer of ice was like oil spread on the surface of the sea. With cracking sounds, it quickly spread into the distance. Other than Rotten Yellow Tooth, who had been split into 2 and disappeared under the sea, the other 3 sailors who were struggling to swim to the shore were all stuck in the layer of ice. Their bodies were trembling, and a thick layer of frost covered their pale faces. The white air coming out of their mouths was getting lesser and lesser. Help, help me. The 3 sailors' cries for help were no louder than a newborn kitten's. What the hell is this? The giant crab said in horror. Mph, losers, how dare you show off in my territory? Danny snorted coldly. With her right hand in the air, her mental energy connected to the magic crystal a few hundred meters away. The vast and turbulent fire elements were extracted and gathered in her small, white palm. War with every revolution, the dark yellow fireball in her palm expanded a little. The spinning speed was so fast that the eyes could not keep up with it. It expanded bigger and bigger, forcing the people around Danny to retreat in panic. In an instant, the Queen seemed to be holding a table-sized fire biscuit in her hand. She casually tossed it into the ice. There was no explosion, no explosion. It was silent, as if she had tossed an illusion. But the pale white layer of ice was like a candle in a scorching flame, quickly melting into water. The layer of ice was formed by the gathering of ice elements by ice magic, just like the fire gathering in fire witchcraft. Dani controlled it precisely, allowing the fire elements and ice elements to be annihilated, instead of the high-temperature flames burning the low-temperature ice cubes. This was solving the problem from the root. The enormous energy brought about by the annihilation of ice and fire was consciously guided by the magic crystal under Dani's control. The crystal ball could extract the earth fire within a 10-kilometer radius, so naturally, it could also control the explosive energy flow a few hundred meters away. Hiss hiss hiss, the layer of ice melted like cheese, and the remaining heat flowed into the sea. The temperature of the sea rose, and in the blink of an eye, white steam rose from the surface of the sea. The great wizard Valeglia near the magic network was invincible in the world. It's hot, it's hot. The three unlucky people who had just been released from the ice immediately fell into the boiling sea. After a short while, his entire body turned red like a steamed prawn. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen's target was not near them, or else they might have been cooked alive. 7 gods above, the seawater is being boiled by fire magic. Burn the sky and boil the sea. Old Crab, Bron, and the others looked at Dragon Queen with shock. Goo-doo-doo, hualala. 10 meters away from the stern of the boat, it suddenly flipped over like an old turtle at the bottom of a well, causing large amounts of steaming water to splash up. Ah, what's that? Dani's expression was indifferent. With her hands behind her back, she stood proudly on the bow and ordered, "Cast the net." Hua-la-la-la, the guards on the small boat immediately threw the fishing net in their hands. Layer after layer, the cold light of the sword slashed through the fishing net again, but the Dragon Queen had already locked onto her target, and the fire wizard power surged forth endlessly. The monster in the sea originally did not have as much magic power as Dani did during the Great Wall. After completing the Green Prophet meditation technique and gaining a preliminary understanding of the Song of Wind, its magic power increased tenfold after the Battle of Myrine, and now it had the advantage of the magic network. How could it be a match for the Dragon Queen? Gradually, the ice magic power in its body was exhausted, and the ice sword in the monster's hand turned into light blue cold water with a click. The monster under the water was exhausted and had no more strength to struggle. The fishing net tightened, and Dani deactivated the fire wizard spell. The small boat approached the laurel wind, and the rope at the end of the fishing net was handed to the guards on the deck. "What's that?" Kuhulu asked blankly. When the fishing net left the water, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the monster that had overturned the sea. It looked like a human, with the body of a grown man. Its face could not be seen clearly, and its body was covered with oysters, clams, scallops, razor clams and other mollusks, as if it was wearing a layer of seashell armor. There was very little exposed skin, and it was grayish-white in color. "This is a sea monster?" Old Crab asked uncertainly. "It looks like the water ghost in Grandma's story, and it purposely drags the children playing in the sea to the bottom of the water." Kujio's black face was somewhat pale. "Didn't you guys always want to see a deviant ghost?" "Now it's here," Dani said strangely. "A deviant ghost?" Everyone was confused. "Aren't deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall?" Old Crab asked doubtfully. "I also want to know why this deviant ghost came to Dragonstone Island." The deviant ghost was not heavy, and 2 tall guards carried it onto the deck and placed it in front of the queen. When you catch a deviant ghost, it's best to immediately use the dragon crystal weapon to attack its vital points and kill it. If you want to capture it, you should do what I did. Dani pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist, and swung it 4 times. Screech, the deviant ghost let out a shrill cry, like a blade scraping against glass, and its 4 limbs were broken. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the deviant ghost's arms and legs actually melted into a small, icy blue stream on the deck. 7 gods above, it really is a deviant ghost, Bron said with a trembling voice. Dani squatted down and pulled the broken fishing net away from the deviant ghost's body. She frowned and looked at the densely packed shells, feeling suspicious. At this time, Kuhulu also asked curiously, "If the deviant ghost is so scary, why would there be shells attached to its body?" "I'm not sure, maybe it's trying to hide something." Dani shook her head, took a porcelain plate from the table beside her, and pulled the shells off the deviant ghost's cheeks and neck like she was pulling out leeches. They were still alive, and she sucked them very tightly, even making crisp popping sounds. When the deviant ghost's face was completely exposed, Danny stared at it carefully for a long time, and sighed. I felt that his magic waves were somewhat familiar, and now that I see his face, it really is the deviant ghost I captured outside the Great Wall. Deviant ghosts all had haggard faces, and their skin was pale like moonlight, but the shape of their faces, cheeks, and forehead were all clearly different. Why is the deviant ghost you captured lying on my ship's rudder? Cthulhu was shocked, scared, and confused. Where are the night watchers? Is Samuel the only one of the night watchers here? Danny frowned and asked. There's also a sea raven called Darion in the castle. Bron said. Danny stood up, took the towel from Kujo, and wiped her hands clean. Then let's go back to the castle and bring the deviant ghost with us. Your Majesty, I'll help you carry the deviant ghost. A sailor with a blue forked beard said. The first mate said, I'll do it, I want to see how the queen deals with the deviant ghost, don't fight with me. Seeing the sailors around her staring at the deviant ghost, Danny smiled and said, everyone has contributed to the capture of the deviant ghost today. If you have time, you can come to the Dragon Mountain Castle to participate in the banquet. Yes, the sailor who sacrificed himself will be rewarded with 5 gold royals. Give it to his family, and the other 3 brave warriors will also get 1 each. Thinking of the unlucky sailor who died tragically, she added. Wow, long live the queen, the sailors shouted excitedly. Dragonstone Island, Stone Drum Tower, Hall. When we rushed over, the ship had already been dismembered in the raging fire, so we thought that even if the deviant ghost wasn't killed, it would have been melted by the fire. Darian's voice was gentle and magnetic, and he simply recounted what happened that day. Yes, this handsome blonde youth was originally a trainee singer, but because he was caught having an affair with Count Rowan's daughter, he became a night watcher. In addition, it was the Count's daughter who took the initiative to find the singer. I didn't expect it to not die, and is still hiding on the Laurel Wind's rudder. The sea raven looked at the deviant ghost whose limbs were cut off, his expression uncertain. Damn it, you didn't say that you were going to escort the deviant ghost to the old town. Cthulhu's face turned pale, and he was both shocked and angry. If they brought the deviant ghost all the way to the Summer Islands, to High Tree Town, to their own door, if the deviant ghost sneaked onto the deck in the middle of the night, and into the captain's cabin, the black man shuddered, and he broke out in cold sweat again. The deviant ghost went missing, such a big commotion, and you didn't know? Danny asked curiously. The whole city of Bravos was shaken, and countless Purple Robe Army members searched the streets and alleys, door to door, but they all said that they were looking for the illegitimate son of the Night Watch's commander-in-chief, and that, at this point, Cthulhu suddenly stopped. They also said that the illegitimate son was born of Jon Snow and Queen Cersei. The black captain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and he was still scared. Damn it, I almost spilled the beans. If I dared to spread rumors about the Dragon Queen, saying that the illegitimate son was hers, then, fire witchcraft that could boil the sea, let me ask you, are you scared? Cthulhu was scared to death anyway. Danny didn't know about the rumors about her illegitimate son, and was only shocked by the strange imagination of the people of Bravos. Bron frowned and said, now it seems that the deviant ghost hidden in the box didn't die, and sank into the sea, and clung to the bottom of the Laurel Wind. Strange, don't deviants need to breathe? Deviants aren't humans, of course they don't need to breathe, the old crab said. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Danny's eyes flashed, and she asked Cthulhu, how far is your Laurel Wind from the Night Watcher's port? Cthulhu's expression changed again, and he said in fear, we're both docked at the Old Clothes Merchant's port, but my ship is in the commercial area, and the Night Watcher's ship is in the civilian area. There are hundreds of ships between the two, at least a kilometer away. Damn it, the deviant ghost is targeting me. Why me? The black man shouted in disbelief. Maybe it's not you. Danny frowned. It must have something to do with the Night Watcher. Then, the question was, why was it following the Night Watcher? What did the deviant ghost want? What do you want? Danny squatted in front of the deviant ghost, and looked straight into its icy blue eyes. She was speaking in the ancient language. When she was at the Great Wall, she had asked Morona about the ancient language, and then borrowed a bronze ancient language book from the mountain tribe. And the green prophet rune was related to the ancient language, and after half a year, she could speak a few words. The deviant ghost's eyes were cold, like a dead ice spring, without a trace of emotion. I don't know if the whip of solitude can deal with deviant ghosts. Danny muttered, and then asked in the ancient language, the seashell on your body, are you using the seashell to hide your aura? Who are you hiding from? Sam. The deviant didn't respond. Hiding from the people or items around Sam? Still no response. Hiding from me? Hiding from the sea monsters in the sea? Gods. Danny was shocked, and the deviant's eyes twitched slightly. She guessed right. The deviant ghost was afraid of being noticed by the gods in the sea. Inami. Danny's expression became serious. The deviant ghost closed its eyes. Ha, the great calamity is coming, all kinds of demons and monsters are starting to move. Danny stood up and returned to her throne, sighing in her mind. Your Majesty, the Night Watcher Sam has returned. A guard came in to report. Chapter 534. Fatty Sam had not changed much. His face was like a piece of white bread, and his brown leather armor wrapped around his body like a cracked sausage. He was still as gluttonous as ever. When he was summoned into the hall by the guards to meet the Queen, his mouth was still full of food. He chewed and swallowed as he ran in. Greetings, Your Majesty. His etiquette was very standard. Dragonstone Island was originally the land of the Targaryens, and there was a throne in the Stone Drum Tower since Aegon. A throne carved from stone. Danny sat on the throne and pointed at the deviant ghost under the royal stare. Sam, look at this thing. Do you recognize it? Fatty stepped forward and stared at the deviant ghost, his small eyes filled with disbelief. Deviant ghost? Is this a new deviant ghost caught by Your Majesty? You're really fast. No, this was found at the bottom of the Laurel Wind, the one you transported to Bravos. Danny told him what had happened, and Sam listened with his mouth open. Why? He was confused. Danny carefully looked at Fatty under the royal stare and asked, I also want to know why. What do you have that's worth the deviant ghost's attention? I don't know. Suddenly, Fatty's expression changed. Is it because of the Black Gate? What Black Gate? Old Crab asked curiously. I can't say. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't tell anyone. Fatty shook his head, which made the others even more interested. Danny facepalmed and sighed. What other special things or people do you have with you? Other than the gold coins you gave to the Night Watchers and a few books about the night in Dark Castle, there's nothing else, Sam said thoughtfully. As for the people around me, other than Darion, there's only Jilly and her son. Jilly's son? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said to the guards, bring Jilly and her son here. Jilly was outside the hall. She quickly walked in with her son in her left hand and a white porcelain plate in her right hand. Jilly, the plate in your hand. Dragon Queen's question stopped abruptly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was too nervous and forgot to put the plate outside the door. Jilly was so anxious that her face turned red and she was at a loss. Don't panic. Let me ask you, did you get this plate from Laurel Wind? Danny waved her hand and pointed at the empty plate with only a few slices of oyster left. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Your Majesty, it's me. The plate is mine. Fatty hurriedly walked to Jilly's side, took the plate and placed it on the royal steps. Then, he took the child from the female barbarian's hands and reminded his lover in a low voice, quickly use the etiquette I taught you before and bow to the Queen. Oh. Jilly lifted her skirt and made a very unladylike bow. When he went to the King's Landing to meet Count Tully at the Red Castle, Sam also brought the female savage and the child. Before meeting Count Tully, Sam had taught Jilly a few court etiquette. In addition to introducing the danger of deviant ghosts and the shamelessness of the City of Knowledge, Sam also told his father casually, although I'm a night watchman, and although the night watchman swore not to marry, I now have not only a savage girlfriend, but also an illegitimate child. Why don't you keep him and train him to be a knight? Sam could be considered the most cowardly but also the bravest fatty in the Song of Ice and Fire. When he was cowardly, he was like dough that anyone could knead. When he was brave, he could be a deviant ghost, go against the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the Blackgate incident, argue with his father, steal the clan sword, and do anything. Count Tully was so enraged by his son's shameless behavior that he chased Fatty out with his long sword. That was why Fatty came back so early. Therefore, Fatty was hungry. Sigh, when I saw my father at the King's Landing, he was too angry. If I hadn't announced that I was on a mission to deliver a message to the City of Knowledge and hire scholars to go to the Great Wall, he probably would have killed me. Naturally, my father didn't ask me to stay for lunch, so I was very hungry. When I returned to the dock, I saw that there was no one on the deck of the Laurel Wind. I curiously went up to check and found a plate of seashells. It was even Captain Kuhulu's barbarian sauce. I heard that Son of Heaven Bo how liked to eat it. I was lucky enough to be served by the captain twice, and it was indeed unique. I couldn't help but take the plate away. Fatty's eyes were careful and apologetic. He turned to the black captain and asked, "Captain, you said that the sauce can't be left for too long, and it will go bad after a long time. That's why I ate your oysters. Is there a problem?" "No, no." Kuhulu opened his mouth and said with difficulty. Dany looked at the red sauce on the fatty's lips and gulped. "Does it taste good?" she asked. "It's delicious, full of juice, and has a special kind of coldness. The meat is also very chewy. After swallowing it, a fire rises in the stomach. It's the best," Fatty said with a face full of intoxication. "Ooh." The old crab's face was pale and he covered his mouth to vomit. Bronn looked at Fatty in horror, as if he was looking at a man-eating demon. Kujo stuttered, "Sam, what you eat?" Dany waved her hand and interrupted her. "Forget it, he doesn't need to avoid food anymore. He can eat whatever he wants." She saw that the female barbarian's lips were clean and asked curiously, "Has Jilly eaten?" Fatty was confused by everyone's reaction and said casually, "She doesn't feel well, so she doesn't want to eat." "Doesn't feel well?" Sigh, I wanted to ask father to take in the child and Jilly, but he was so angry that he pulled out his sword and wanted to kill the mother and son. He also scolded them very badly. Fatty said dejectedly, "This child isn't yours." Dany said, "I love Jilly, and I'm willing to be the child's father. If possible, I hope that he can inherit my family name and legacy. My mother also left a manor for me. The child can become a productive knight in the future," Fatty said with a face full of determination. "Sam." The female barbarian's eyes were filled with tears. Sam's parents were not ordinary people. His father was a famous general, the 3rd Duke of River Bend, and the minister of King's Landing. His mother was also the eldest daughter of the 10,000-years-old Fox Florence family. Yes, it was the Florence family whose Brightwater city was occupied by Tyrell. As the eldest daughter of a noble family, Sam's mother naturally wouldn't marry into the Tully family empty-handed. Speaking of which, Erlu, who married Celis Florence, was also Fatty Sam's uncle. Fatty and Mormont's wife, Linnis, were also cousins. This was related to Mormont again. The relationship between nobles in Westeros was so complicated. "Sam, are you sure? How about I give the child the surname Tully in the name of the Queen?" Dany said with a strange expression. "That's great," Sam said happily. Don't Jilly's expression changed a few times, but as if she couldn't bear some kind of pressure, she broke down and cried. "What's wrong, Jilly?" Fatty asked worriedly. "The child is not mine. This is Mansred's battlefield birth. It's the Prince of Savages," Jilly cried. "What?" Even Dany was shocked, let alone Fatty. The commander was worried that the King of Blazing Red Heart would burn the little prince. "The little prince has the king's blood in his body, so he swapped my son with the Prince of Savages." Sob sob sob. "John, how could he?" Fatty said angrily. "He said that for the sake of the big picture, when the Red Witch burns my child, he will tell the king the truth." Sigh. Fatty stomped his feet and sighed. With his intelligence, he easily guessed John's thoughts, and knew that his plan would probably work. King Stannis was impartial, and wouldn't kill a savage child out of anger. Could it be? Dany left the throne again and came to the deviant ghost, who was staring at the baby in Sam's arms. You're doing this for the King of Savages, child? The king's blood has a special effect on deviant ghosts? Danny asked in surprise. The deviant ghost glanced at her coldly, and closed its eyes again. Finally, it lied to her once. The deviant ghost, whose heart was as cold as ice, couldn't help but feel proud. The child will stay on Dragonstone Island. In my territory, no one can touch him. Danny made her decision. I still want to go to the City of Knowledge with Sam. Jilly said weakly. You still want to go to the City of Knowledge? Danny frowned and looked at Fatty. Luckily, I caught the deviant ghost, so I have to let the scholars know. Sam pointed at the deviant ghost. The City of Knowledge has already been disbanded by the Queen, so it doesn't matter if they know or not. The City of Knowledge's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms is embarrassing, so it's better not to go. The old crab mumbled. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms always have scholars beside them. The scholars control all the crow's nests and information exchange, so they have some say. Also, the Great Wall needs scholars, so every castle needs a scholar to manage the crow's nest. This time, I have a very important mission in the old town, and that is to bring a group of scholars back to the north. Sam said helplessly. Okay. Danny nodded. I'll create a magic sealing treasure chest for you later. After receiving Kueishi's reminder, Danny tested out the Brandon sealing magic circle. It could indeed defend against magic power, and was especially effective in suppressing evil forces. If the sealing magic circle was left in the castle's foundation and walls, the wizards outside the castle would not be able to use evil witchcraft to attack the castle owner. Just like in the Storm's End castle, even the powerful red-robed woman had to rely on Davos to sneak her into the castle before she could use her blood witchcraft. This child. Fatty looked at the baby in his arms with a bored expression and asked. Although he was willing to be the one to take over the baby, he had to take over the territory of the first ghost father, Castell, and Castell's beautiful daughter as compensation. He had to take care of Mansred's son for Mansred. Count Bronn Blackwater's wife, Loris, also has a son. She can temporarily take in the Savage Prince. Danny looked at Bronn and said. Bronn felt as if he had eaten a piece of shit-flavored chocolate. He was happy that the Dragon Queen trusted him, and the child's identity was enough to enter his house. However, Loris' child was not his, and this child was not. Could it be that he, Bronn, was born to raise someone else's son? Your Majesty, don't worry. According to the traditions of the Westeros, I'll take this child as my foster son. Count Bronn's face was full of joy. Okay. Danny nodded. After Danny announced the end of the meeting, everyone left. Marwyn brought an oak chest and a few large pieces of dragon crystals. Danny was in the hall. She melted the dragon crystals and embedded them in the wooden chest to create a powerful sealing magic circle. Dragon Queen was busy. Sam, who was waiting by the side, suddenly licked his lips. He pointed at a large pile of seashells on the royal stairs and said, Your Majesty, there's a pile of oysters and clams here. They'll go bad if you don't eat them. Danny tilted her head and glanced at the seashells. They were cleaned from the other ghosts' bodies. Eat them if you want. Her tone was like a doctor telling the family of a dying patient that the old man did not have many days left to live. Buy him whatever he wanted to eat, and there was no need to avoid certain foods. Chapter 535. Danny spent half an hour to create an evil-suppressing treasure chest for Sam and locked the half-dead deviant ghost inside. She toasted a few more times at the banquet, chatted with Kuhulu and the others for a while, then went to the blacksmith to discuss how to improve the dragon crystal weapon. When she went to the harbor to hunt deviant ghosts this afternoon, Danny suddenly found a big problem. The guards had dragon crystal daggers, short swords, arrows, and spears with wooden handles and dragon crystal heads, but they didn't have any heavy weapons that could be used to attack fiercely and deal great damage, enough to fight deviant ghosts head-on. For example, broadswords and two-handed heavy swords. Spears were originally considered a hard dish, but the spear's damage was only at the tip of the spear, which meant that it could only stab, and the tip of the spear could easily break. Thus, the efficiency of killing enemies was much lower. Danny first thought, could she make a spiked mace with dragon crystal spikes? Then she had a flash of inspiration, and a more suitable weapon appeared in her mind. Marquawheat. Marquawheat was a type of sawtooth knife, invented by the Aztecs in America. Using a wooden paddle as the body of the knife, a row of hard and brittle obsidian crystals were embedded in the blade. Actually, obsidian was volcanic rock, and in this fantasy world, it was the dragon crystal. It could be said that, with the dragon crystal, Dany could almost perfectly replicate Marquawheat. And this weapon was enough to be a hard dish even in human wars, stronger and bloodier than many machetes. With one slash, it was common to cut off a person's head or a horse's head. Dany forged 30 sharp dragon crystal tiger teeth on the spot and embedded them in the 1-meter-long wooden stick, then with a powerful swing, cut off a peach tree as thick as a wrist. The dragon crystal did not break. From now on, I'll use, Dany thought for a moment, she definitely couldn't use the transliterated name Marquawheat anymore. She couldn't not give it a name, otherwise, after other people used this weapon, they might excitedly name it Dany's Teeth, Dragon Queen's Paddle, Queen's Broadsword and other embarrassing names. This weapon will be called Dragon Tooth. I got the idea after observing the great guardian of light-eating prey. Dany shamelessly claimed the right to invent the weapon. From now on, we will use the dragon tooth as our main weapon, paired with a dagger, and give up on short swords and spears. Yes, the dragon fang's teeth could be embedded into the end of a wooden pole to make a spear. He could even use the spikes of the dragon teeth to make crossbow arrows. Standardized work, all the dragon teeth were forged into the same Mitsubishi thorn shape. Daggers and arrowheads were also standardized, which would speed up the forging process. We only need to forge the trident, dagger, and arrowhead. As for the wooden sabers, wooden handles, and arrow shafts, we'll leave them to the night watchman. There are so many iron trees, oak trees, and weirwood beyond the Great Wall. It's much more convenient than on Dragonstone Island. Bronn waved the dragon tooth dagger forged by the Queen a few times and reminded, "Your Majesty, the dragon tooth dagger is different from swords and knives. Since you have invented a new weapon, you should have a matching dagger technique to make full use of the weapon." Dany looked at the mercenary count in surprise and praised his cleverness. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. You can communicate with the night watchman of the Great Wall and create a new sword technique together." "Yes, Your Majesty," Bronn promised happily. Before Dany left, the old crab stopped her and said seriously, "Your Majesty, after seeing the deviant ghosts, I have a different opinion about your disaster relief in Hedyen County." "What? Are you afraid that there won't be enough food?" Dany raised her eyebrows. Dragonstone Island has 100,000 tons of food, but Dragonstone Island, Crab Island, and Tidehead Island have less than 5,000 households. It's enough for 20 years. Besides, Tidehead Island and Crab Island already have food. We still have money and can continue to buy food. The old crab waved his hand. "Then why?" Dany asked curiously. "We have to prepare for the worst. A deviant ghost can freeze the sea. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have been able to catch it. So, I'm worried that the Great Wall won't be able to hold," the old crab said seriously. Don't worry, the Great Wall won't collapse. There's an exorcism circle under the Great Wall, the deviant ghosts won't be able to come over, Dany comforted with a smile. "What if the deviant ghosts swim? Or they freeze the bay and go around the Great Wall?" The old crab said seriously. "Deviant Ghost King can't be so shameless, right? That's too wretched." Dany's tone was uncertain. "Wasn't there a wretched deviant ghost hiding on the rudder this afternoon? Of course, I hope that the Great Wall can stop the deviant ghosts, but it's never wrong to prepare for the worst," the old crab insisted. "Count, you're right." Dany nodded, the nonchalance on her face disappearing. Her family's assets were all in Slaves Bay, and she had been thinking about the alliance recently. She was too relaxed about the deviant ghosts and was too optimistic. "What do you think?" she asked seriously. "Stabilize the first line of defense, build the second and third lines of defense. Without a doubt, the Great Wall is the first line of defense, and also the most important one. After today, I'll personally write to the Lords and ask them to arrange for knights and soldiers to come to Dragonstone Island with the dragon crystal weapons to be transported to Eastwatch. The Great Wall must be defended with all its might," the old crab said seriously. "Didn't I make the same call before?" Dany said. "It's different this time. Scholar Pylos, Bron, Kuhulu, and 2,000 to 3,000 people have seen deviant ghosts. I'll also invite the lords nearby to come to Dragonstone Island to see deviant ghosts before Sam leaves. Danny reminded him, "Take it easy, don't break my demon suppression treasure chest." "Yes, I'll be careful." The second line of defense is at the neck. Both sides of the neck are natural strongholds, it'll be a pity to give it up. The third line of defense is the defense of the kingdoms after the deviant ghosts break through to Hajian. Hajian and Hajian are flatlands, there's no way to defend them, so we can only give it up. The mountains in the west are everywhere. Casterly Rock City was originally built by digging out the mountains, it can be considered a defensive stronghold. The old crab paid attention to Dragon Queen's expression and said carefully. Danny guessed his worries and laughed. "Count Sidega, I only know your magnanimity today, very good. In front of deviant ghosts, personal grudges should be put aside." "Yes, let's put it aside for now. If I want to take revenge, I'll defeat them in a dignified manner after all the disasters are over, then I'll convene a meeting and judge them in front of all the lords." "Your Majesty is wise." The old crab was touched like never before. He was old and had been a wily old fox all his life, but now his eyes were wet. To be honest, he didn't have much self-awareness, he only wanted to protect his family in the long night. But the deviant ghost's brutality was like a bucket of cold water that woke him up. If the long night was not ended and the world was frozen, how could Sidega be protected? More importantly, the old count suddenly confirmed one thing. Dragon Queen was the main pillar of the long night, she was a savior who didn't need the title of savior. If Danny Rise, who had 5 Megalosaurus, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, god-level magic power, 18 tons of steel, and the reappearance of Valeglia's magic network couldn't save the world, then, if there were other saviors, they would be stronger than her. But in today's world, who dared to say that they were stronger than her? Obviously, the world depended on the Dragon Queen to save it. And he was the Dragon Queen's hand of the Queen. At least Dragonstone Island was under his control. As the hand of the savior, the old crab suddenly had a sense of mission that if I don't work hard, how can the world survive? Continue. Looking at the old crab who was moved to tears, Danny felt a little uncomfortable. "Oh, River Bend, Royal Territory and Stormlands cannot be defended. Dawn has the Bone Path and Arin Valley has the Bloodgate, they are all natural barriers. But River Bend, Royal Territory and Stormlands cannot be abandoned. There are millions of people, the essence of Westeros is in these 4 kingdoms. So, there is a need to build a third line of defense. The third line of defense is to find a dangerous place and build a man-made stronghold. Other places can be discussed later, but the Royal Territory is the foundation of Targaryen, you should try your best to protect the civilians and nobles. My idea is to build a third line of defense for the Royal Territory on Crabclaw Peninsula." Danny thought about the complicated terrain of Crabclaw Peninsula and nodded. "You want to use the food from River Bend as a reward to hire refugees to build fortifications on Crabclaw Peninsula, right? What does your Majesty think?" The old crab asked expectantly. "Where do you plan to build a defensive stronghold on Crabclaw Peninsula?" Danny asked. Crypt Castle and Whisper Castle are located at the end of the peninsula, at the top of high cliffs. They are very close to Crab Island, Dragonstone Island and Seagull Town in the valley. The Bren family of Crypt Castle and the Kleb family of Whisper Castle are both loyal to Targaryen. They both accompanied Prince Rhaegar in the final battle of Ruby Beach, and their families also fell during Robert's reign. It is a pity that Crypt Castle still has a master, but Whisper Castle is almost abandoned. I don't know if the Kleb family still has descendants. The old crab sighed. Then help them repair the castle. Danny sighed and said, "Count, you will be in charge of this." After thinking for a while, Danny said, "Also, work with Marwyn and choose a few trustworthy alchemists from the batch of alchemists who were working on Tidehead Island. Teach them how to use glass candles to connect to magic networks. You plan to send them to different places and communicate with them every day?" The old crab said excitedly, "You are almost recreating the glory of the Valeglia period. Perhaps we can surpass Valeglia," Danny said with a faint smile. Midnight. Danny rode Blackie to the hill 10 kilometers north of Gaddo. When she flew over the main road of Valeglia where steel was made, Danny found it funny that torches and bonfires rose from the darkland like stars. They were all mercenaries, farmers, and merchants who came to look for the Dragon Queen's steel lumps. Tens of thousands of them spread across the plains and rivers for several kilometers. There were even bonfires under the hill where Cora and Clinton were hiding. 18 tons of steel. It was too attractive. Hey, what's going on? Danny landed on the peak of the steep mountain and was surprised to find that there were still piles of steel lumps. Cora and Clinton were guarding by the side, and even Greenie was lying on the ground sleeping. Your Majesty, you are back. Cora and Clinton quickly got up to welcome her. Danny saw anxiety and doubt on their faces. Your Majesty, Greenie stopped working after throwing down 10 iron lumps in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Cora complained. Greenie, what's going on? Danny asked in surprise. Could it be that his rebellious period had arrived? It shouldn't be, he was only 3 years old. Even if he wanted to rebel, would he dare to go against Brother Black Dragon's orders? Squeak Greenie let out a low cry, his voice filled with grievance and fear. Who did you meet? Danny's expression changed as she asked seriously. Chapter 536. Squawk Little Green growled. There's a monster in the river. And it stole tile steel. Danny's face was serious. Just like how people could not understand a dog's bark, but if they spent a lot of time with the dog, a bark might be able to let the owner know what it meant. Similarly, if the owner shouted in human language, the dog would be able to accurately carry out the owner's orders. Little Green was far more intelligent than a dog. When Little Green was young, Danny had talked to its dragon spirit many times. The relationship between the dragon and the human was far more intimate than that between a dog and its owner. So, they could have limited spoken communication, but in fact, most of it was sensing each other's mental waves. What monster could there be in the river? In the past, Little Green was the overlord of the Slaver's Bay. It burned a whale when it was only a few months old, and now even the overlord squid has become its food. Jorah Mormorn was puzzled. What monster in the Lon River can scare the Megalosaurus? Danny asked Clinton. The reason why Clinton was called over was because he had lived in seclusion in the Little Lon River for 10 years. He was familiar with the terrain, people, and customs of this area. Is the legend of Loina true? Clinton was a little surprised and said uncertainly, maybe Little Green met a giant turtle. Danny suddenly understood and asked, you mean, the old man of the river? Yes, the old man of the river. If the legend is true, the old man of the river is the god of the Lon River. Maybe the Megalosaurus would be afraid of him. Clinton said. The Loina fled to Dawn and became orphans of the Greenwater River. How could their god still be alive today? Jorah doubted. Clinton frowned and explained, just like the Andals have many kings, the Loina are also many kingdoms of the same race. Nymeria, who led her people to Dawn, was only one of the queens. Along the Lon River, in the ruins of the once great city, there are many Loina strongholds. Have you seen the old man of the river? Danny asked. Yes, just half a year ago. A giant turtle bigger than a ship. Speaking of this, Clinton's expression changed as he said in surprise, at that time, we were passing by Na-Sastar City at the junction of the Upper Rhone River and Naen River, which is only 500 kilometers away from here. The upper reaches of the Lon River were divided into 3 branches, from west to east. The Upper Lon River that fed the Andros Hills, the Narn River that passed through the Novos Mountains, and the Kien River that originated in the Coles Forest. Among them, the Upper Lorne River had a tributary called the Little Lorne River, which passed through the Velvet Mountains. Previously, Clinton had taken Little Aegon with him to make a living between the Little Lon River and the Upper Lon River. They spent their days on boats and had no fixed abode to avoid being discovered and tracked by the enemy. Then let's go take a look. Danny was a little excited. Your Majesty, don't be hasty. Clinton stopped her and tried to persuade her, it's too dark and we're in the river. If there really are anomalies and the other party has the geographical advantage, we'll be at a disadvantage if we go there like this. Why don't we wait until the sky is bright tomorrow? What about Slave Bay? According to the plan, we should go back tonight. Jorah Mormorn said with a frown. Danny pondered for a moment and said, let's go take a look first. If we ride a dragon and fly in the sky, we should be able to leave the other party's attack range. After all, when Little Green threw the iron ingot, it was only a few dozen meters above the river. As for the dark, we don't have to worry, I have magic. Without delay, Jorah Mormont and John Clinton climbed onto Dahé's back. Dany changed to Little Green and flew to the upper Lon River in only 10 minutes. It was a canyon with turbulent water. On the west bank was a steep mountain ridge that was 100 meters high, and on the east bank was a boundless birch forest. The Megalosaurus swept past the mountain ridge, and the dark forest was startled by the cries of apes, birds, and lions. They found a place with a wide view at the top of the mountain, and the 2 dragons crushed several green pines and cypresses for the 3 people and 2 dragons to rest. The cold wind whistled from the north, blowing Dany's hair and Mormont's white cloak. Looking down, the river surface that reflected the faint light of the stars was like a ribbon on the darkland, charming and gentle all the way from the north. The dark plains on the east bank were like a skirt woven from birch trees, hanging below the belt. Little Green, go down and explore the way, Dany said as she closed her eyes and entered the state of wind song. In this state, in addition to listening to the information in the wind, there was also the effect of the false dragon spirit. The Green Prophet meditation technique helped her dragon spirit, Little White, and the authentic Green Prophet could control thousands of animal companions at the same time. Dany had never given up on studying how to use the Green Prophet meditation technique with Little Green, Little Gold, and the other dragon spirits. It was very awkward. She didn't know if something was missing, but not only she couldn't silently distort the will of others like the 3-eyed crow, she also couldn't take the initiative to obtain information from the wind, and she couldn't communicate with Little Green and the other dragon spirits. Until one day, when she entered the state of wind song to meditate in her bedroom, she happened to hear the scene of Little Green bullying Little Gold in the garden on the top floor. Little Green used his head to push Little Gold, just like Matt Razi pushing Zidane, and Little Gold fell to the ground. Mother Long certainly didn't want to see her children fight, so she anxiously shouted, "Little Green, are you itching for a beating? How dare you bully your little brother?" Little Green looked left and right with a surprised expression, and then let go of Little Gold, who was crying in pain. At that time, Dany understood that within a certain distance, within the effective range of windsong, about a few kilometers, she could use windsong to communicate with Little Green. Squeak Little Green obediently jumped down and circled in the air, from north to south, 30 meters above the river surface. The 100-meter-wide river surface was calm, and nothing happened. When Little Green was about to fly back, Dany's consciousness entered the cold river surface and said in his ear, "Continue, this time be more arrogant." Little Green blinked his eyes, very surprised by Mother Long's state. But he didn't delay and circled again, still from north to south, this time only 20 meters above the river surface. Not only that, he also screamed when he flew over a certain part of the river surface. This time, the river finally reacted. Boom splash! Suddenly, a thick pillar of water shot up from the riverside and hit Little Green's body like a jack. Actually, it was more like a water release, water dragon bullet technique. The scene was like an adult kicking an old hen's belly, and the hen was sent flying in circles in the sky. Little Green, in the most miserable state, landed in the forest next to us. Before Little Green struggled to fly, Dany immediately reminded him in the state of wind song. Boom crack crack crack, and so, Little Green fell diagonally into the birch forest on the east bank, breaking dozens of thick trees. Little Green, play dead. Moan mournfully and struggle to get up but fail repeatedly, just like when your wings and thighs were bitten off by the pterosaur. Dany continued to command remotely. Little Green was very talented. Hisgar, its cry was sad, like an old hen whose head was placed on a chopping board. It staggered, got up several times, and fell down several times. Gurgle, gurgle. The river water seemed to be boiling, creating large splashes. Visible to the naked eye, the river level rose, drowning the weeds and bushes on the east bank, and quickly spreading upward. Gradually, the river rushed into the birch forest, and the turbid waves rolled toward Little Green. 7 gods above, what is in the river? Clinton was stunned. The old man in the river? Cora's pupils contracted, and his right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. Sir Clinton, Wait here, Mormon, and I will go down, Danny said quickly as she climbed onto Blackie's back. Why is he not me? Clinton frowned. I have a tile steel sword and tile steel armor. I can deal with a demigod, Cora explained. Thinking that Beristan had followed the Queen to fight against Balerion, the big bear was nervous and expectant. Queen, let me use your steel sword. You are the Queen, so you can just wait here. I am good at swimming, so I don't need armor. As Clinton spoke, he took off his chainmail and sword belt. Danny thought about it. She still had a tile steel dagger, so she took it from her waist and handed it to him, saying, "Be careful, without armor, your body is light, and it is easy to be swept away by the waves." Last time in Astapor, he melted a tile steel sword and was going to give it to Aegon, but he took out Blackfire. So, Tobu used the tile steel to forge 5 short daggers for the Queen. The other 4 were going to be installed with keel grips, and at this time, they were still carefully sculpting. The one on Danny's waist was made with a fishbeam handle. After that, she left the soul coordinates on the arms of the 2 in turn, and then climbed onto the dragon's back, letting them pull the chain hanging from Blackie's legs and glide toward the river. His little green was still acting. In the face of the muddy river, he staggered into the depths of the dark forest to hide. At this time, he was 400 or 500 meters away from the river, and the river was gurgling, 400 or 500 meters into the forest. That scene, it was as if the river here had burst a dam. But the river only overflowed upward, and did not flow to the left and right. Blackie was like a hunter in the dark, quietly gliding in front of Little Green. Clinton and the big bear landed on the treetops and quickly climbed down to get close to Little Green. His Little Green suddenly raised his head and spat dragon flames at the surrounding birch trees. In an instant, the dark forest and the muddy yellow river were engulfed in the bright red light of the fire. Almost at the same time, Blackie swooped down to the shadow in the river behind Little Green, and his flesh wings made a clattering sound in the air. Boom! The glazed red dragon flames were like water, dissolving into the water. Boom! The muddy yellow water evaporated in the intense heat, and the steam even exploded when it met the dragon flames. The steam expanded rapidly under the dragon flames. The water splashed up dozens of meters high. The pool was originally a forest, and the water was not deep. The explosion pushed the surrounding water away, revealing the overgrown ground and the black shadow struggling fiercely on the ground. Hiss hiss hiss! The black shadow was 15 meters long and as thick as a water tank. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was as big as the back door of a van. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light, like jagged short swords inserted together. There was also a row of sharp bone spurs on its burnt and bleeding back. 7 levels of hell, Loach spirit, knife loach. With the help of the fire, Danny also saw the monster below clearly. It was a huge loach that looked like a catfish. In an instant, she had goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was filled with disgust. The whole process took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only happened in 2 breaths. Under Danny's fire control technique, Blackie began to spit dragon flames from 50 meters away. At this time, the river water exploded, and he swooped down, like an eagle catching a snake, and his dragon claws pierced into the loach's flesh. The terrifying diving force made the dragon claws like steel swords, tearing large pieces of flesh. Blood splattered, and the loach wailed hysterically. Blackie's body also fell to the mud uncontrollably. Boom! Something strange happened again. The river suddenly surged, and the water burst out of the dam like a waterfall, creating a 20-meter-tall wave. Like a chicken covered with a quilt, it covered Dahe and Danny, who was on its back. Chapter 537. Hihi, do you think this river god doesn't know that you have 2 dragons? You want to use the green dragon as bait, but don't you know that I'm also playing along? The flood was like a towering city wall, pouring down on Danny and Dahe. An evil and proud old man's voice came from the waves. Well, this move was a bit like the water release, great waterfall technique. Crack. Boom. Dahe only glanced at the approaching giant wave, then calmly and quickly lowered its head. It bit down on the head of the struggling loach under its claws and sank its teeth into the bone. Dragon flames erupted, and in an instant, the meat juice flowed out. The skull became soft, and the smell of burnt meat spread out. Rumble the flood was like an army of 10,000 horses, rolling over and drowning Dahe and Danny's figures. The branches, leaves, and trunks of the white birch trees were also broken. Your Majesty, hiss. In the distance, Little Green, Big Bear, and Old Face were all worried and frightened. But they didn't have time to care about the Dragon Queen. Although the flood had been blocked by Dahe and the forest and had become flat, it was still 7 or 8 meters high when it rushed dozens of meters away. Boom! At this moment, the river water that drowned the black dragon suddenly turned red, as if 10 3,000-watt electric lamps were lit at the bottom of the water. Then, an intense air explosion occurred, making a loud noise like a landslide or a tsunami. The glazed red dragon flames mixed with a large amount of white water vapor and turbid water splashes, blooming like a flower. In the center was Dahe, whose whole body seemed to be covered with a red dragon flame golden bell. I know. This is a divine dragon, impossible. He's only 3 years old. In the sky above the center of the explosion, the previously complacent old monster roared in horror. His body was as big as a house, but he was still uncontrollably blown dozens of meters high by the air explosion. Before the flood came, he crashed in front of Little Green and the 2 knights. It was almost like a pot lid was placed on Little Green's head. Boom! The river water that had lost the drive of the evil god's divine power, which was originally rolling like a galloping horse, was now like the great waterfall technique that had lost its chakra, instantly collapsing into a shapeless splash. The waves receded. Big Bear and Old Guy's faces were dripping with muddy water, but they didn't feel it at all. They just looked at the huge crab in front of them in shock. They were completely stupefied. That's right. The monster in the river that had caused the huge waves was not the giant tortoise or the blade loach, but a giant crab. It had a greenish-black crab shell that reflected a metallic luster, 8 legs that were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, and a pair of pincers that were thicker than pillars and looked like giant scissors. Just the 2 blood-red eyeballs alone were as big as basketballs. However, at this moment, the crab was in a rather miserable state. Its bubbling mouth was spewing out blue blood foam like a fountain. A quarter of the crab's shell and its left pincer were bright red, just like the steamed crabs they usually ate. How is this possible? I am the father god of the Lawn River. How dare you, all of you must die. The crab let out a resentful sound of disbelief. In fact, it was a mental fluctuation. Big Bear and Old Awkward on the side heard it. This also reminded them. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them took a few quick steps in the knee-deep puddle and drew their swords at the same time. TCH. They hit their targets at the same time. Clinton on the left stabbed the crab's glowing blood-red left eye. Like a roasted red iron sword stabbing into a rotten watermelon, red and black juice splattered all over the knight's head and face. Big Bear on the right roared and exerted strength in his arm. The 1.2-meter-long broad sword in his hand stabbed into the crab's mouth until it reached the hilt. Awoo! The crab demon let out a tragic wail. Its left claw stabbed at Clinton while its right claw clamped onto Cora's waist with lightning speed. Unfortunately, its left claw was already half-cooked by Blackie's dragon flames and couldn't move easily, allowing Clinton to dodge it nimbly. Its right claw was undamaged. Even though the crab demon was currently on its back, with its peak demigod strength, it could still clamp onto Cora accurately. It was as easy as the people of the Celestial Empire using chopsticks to clamp a prawn ball. Crack, crack, crack-a-woo! The steel plate armor let out the sound of the deck twisting and rivets snapping. Cora himself also had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he let out an extremely painful wail. Black Dragon's dragon flames exploding, the crab flipping over due to the explosion, the 2 knights assassinating, and Big Bear being clamped all happened in the short span of 1 or 2 breaths. Meanwhile, Little Green was on the side. Without any hesitation, it bit into the crab's eye socket. Boom! The dragon flames burned through the other eyeball like a flood, melting the teeth in the crab's mouth like a guillotine and roasting the crab's shell above its eyebrows. Even the steel sword that was stabbed into the crab's mouth was burned red. It hurts so much. The crab demon threw away the iron knight that it failed to clamp in half as it had expected and attacked Little Green's neck with its right pincer. Little Green's bucket-thick neck was like a pencil to the crab's pincer. If it really hit, Little Green would at least be half dead. However, the green dragon's reaction wasn't slow either. It just shrunk its neck and dodged the attack while continuing to spew dragon flames from its mouth. At the same time, Clinton also lowered his body and crawled under Little Green's neck. He then approached the crab's right claw's blind spot, and raised the clear sky sword to chop the claw joint. Bam, bam, bam. Dark blood spurted out. The crab's 8 claws waved wildly like a mountain of knives, but it still couldn't scratch the knight. Jar Danny and Big Black also rushed over. Halfway through, they used a double dragon spirit soul attack, and the crab's movements suddenly froze. Boom! Big Black spat out glazed red water dragon flames from 10 meters away. Danny and Little White were both at the first level of dragon spirit. In the short span of 2 breaths, they continuously gave the crab spirit 10 soul strikes. In between, they even tested the soul extinguishing strike created by the Dragon Slayer horn rune 3 times, knocking the crab spirit unconscious. She only stopped when her head started to hurt. Kill it while it's down. Danny continued to work hard. She used the fire control technique. Little Green was in front, and Big Black was behind. One golden red dragon flame, and the other glazed red blacksmith's divine fire formed 2 pots, covering the crab demon inside. Gurgle, gurgle, the knee-deep sewage began to boil. Clinton supported Big Bear and hurriedly retreated. Crackle, crackle, the crab's 8 claws turned from black to red in the dragon flame. It even emitted a fragrant smell and the sound of oil bursting. Gurgle. Danny's throat moved. She swallowed her saliva. She was a little hungry. Mercy, Mother of Dragons, please have mercy. Suddenly, the cry of an old man came from the river far away. Spiritual voice transmission, strong divine power. Danny's expression froze. Just like when Big Black faced the crab demon that suddenly appeared, it would first bite the loach demon to death. Facing the unknown evil god coming from the river, she almost subconsciously controlled the dragon flame to rush into the crab demon's mouth along Cora's steel sword, burning its internal organs and head. Without a trace of sound, the crab demon died tragically under the soul attack. Not only that, she wanted to kill it. Spiritual bestowment had already been activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if a hole had appeared in the sky, the river from the 9 heavens poured into the world. An unimaginably huge spiritual torrent rushed into Danny's sea of consciousness. Confirm that you can't absorb it, transfer it to. Danny hesitated for a moment. She looked at Little Green, who was looking at her eagerly, and then at Big Black, who was looking at her from the corner of its eye. Little Green, size up. Big Black is the main force of the anus mutated ghosts. It's an attack machine, different from you, a safe bomber. Danny's mother was very biased and instilled the divine spiritual quality into Boss Long. His Little Green cried out pitifully. 2 egg yolk-sized teardrops almost fell. Mother's heart softened. She sighed and divided it into 9 and 1. Big Black had 9 and Little Green had 1. Hiss, the 2 teardrops were immediately retracted. Little Green cried out happily, its aura soaring to the sky. Have mercy, Mother of Dragons. The old man's voice was getting closer and closer. The sound of the river waves was getting louder and louder. Through the sound of the water splashing, Danny could infer that the newcomer must be a huge monster similar to the crab spirit. Damn it, this isn't a classical Xianxia world. Why are there demons? And there are so many of them. Danny cursed. She ordered Little Green to continue burning the dead crabs to extract their spiritual quality. But she rode Big Black and took off. They flew to the river and were 500 meters above the river surface. Big Black immediately spat out dragon flames. Danny controlled the dragon flames and twisted it into a huge fireball. The fireball expanded very quickly. When the figure of the demons downstream appeared in front of Danny, the bowl-sized fireball had already turned into a small merry-go-round. The dragon flames were all driven by the terrifying blacksmith's divine power. It could be considered Danny's strongest power at the moment. She was confident that no demigod could take this move without suffering any damage. 7 levels of hell, what a huge turtle. This, Danny's eyes widened. Under the red light, a mountain-like figure appeared, the long-horned giant turtle. Its dark green shell was speckled with brown spots. The shell was covered with moss and various black mollusks. It was like a moving river island. Dragon Queen, I mean no harm. The giant turtle was also afraid of the sun like fireball in the sky. It stopped a kilometer away. You're the old man in the river? Big Black roared with a thunderous voice. That's me. The giant turtle raised its head. Its two dark green eyes were shining like light bulbs. The voice coming from its throat was no weaker than Big Black's. It was loud and clear like a war cry. What do you want? Danny continued to ask through Big Black's mouth. I want to persuade you to be merciful and let the Crab King go, the giant turtle said. It's too late. He's dead. Danny raised her vigilance and was ready to fight. The giant turtle was stunned when it heard that. It said in disbelief, how could he die? He sneak attacked me. He deserves this retribution, Danny said. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She remembered the mythical system of the Loina people. She said in surprise, you said he was the Crab King, the legendary ruler of the Lon River, the Crab King? The main deity in the Loina myths was naturally the mother of the Lon River. The first deity under the main deity was the Crab King, and after the Crab King was the old man in the river. According to the myths and legends, it was indeed the Crab King who ruled the underwater creatures of the Lon River. He was probably the god of the Lon River. Well, the mother of the Lon River was not the god of the Lon River. He was the Lon River itself. But the situation changed. Nobody knew when the old man in the river defeated the Crab King and usurped the position of the river god. He was the Crab King. He had just escaped from the seal. How could? The old man in the river could not believe it. He felt humiliated. He and the Crab King were demigods of the same level. If the Crab King died so easily, then he, thinking of that, he sighed and said, Dragon Queen, I mean you no harm. Since the Crab King is dead, I'll take my leave. After saying that, his mountain-like body slowly sank into the water. Danny saw this and guessed that the old man did not mean any harm. She quickly shouted, Friend, please wait. Chapter 538. Quick, quick, the sound is coming from that direction. Look, there's a sun in the sky. The upper Rhone River was not an absolutely desolate place. It connected the Andalus Hills in the north and the Great Plains in the south. It also ran through the Straits of Bravos, making it a very important waterway. Not to mention, because of the Dragon Queen's hidden tile steel, there were a lot of people searching for treasures near Godohi in the past 2 days. Therefore, the sound of the battle between the Megalosaurus and the crab spirit, the flames, and the flood attracted the attention of the mercenaries, sailors, and farmers within a radius of more than 10 miles. However, only the mercenaries who lived their lives with their lives on the line would dare to investigate. Just as the Dragon Queen made an appointment with the old man in the river, a group of more than 10 riders had passed through the birch forest and arrived at the edge of the battle scene. It's the Megalosaurus, the black dragon, it's the Dragon Queen. The mercenaries saw the figures under the light of the fire coming from the east bank downstream. They were a few hundred meters away from the river. It was the Dragon Queen and the black dragon. And the fireball that was the size of a small house was held up in the air by a slender arm. The mercenaries were horrified and pulled the reins in fear, not daring to move forward. Gods, there really was a flood here. Another mercenary noticed the wet mud under his feet. Look, mystic dragon above, the old man in the river. The mercenaries saw a huge turtle shell on the river surface. Old man in the river, please wait. Danny noticed the mercenaries, but she was in a hurry to keep Old Tortoise and did not have the time to care about them. It really is the old man in the river. The mercenaries looked at each other, feeling as if they had entered a mythical world. The mystic dragon was talking to the old man in the river. Roar. The giant turtle stopped diving, turned its head, and roared at the mercenaries on the causeway. It was like 10,000 cows were mooing at the same time. Danny understood that the old man in the river was willing to communicate with her, but he did not want to be watched by others. Get lost. Blackie roared at the mercenaries. At the same time, Danny turned her palm and threw the huge sun into the forest below. Buzz 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 boom hualala. The mercenaries could only see bright red in front of their eyes. The ground was shaking slightly, and the scorching wind was whistling in their ears. The strong airflow almost blew them off their saddles. In front of them, the branches and leaves of the birch tree were visibly reduced to ashes in the flames, and the tree trunk also fell in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was a sea of fire. Within a radius of 200 meters, there was not a single birch tree standing upright. Within a radius of 400 meters, the scorching heat had also singed the mercenaries' hair. The mercenaries were terrified. They opened their mouths wide and howled as if they had lost consciousness. Like headless flies, they whipped their horses and scattered in all directions. There were even mercenaries who broke into the area where Little Green was burning the crabs. They saw ferocious fire-breathing green dragons, crab spirits that were roasted red, and the carcasses of blade loaches that were more than 10 meters long and as thick as water buckets. When ordinary mercenaries suddenly barged into the world of mythological spirits, they were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, he was still sitting on the saddle. The horse carried him and fled into the depths of the forest. When everyone was gone, Danny approached the old man in the river. She circled around and approached him from the shore. Then, she raised a bright white dragon fireball that was not the version of divine power. She lowered her altitude and landed on a rock on the riverbank that was more than 10 meters above the river. "Dragon Queen, what do you want to talk about?" The giant turtle hid most of its body in the river. It was also very cautious. "Old man in the river, why do you think I can't kill the Crab King?" Danny asked. After a long silence, the giant turtle sighed and said, "Because your dragon is only 3 years old, and the Crab King has lived for tens of thousands of years. This barely counts as a reason," Danny said reluctantly. The giant turtle shook its head and continued, "The Crab King has listened to Mother's Song of Water. It shouldn't be killed by the dragon flames. Mother of the Rhone River has mastered the Song of Water." Danny was surprised. "So the Queen also knows the Song of Law." The giant turtle nodded thoughtfully and explained, "The Crab King is Mother's most talented child, and also my elder brother. He inherited at least 30% of Mother's Song of Water. 2,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia destroyed Gedo, 100 megalosaurus burned hundreds of kilometers of the Rhone River and the Little Rhone River, but they could not kill him. So they used 2 Sphinx statues to seal him in Mother's subdivine realm. So that's what happened." Danny had a strange expression. Maybe the seal of Valeglia weakened his divine power. 300 years ago, when the centaurs removed one of the statues, the seal weakened by at least 30%. But he still could not escape until you melted the other Sphinx statue. "You said that you are the child of Mother of the Rhone River. Are you like the celestial emperor born from the union of the night lion and the maiden of light?" Danny asked again. "No, the creatures of the Rhone River are all Mother's children. We were all born in the river and grew up in the river. If we are not Mother's children, what are we?" The giant turtle said. "That's true." Danny was enlightened. After a pause, she asked again, "You said that the Crab King inherited 30% of Mother of the Rhone River's water song. Has Mother of the Rhone River fallen into a deep slumber?" "Mother is dead," the giant turtle said calmly. Danny was shocked. Not only because of the fact that a true god had fallen, but also because of the giant turtle's calmness. Even true gods can fall?" She asked a stupid question. "Didn't the door god die too?" "Many true gods have died. The Maiden of Light, the Night Lion, the Fisher Queen, the Centaur god. A large group of true gods died in the long night. Who knows how many will die in this long night? When all the true gods die, perhaps our world will completely fall into the abyss." The giant turtle sighed. "Why would a true god die in the long night?" Danny was shocked. "I'm not too sure. I can only tell you Mother's words. The true gods are rooted in the world, and their mission is to lift the world up. It seems that the true gods are responsible for building the world. But our world has been falling since the beginning of its creation. The so-called long night is just the surface of the world's disaster. The world falls from one energy level to another. It's like falling from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and the true gods are the ones holding up the world. When the world falls, the first to fall to death is naturally the true gods themselves." Danny's expression changed a few times. The information revealed by the old man in the water was too rich and too terrifying. Now, she vaguely understood the truth of the world. How can you talk about the death of Mother Lun River so calmly? She asked after a while. Your mother has been dead for 17 years. Do you still feel sad now? Time can heal all wounds and make people numb to them. Also, the death of a god is different from that of a mortal, the giant turtle said with a complicated tone. You're not human. Dani complained in her heart. Her mood was no longer as depressed as before. She nodded in agreement and asked, what's the truth behind Yasore Ahai ending the long night? Dragon Queen, have you been to the land of eternal winter, the sea of sunset, the far east, and Sosros? The giant turtle asked. No, I'm very busy now. When the slaves of the world are liberated and the long night is over, I'll ride Dragon 1 to explore the ends of those 4 places, Dani said with a smile. The giant turtle mumbled, there's no end to those places. What do you mean by no end? Dani was puzzled. In other words, if you fly north for a year, you'll still reach an unknown continent or sea, the giant turtle said. Dani smiled confidently and said, you're a turtle. You might not know how fast my megalosaurus is. From the westernmost West Eros to the easternmost Asia, it'll take at most 3 days and 3 nights. A year. Hee, that's enough for me to fly around this world dozens of times. Dani's so-called around the world naturally meant traveling around the equator. But to the giant turtle, it sounded like flying around the known world. So, it didn't refute her and only sighed. One day, you'll understand when you try it yourself. I'm only saying this to tell you that the deviant ghosts come from the land of eternal winter in the far north and have never been completely wiped out. Yasuo Ahai only killed the deviant ghost king that went south into the known world and drove the remaining deviant ghosts back to the land of eternal winter. Humans have more than one king, and deviant ghosts have more than one as well. It's just that it's very difficult for deviant ghosts to give birth to a deviant ghost king. If you have the chance, you can ask the Green Prophet or the Son of the Forest. They're the most familiar with deviant ghosts. It seems that the appearance of deviant ghosts is related to them. Actually, think about it carefully. If deviant ghosts are all dead, is there a need to build the Great Wall? However, I can tell you for sure that killing the deviant ghost king won't bring light to the world. We have to summon a new sun. If we kill the deviant ghost king, the dark clouds in the sky will disperse and the sun will be revealed, right? This was Dani's scientific understanding of the long night. The long night was at most like nuclear winter. The sunlight would be blocked. Why would they need a new sun? Your Majesty, if you ask what happened back then, I can tell you. But if you want me to explain the reason, I can't. Old Tortoise said straightforwardly. Okay, continue. How was the long night ended? After killing the deviant ghost king, Yasuo Ahai asked Mother to bring the sun back as the savior of mankind. Mother couldn't refuse. This was her responsibility. But with Mother's power as a god, it was difficult to do so. So, she gave the Song of Water to us children and gathered the power of all the secondary gods in the entire Lone River god system to sing a song. Finally, summer came again. What about Lalo? What about the other gods? Why didn't they stand up? Dani was puzzled. Just us alone is enough to bring back summer. Why bother another person when one person can finish the job? Besides, the other person also has other tasks. Why was Valeglia destroyed? Dani changed the question. They burned the brilliant lone civilization and killed Mother. Don't they deserve retribution? The giant tortoise lost its peaceful and calm. Its face was ferocious and its voice was ghostly. Of course they deserve retribution. The question is, who gave them retribution? Other than a true god, who else could it be? The giant tortoise howled. Ah! Dani choked, but the mystery in her heart was solved. The next moment, a new question arose. Why did a true god destroy Valeglia? It definitely wasn't to avenge Lone's mother. Seeing old Tortoise so irritable, Dani didn't dare to ask any more questions related to Valeglia. If this thing dived and ran away, who would answer the many questions in her mind? For example, where's my tile steel? I don't know, but I can go to the bottom of the river to help you look for it. Why did the Crab King steal my tile steel? Dani asked curiously. That kind of treasure dropped in front of your own door. Whoever doesn't pick it up would be a fool. Old Tortoise complained. What can a crab do with tile steel? Forge armor with it. Keep it, give it to a human to melt, or trade it with other demigods. In short, tile steel is very valuable to demigods, Old Tortoise said. That demigod knife loach is very weak. Was it also sealed by the statue? Danny asked expectantly. Knife loaches were much weaker than the immortal ones like queers, but they were still demigods. If there was a loach, why couldn't there be an eel, a clam, a snail, a carp, a blackfish? If there were dozens or hundreds of creatures in the Lone River, and each race had a demigod, Danny was almost drooling. Chapter 539. What are you trying to do? Old Tortoise asked cautiously. I am the human emperor, the emperor of all humans in this world. I shall ensure the safety of the people. The Crab King, Loach, and other Evilders are greedy beyond measure, devouring humans and souls. The human emperor shall rid the world of evil and bring justice to all living beings. Dragon Queen stood on the back of the black dragon. Her small face seemed to be shining with a holy light. Her beautiful purple eyes did not have any of their usual charm, only determination and fearlessness. Old Tortoise did not know that there was such a divine skill as spiritual bestowment in this world, nor did he know that killing evil gods would be so beneficial to the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, you worry too much. With me in charge of the Rhone River, no evil god would dare harm the living beings along the river, he stammered. Sigh, what are you saying? Danny shook her head and sighed. Loach and Crab King were being unreasonable earlier. Why didn't you come out? Instead, when I was about to vanquish the evil, you came to stop me. Even if I believe that you would not be in cahoots with the evil gods, you two share the same mother, so it is inevitable that you would have feelings for each other. Why don't you tell me where those unfilial evil gods who ruined Mother Rhone's image are, and I will help Mother Rhone clean them up? Ah! Although Old Tortoise had a dark green tortoise face like the bark of a withered tree, he could not help but blush. Crab King is different. For tens of thousands of years, he was the king of the Rhone River. It was only in the recent 10,000 years that I took the authority to manage the living beings in the Rhone River from him. So, he was a little disobedient. Mother's other secondary gods, however, respected me and obeyed my orders. If Crab King is the eldest son, then I am Mother's second son, Old Tortoise explained awkwardly. Danny's eyes lit up. Old Tortoise's words meant, there were indeed many demigods in the Rhone River. Now that the questions were answered, should she get rid of Old Tortoise as soon as he had outlived his usefulness? However, the old man of the river had always been the auspicious sign of the Rhone River. He never accepted any blood sacrifices, nor did he cause any harm to others. He was a rare kind god. Old Tortoise felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and for some reason, he revealed another secret. Dragon Queen, I advised you not to kill the Crab King not only because of our tens of thousands of years of friendship, but also because of you. Killing the Crab King will do you more harm than good. Why? Danny suppressed her surging thoughts and asked curiously. Dragon Queen, you are also a magician. Have you noticed that the king's blood has a special power? That's true, Danny replied. Why is it that before he became king, he and his descendants didn't have any power in their bloodlines, and they were only crowned kings among mortals, but their bloodlines underwent a substantial change, or should I say, their bloodlines were deified? The old turtle asked again. Perhaps, it's a change caused by the faith of the people. Do you know the reason? Danny frowned. I don't know. Old Tortoise shook his head and sighed. I don't know the reason, but because I've lived for a long time, I know some of the rules that have already been established. There is a special law in this world, and that law can bestow some mysterious power to those who are recognized by heaven, earth, and man. A king recognized by the people has the bloodline of the king. So, Queen, think about it, what does a god who saves the world have? Does he have great luck and merit? Danny asked in surprise. Luck, merit. Old Tortoise was stunned as he carefully pondered over these two words. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. He had thought about it for tens of thousands of years and still couldn't figure it out, but the Dragon Queen only heard a few words and came up with such a profound answer. Why is there such a huge difference between the comprehension of a human and a tortoise? And her strength, A little girl in her teens 10 years is only enough for me to take a nap killed the Crab King without any damage. Even if the Crab King was just released from prison, he should have at least 70 to 80% of my strength. Old Tortoise was upset. The law of the world had changed, and it had become friendlier to humans, a new species with a short lifespan. First, there were the 3 Balerian brothers of the Valeglia tribe, and now there was the Dragon Queen who appeared out of nowhere. The human race is really… Using the Dragon Queen's words, the human race has great luck. It's luck and merit. Old Tortoise sighed with mixed feelings and continued, the Crab King participated in the sun summoning ceremony 8,000 years ago. In theory, he has great merit to both heaven and earth, so he can't be killed easily. What will happen if he is killed? Danny asked. This. Old Tortoise hesitated again. You are also a queen. If someone kills your subject who has contributed to you, how will you react? Hehe, old man in the river, you are very wise, and your thoughts are very interesting. However, karma is unpredictable in this world, and the strongest is king. There is no reward for good, and there is no punishment for evil. How many evil gods see humans as pigs and sheep, and they have contributed nothing to heaven and earth, but they still live happily for tens of thousands of years? How many good people are played by fate, and treated as pawns by the gods? Danny was filled with emotions, and she no longer had any intention to kill old man in the river. It's not necessarily that there is no retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Crab King and Loach King, aren't they your retribution? Old Tortoise said in a low voice. That's right. Danny nodded, and laughed heartily. I am the retribution of all evil gods. Old man in the river, tell me, among your brothers and sisters, how many will suffer retribution like Crab King? There was no way to continue this conversation. Old Tortoise wanted to dive into the water and slip away immediately. Your Majesty, after the Dragon King's calamity, Mother's lesser gods are all gone. No matter what, I will restrain the few remaining descendants. Old Tortoise's tone had a hint of pleading. There was nothing he could do. Even he and Crab King, the 2 leaders, one good and one evil, were no match for Dragon Queen. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crabs were even worse than Loach King, less than 1 out of 100. Danny was flabbergasted. She cursed loudly, damn those Valerians, they're too cruel. Old Tortoise heard that, and suddenly had a good impression of the queen. Previously, when he knew that the Dragon Queen was in Mataris and Balerian, he already had good intentions towards her. Otherwise, when she called for him, he would not have stayed at all, and would not have answered all her questions and explained so many ancient secrets to her. Old Tortoise's train of thought was not on the same channel as the Dragon Queen. Old Tortoise thought that the Dragon Queen took pity on the victims, but the Dragon Queen was cursing the predecessors for cutting down trees, and the descendants had nowhere to stay. A few hundred lesser gods, it should be enough for 5 dragons to ascend to the sky, right? Danny's tone and expression were not forced at all. She was very sincere, and it touched Old Tortoise. Your Majesty, what do you think about this? Recently, many treasure hunters have sneaked into the bottom of the river to look for your iron ingots. Why don't I help you transport them to Slaver's Bay as atonement for Crab King? Old Tortoise said kindly. You're just a freshwater tortoise, can you go to the sea? Danny's mouth twitched. Old Tortoise said proudly, I've been to the Jade Sea in the Far East, the Sunset Sea in the West, the Summer Sea in the South, the Narrow Sea, and the Trembling Sea in the North. Don't tell me, you've been hiding from Valeglia? Danny was suspicious. Old Tortoise had said before that Crab King was only the former king of the Rhone River, and Old Tortoise was the current king. However, Valeglia only sealed Crab King, and did not stew Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was very embarrassed, and his old bark-like dark green tortoise face almost shrank into the water. Dragon Queen had guessed correctly. Old Tortoise's wandering was not because he loved traveling, but because he was hiding from the cruel Dragon King of Valeglia. It was not until 400 years ago, when Valeglia was destroyed by the cataclysm, that he returned home happily. However, Old Tortoise was not just afraid of death, he had a special mission. Sigh, if it wasn't for me secretly watching over her, would Nymeria be able to bring 10,000 broken ships through Valeglia's blockade on the Rhone River? Would she be able to cross the summer sea with its unpredictable weather, cross the narrow sea, and bring 200,000 loyans to dawn? Old Tortoise said bitterly. Oh, after confirming that Old Tortoise was an experienced driver, Danny was still not assured. You said it yourself, anyone who sees the iron ingots will be tempted. If you take my iron ingots for yourself, with the way you hide from Valeglia, you can just hide in some deep bay and sleep for 80 years. How am I going to reason with you? Dragon Queen, how can I be such an untrustworthy person? Old Tortoise was very angry, and roared like a bull, causing the surrounding water to ripple and the giant rock under Dahei's feet to shake slightly. This is a serious matter, I have to be careful. Danny's hair was flying in the airwaves caused by Old Tortoise's roar. Then forget it, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Old Tortoise said sullenly, and was about to sink into the river. Don't, how can you go back on your words? Danny quickly stopped him and said, do you have any deposit? You can leave it with me, I'll return it to you when you transport the iron ingots to Slavers Bay. I'm helping you. Old Tortoise emphasized angrily. Then help me to the end, so that I won't be worried. Although Danny was a little unreasonable, she had no choice. 18 tons of iron ingots was too precious. If Old Tortoise could not make her feel at ease, she might as well not mention helping in the first place. At most, she would take a little risk and arrange for Dahei to escort the 9 swamp dragons for a trip or two. I swear in the name of the mother of the Rhone River, Old Tortoise said seriously. Danny's eyes flashed, and she nodded. That works too. Old Tortoise was good at swimming, and it only took 10 minutes to find the 10 ingots of iron ingots that the Crab King had hidden in the underground waterway. Old Tortoise was also awesome, and he did not let the 2 knights tie the iron ingots to his back. Instead, he opened his van-sized mouth and swallowed the 10 bucket-sized iron ingots into his stomach. When Dahei and Little White were transporting the other 61 iron ingots, Big Bear and Old Face worked together to pry open the Crab King's crab shell. The charred crab meat and crab innards were exposed. Danny found that the dragon flame had been burning for more than an hour, and the meat was charred, but the crab shell was still red and did not soften. She wanted to remove the crab shell to forge armor. Old Tortoise reluctantly carried the crab shell on his back, adding a red vest. After that, Old Tortoise swallowed another 50 iron ingots, and only then did he sink to the bottom of the river with the shell stripped of the crab meat. Well, there were a total of 71 iron ingots, and Old Tortoise only took 60 of them. Of the remaining 11, 3 would be taken away by the 2 dragons tonight, and the other 8 would be hidden somewhere else. They were busy until dawn, when a hint of indigo appeared in the eastern sky, and the 3 humans and 2 dragons finally stopped working. Old Face then asked Danny, since you don't trust the old man in the river, why did you let him take away 60 iron ingots? Sir, what do you think of Old Tortoise? There's a saying among the natives, a dragon king without the turtle prime minister is like a king without a crown. Danny asked with a smile. Chapter 540. Thinking of tonight's experience, Clinton's expression changed a few times and said with a complicated tone, it's my first time seeing a legendary god. I don't know how to evaluate the old man in the river, but he's better than the Crab King who wants to kill for money. When have you not seen a god? Danny rolled her eyes and pointed to Dahei who was eating crab meat. Dahei is a demigod. From the first time you saw him, you've seen a legendary god. Is that so? The old man was stunned and suddenly thought of the explosion caused by the black dragon flame that sent the Crab King flying dozens of meters, but he was still standing. Your Majesty is right. I was blind and ignored the great guardian of light. So, the 7 gods are also real and far beyond ordinary gods. Before Danny answered, the old man's expression suddenly became solemn and his tone became extremely pious. I'm guilty. I was misled by the pagan mage and thought that the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. I'm guilty. Your Majesty, you're the chief bishop, please help me repent. Danny looked at the old man in front of her in a daze. Between his wrinkled eyebrows, the mark of the paladin lit up. It meant that he was qualified to contract a pterosaur. Did he suddenly have an epiphany? She hurriedly observed Clinton's line of faith with the black dragon spirit. Damn it, his faith increased from 2.0 to 20 points. Although it was not as terrifying as the White Knight Barristan's 50 points, it was more than most of her nights. Okay, back in Astapor, I'll help you repent. She swallowed and said. Helping him repent was to listen to his confession and finally forgive him on behalf of the 7 gods. It was a bit like Christianity, where believers who felt guilty would tell their experiences to the priest next to the screen in a phone booth and criticize themselves. After being interrupted by Clinton, the previous topic suddenly became boring. She did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "The old man in the river swore by the mother of the Rhone River. If he breaks his oath, he will not be able to stay in the Rhone River for thousands of miles. And he's a good god with strong abilities. I want to get him to join us. 60 pieces of steel, that's the chance to meet him next time. It's also the final test of his character. If he passes, I'll persuade him to participate in the liberation of slaves. Well, he can help me pull the boat." The idea of a giant turtle pulling a boat sounded very exciting. The old man in the river was the representative of auspiciousness. Letting the old turtle pull the boat was akin to a Chilean pulling a chariot. Even if she didn't need to act tough, there were still 5 dragons. Dahe would inherit the 7 gods' family business. As for the other 4 dragons, it was also possible for the Sea Dragon King to emerge. Which Dragon King didn't have a turtle prime minister? But will the old man in the river agree? Big Bear asked doubtfully. The Valeglia and Beleriand exterminated the Loina clan. Yes, the half-clan. He even killed Loina's mother and hundreds of secondary gods under him. Those were Old Tortoise's mother and brothers. Even if it was a personal grudge, Old Tortoise had been away from his home for more than 1,500 years. Did he not have any blood in his heart? I'm in the middle of a life-and-death battle with Beleriand. What reason does he have to refuse to join in? But you let him pull the boat. The big bear stammered. Of course I won't say to him, "Hey, come and be my tracker," Danny said grumpily. Screech while they were talking, something strange happened again. Little Green, who was lying in the forest gnawing on crab bones, howled in pain without any warning. Then, it rolled on the ground like a madman, crushing the nearby birch trees until they snapped with a rustling sound. What's wrong? Is it food poisoning? Did you eat something bad? Danny was shocked. She hurriedly ran over to comfort him. However, Little Green seemed to have lost consciousness. He only cared about rolling, so she couldn't get close. Rolling on the ground didn't seem to relieve Little Green's pain. Covered in mud, he actually smashed his head on the ground, creating hollow thumps on the stones on the ground. Screech smashing his head still didn't stop the pain. Little Green started spitting dragon flames randomly. Fortunately, Danny used fire control to direct the fire in another direction. Otherwise, she would at most have blisters on her body. The 2 knights who rushed over might not have survived. Big Black, hold him down, Danny shouted. His Dahe jumped up like a goshawk pouncing on a chick. It suddenly rode on Little Green's back and bit its neck under the back of Little Green's head. Its wing claws pressed Little Green's wings to the ground. Little Green's eyes were wild. He kept howling, but he couldn't struggle anymore. Danny hurriedly walked forward and entered the dragon spirit state. She pulled Little White's soul into her body and pressed her palm between Little Green's eyebrows. Just like in the Bay of Sorrows, Yulun used the dragon binder to control Little Green. The old dragon's soul in the dragon binder entered Little Green's spiritual space and suppressed his soul. Danny's soul attack imitated the dragon binder. Although Little White wasn't as strong as the old half-god dragon, he wasn't much weaker than Danny, who was half a step away from becoming a half-god. This way, they could repeat the process of the dragon binder controlling the Megalosaurus. Danny and Little Green's heads shook at the same time. The second soul merged with Little White and rushed into Little Green's spiritual space. 7 gods above, what's going on? With great difficulty, she broke through Greenie's spiritual barrier. As soon as she entered the soul space of the giant dragon that was like a sea of lava, she was stunned by the scene in front of her eyes. Countless light green raindrops were floating in the air, almost covering the entire sea of consciousness. A green dragon covered in cuts and bruises was rampaging in the rain. This scene was like when Little Green's spiritual space was raining and time was suddenly paused. Only Little Green could move. However, every raindrop was like the most corrosive sulfuric acid. Wherever it touched Little Green's body, there would be a hole, but the raindrops didn't lose anything. This isn't spiritual energy or divinity. What is it? Danny carefully reached out her hand and touched the raindrops. Pop! The raindrops touched her fingertips and immediately bounced away like shy little tadpoles. Danny's head also felt stuffy. It was as if someone hit her with a stick. I see. Danny's eyes lit up. Looking at the raindrops in the spiritual space, she was ecstatic. The raindrops didn't hit her head. However, at the moment when they touched her head, a huge amount of information entered her mind, causing her brain to shut down and hurt for a moment. And the information gave Danny a very familiar feeling. In the black gate of the Great Wall, when she touched the Song of Wind, she could also sense a lot of information. Watching Brandon break the branches and spend decades building the Great Wall, the whole process was even higher than 4K. How much information did she get? At this time, the information was not the past, but the analysis of the law of water. If the Song of Wind and the Song of Water were the same course. The Door God sang the Song of Wind to Danny. It was similar to teaching and learning. In the process of watching the construction of the Great Wall, he taught her how to sing the Song of Wind. The Door God didn't teach her the knowledge of the course, but taught her how to learn by herself. At this time, there was no other mother of the Roans to teach her. There was no teacher, only teaching materials describing the Song of Water. Of course, the materials were dry and could only pass on ancient knowledge, the knowledge that the Crab King learned from the mother of the Roans. It was not a method, but a lot of knowledge of the law. Even Danny's head felt heavy when she received the knowledge of a raindrop. However, it was raining in Greenie's mind. No wonder he was almost driven crazy. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she entered the state of the Song of Wind. In an instant, she found the 2 raindrops in the core. Yes, unlike the Door God's only Song of Wind in the world of wind, there were 2 cores in the many raindrops in Greenie's mind. Danny only thought for a while and understood that the 2 cores of the Song of Water belonged to the Knife-Loach and the Crab King respectively. Sure enough, when she grabbed a water droplet in each of her hands, countless raindrops gathered like swallows returning to their nest. It was as if the process of a fountain starting to spray water was replayed in a high-magnification slow-motion camera. In the end, 2 jelly-like green raindrops, one big and one small, condensed in Danny's hands. One was the size of a pigeon egg, and the other was the size of a soybean. Although they looked small, they were constantly transmitting a lot of information to Danny, who was holding them. Her head was about to explode. In fact, in the real world, after the Dragon Queen placed her right palm on Greenie's forehead, Greenie stopped struggling, and its frenzied eyes regained their clarity. On the other hand, Danny's beautiful face was covered with terrifying veins that looked like spiderwebs. Her capillaries burst. Her nostrils, the corners of her eyes, lips, and ears were bleeding. Her purple eyes, which used to be lively and charming, bulged like a ping-pong ball covered with red threads. She did not look like a human at all, but 90% like a ghost. Mortals were not qualified to control the Song of Law that belonged to the true gods. If Danny dared not return the Song of Wind to the Door God at the Black Gate, she would have ended up 100 times worse than now. Ah! The 90% ghost-like Dragon Queen let out a ghost cry. She took a step back and her consciousness also left Greenie's mind. The whole process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. In the eyes of the 2 knights, the Dragon Queen, who looked like a fairy at one moment, suddenly turned into a soul-seeking ghost in the next. Before they could exclaim, she howled and retreated. "Your Majesty," what Big Bear had just asked when his vision turned black and he fainted. At the same time, the fishes and shrimps in the nearby river also fainted. The living creatures in the forest had long been scared away by the dragon aura and the Crab King's momentum. The Dragon Queen opened her mouth and spat out 2 sparkling and translucent diamonds, one big and one small, shining with emerald light. They were far more brilliant than diamonds. They spun and emitted a supreme, and oppressive aura. The upper Rhone River, which was dozens of meters away, even stopped flowing. The river water floated as if it had lost gravity and slowly flew to the forest by the shore. With the two crystals as the center, it spun in circles at the same speed as the crystals. This is the law that makes up the world. Danny's eyes were blurred, full of awe and desire. Hiss in an instant, Blackie and her dragon spirit, then she saw a heartbreaking scene. The two water songs were evaporating. She could only see the brilliant light with the naked eye. After the dragon spirit, with the help of Blackie's divine eye, she saw the water droplets emitting a green mist, as if water was evaporating into white steam. The size of the two crystals shrank visibly, which also proved that she was right. After leaving the space of consciousness, the song of wind was evaporating. Subconsciously, she used the bestowment spirit to retain the green light that was evaporating into the air. Of course, there was no reaction. Helpless, Danny opened her mouth and swallowed the two beans in one gulp into her space of consciousness. Awoo! Danny turned from a beauty to a fierce ghost again. Blackie, I can't take it anymore. Come and help me, Danny's soul shouted, but she did not rush to the dragon spirit. What should I do? I'm a little scared of it, the big black coward said. With a sudden inspiration, Danny thought of a place and quickly said, "Open the channel of faith, let's go to the pool of faith." The next moment, the void trembled. Blackie transformed into the seven gods. Danny and the dragon spirit entered the pool of faith that was nowhere to be found, a strange space full of the power of faith of the seven gods. It was like spitting out a hot chestnut. Bah! The two crystals floated in the milky white sea of faith. Chapter 541. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she expected, after entering the pond of faith, the two water droplets, one big and one small, no longer dissipated. But compared to before, the two water droplets had shrunk by 1/10. This made Danny's heart ache. They were water songs. Even if they couldn't be used now, it was too wasteful for them to evaporate. Hey, Big Black, you're... Her attention returned, and she suddenly found that Big Black, who was her dragon spirit, was somewhat unfamiliar. Big Black was still Big Black, but Big Black was no longer a hardworking blacksmith. His divinity and temperament had changed. At this time, his face was still so ferocious, like a demon dragon that slaughtered cities and ate people. But his eyes, the aura he exuded, were gentle like a loving mother that only existed in fantasy. Holy Mother. Big Black became the Holy Mother. You got another clergy? Danny was pleasantly surprised. Yeah. Big Black was also very happy. Then Danny's face changed, and she said angrily, "You're stupid. I was hesitating between blacksmith and warrior before, but because I had to smelt steel, I had no choice but to choose blacksmith. But the second clergy, no matter what, should be warrior. How stupid are you to choose to become the Holy Mother before the final battle with the Alliance army? Don't tell me you're still planning to impose benevolence and mercy on those slave traders. I don't know what's going on. You asked me to open the door of faith, and I became the Holy Mother in a hurry." Big Black's spiritual waves were full of grievances. Hey, you're really Hualala. Danny was about to reprimand Big Black a few more times when she saw the two water droplets spinning gently, like a faucet, spraying out a clear spring. In just a moment, the gushing spring formed a small pool the size of a bathtub in the pond of faith. What's going on? Danny was confused. The next moment, she replaced Big Black and became the Holy Mother. She closed her eyes for a moment, and said in surprise, "The power of faith is decreasing." The water song and the power of faith combined to become divine power with water attributes. This is not ordinary pool water, but divine power. Then, she frowned again. The pool water was not completely divine power, it had some material attributes, and could be brought into the real world. It was as if the divine power had dissolved in clear water. With the will of the Virgin Mary, Danny separates the droplets of the water song from the power of faith, and the fountain stops abruptly. Let's test it after we return to Astapor. Shaking her head, she and Dahe withdrew from the pool of faith, and their souls returned to their respective bodies. Rumble. The river water was attracted by the water song, and because of the disappearance of the water song, it lost its momentum and turned into a 3-meter-long waterfall. It fell from the sky and knocked Danny down. She was still fine. The second soul had gone to the pond of faith, and the main soul was controlling the body. She could still take the initiative to avoid the sky-toppling water. But Big Bear and Old Awkward were miserable. The knight only glanced at the real body of Water Song before his soul could not withstand the pressure and incomprehensible information, and he fainted. At this time, after being washed by the waves, Danny couldn't even see their shadows. Even though the river was flowing back into the river, the water on the shore was too deep, reaching up to her chest. Blackie, get Mormon and Clinton out. Fortunately, before coming down, Danny gave each of the two knights a soul mark. Blackie could sense their position through the dragon spirit state. The black dragon could swim. At this time, like a black fish, it lowered its body and plunged into the river. The ripples were fiercely rippling. In a few breaths, the river water 30 meters away splashed. The black dragon stretched out its neck and picked up Clinton, who was covered in mud, in its mouth. He was not wearing armor and was washed a little far away. After a long struggle, the sky was bright, and the two knights slowly woke up. Old Awkward rubbed his right cheek that was scratched by the wild safflower, and asked in confusion, "What happened just now?" Danny thought for a moment and explained, "When ordinary people look up at the summer noon sun, they will feel dizzy, their eyes will sting and tear, and even temporarily lose their sight. Everything they see is white. That's because the sunlight passes too many light spots to the human eye, and the light spots are too strong for the naked eye to bear. But Megalosaurus can stare at the sun for a whole day without any discomfort. Those two water droplets are beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Just like the noon sun surpasses the vision of ordinary people, the water droplets also surpass the spiritual perception of ordinary people. In fact, I'm almost a demigod, but I can't bear it. So, your souls were oppressed and you fainted. What are water droplets?" Big Bear squatted by the river, his iron boots half a foot deep in the wet mud. He wrung his wet white cloak and asked curiously, "Yes." Danny paused for a moment and turned around. She stepped on the mud and wet weeds and came to the riverside. She shouted at the calm river, "Old man of the river, why are you back?" I had already swam to Dohi, but I sensed the turbulence upstream. There seemed to be the breath of Water Song, so I came back to check. Old Tortoise did not show up, but only sent out spiritual waves from under the water. "Why didn't you come out?" Danny asked. "There are many people on the surrounding cliffs. It's dawn, and they are looking here with binoculars," Old Tortoise said. "You're the old man of the river, what are you afraid of? There was a flood, an explosion, and flames here. After a night of torment, even the blind and deaf would notice." But Danny did not care about the onlookers at all. If they wanted to see, then let them. The more they saw, the more they knew, the more they were in awe of her. Since she was already exposed, she might as well earn a wave of fame. "I'm afraid of being remembered. Other than the survivors of Loina who believe in me, I never show my face in front of outsiders," Old Tortoise said honestly. Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not say anything else. This world was so unfriendly to extraordinaires. Even a farmer's rake could knock a bloody hole in the head of this 10,000-year-old divine tortoise. "Dragon Queen, did you find Water Song from the Crab King?" Old Tortoise's tone was anxious and hopeful. "I don't know what happened, but my little green suddenly ate a drop of water when he was eating crab meat. He was rolling around in pain. I knew it was a treasure, but I couldn't bear it. It almost broke my skull, so I spat it out and caused a flood. After that thing disappeared." Other than storing the drop of water in the pool of faith, Danny did not tell any lies. She only blurred her personal secrets such as the dragon spirit and the green prophet's second soul. Old Tortoise could sense the fluctuation of Water Song from dozens of kilometers away, which meant that even if he was not an expert in this field, he was still an expert. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Such a great opportunity, and it was wasted. I should have left later. I missed it, I missed it. Old Tortoise kept saying that it was a pity, but he did not doubt her words at all. "Why did it turn out like this? Elder, please explain it to me in detail," Danny asked curiously. Old Tortoise did not refuse and slowly said, "At the beginning of the world's creation, all living things could hear the song of principles, but only a few holy spirits could become true gods who could master their own songs. If other holy spirits and non-holy spirits were not compatible, even if they heard the song of principles, they could not sing their own songs. Just like Mother, She was compatible with the Song of Water, but rejected the Song of Fire. Therefore, no matter what, the Song of Fire would not be condensed for her. Your green dragon was probably more compatible with the Song of Water, so the Song of Water that escaped from the Crab King's body was absorbed by him, but only true gods could possess the Song of Water. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. The truth was almost the same as what old Tortoise said. The Song of Water was in the core of the Crab King's and the Knife Loach souls. In a strange state, it entered Danny's space of consciousness along with the divinity and spirituality. If the divinity and spirituality were water, then the Song of Water would be sugar dissolved in water. But sugar and water were not in the same dimension. The Song of Water existed in a higher dimension, so much so that Danny did not notice it at all. If Little Green had not absorbed all the sugar due to its compatibility with the Song of Water, it might have disappeared quietly. Danny frowned and thought for a moment, but she still could not figure it out. She only asked, "You said that only true gods could possess the Song of Water, but you and the Crab King are not true gods. The Song of Water belongs to Mother, and us secondary gods are equivalent to a part of Mother. Other than inheriting Mother's Song of Water, I am the same as your dragon, unable to possess the Song of Wind and Song of Fire," old Tortoise said. "I heard that Balerion took Lalo's Song of Fire." "That guy is not a true god," Danny said. "I only said that mortals cannot possess a ready-made Song of Law, but I did not say that mortals cannot condense the Song of Law. The difference between the two is very big. People are different, and their understanding of things is different. The so-called Song of Law is fundamentally the feeling after listening to the Song of the World. Lalo and Balerion were the past and present owners of the Song of Fire respectively, but the Song of Fire they sang was different. The so-called taking of the Song of Fire did not mean that Balerion defeated Lalo and took the Song of Fire like a bandit robbing treasure. Instead, he relied on his talent that far exceeded Lalo's to condense a more perfect Song of Fire that belonged to Balerion. The world can only have one Song of Fire. The strong replace the weak, and the perfect Song of Fire replaces the incomplete one. When Balerion condenses his Song of Fire, Lalo's Song of Fire will be extinguished. The weak are prey to the strong, constant evolution. So there is such a rule in the world that forces true gods to constantly advance. Danny was shocked and confused after the realization. With such a progressive rule, why did this world degenerate into such a state? Shouldn't it be thriving and developing into a mythical world with super magic and super martial arts? However, she suddenly understood Door God's great kindness to her. She could not possess Door God's Song of Wind. He was helping her condense her own Song of Wind. This was simply, "Why is Door God so good to me?" Danny was a little confused. "Can you condense your own Song of Water now?" Danny asked. "Sigh, I want to, but I can't," old Tortoise said bitterly. "Why?" "Only holy spirits can compose their own Song of the Laws after listening to the Song of the World. I'm only a half-holy spirit, or secondary holy spirit. Your Megalosaurus and Crab King are the same as me. They were born in the first era after the creation of the world. They are fake holy spirits with some holy spirit characteristics. According to Mother, holy spirits can see beyond the river surface and can see and feel the existence of the origin. Half-holy spirits can be close to the river surface and can vaguely see the scenery on both sides of the river, but it is blurry and unreal. Non-holy spirits are trapped at the bottom of the river and can never see the truth of the laws. It's not that non-holy spirits can't master the Song of the Laws, but it's too difficult to see the whole picture, old Tortoise said. Danny was stunned for a moment. Being able to condense the Song of Wind meant that she was a holy spirit. It seemed quite easy. Then she thought of the sheep egg. That fellow was also a holy spirit. The cultivation advantages of a holy spirit were great. "So you're saying that my dragons will never be able to become true gods?" Danny frowned. This was like someone telling a mother that her son was too stupid. No matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. This was too much of a blow. It can't be helped. I've lived for more than 100,000 years, and the Megalosaurus I've met is more than the loaches you've seen, but I've never seen a dragon become a true god. Mother said that the Father of creation is fair. We half-holy spirits are born strong, and it's easier for us to survive than normal creatures. But our comprehension. Old Tortoise sighed. Danny came to a realization. Was the door god strong? Its true form was just a tree. Compared to the megalosaurus, the giant tortoise, and the giant crab, it was weak. Was Mother Rhone strong? She was a river. Was that strong or weak? Chapter 542. Hiss terrifying. Illyrio exclaimed from the red wooden palanquin carried by the four of them. The Upper Lawn River, 60 kilometers north of Gadolin. Dozens of acres of low-lying woodland had been turned into a swamp. Large tracts of birch trees had been burned, leaving only charred tree stumps. Near the riverbank, there was even a glassy land with a radius of a few dozen meters. A few hundred meters around, trees as thick as bowls had fallen outwards. The spice merchant's expression was solemn. He could imagine how high the temperature had been at that time, and how intense the explosion had been due to the high temperature. Was the megalosaurus that terrifying? He couldn't help but ask the mage beside him. The Dragon Queen had caused too much of a ruckus here, attracting the attention of countless nobles, mercenaries, and extraordinaries in the Western continent. That day, when the Dragon Queen had first appeared on the west bank of the Little Lawn River, a messenger crow had informed Governor Pentus, who was 500 kilometers away. However, Illyrio was too fat and couldn't gallop on horseback. By the time his carriage reached the vicinity of the Dragon Queen's furnace, it was already 3 days later. Then, without stopping, he took a boat north to find the birch forest where the Dragon Queen and the Crab King had fought. In order to better understand the truth of the matter, he had even hired a slightly famous fire mage. At this point, the Dragon Queen had already left for 2 days. Hundreds and thousands of people had arrived. Even now, other than Illyrio's group, there were many mercenaries and spies from nearby cities who had come to investigate the remains of the battlefield. Just a while ago, Illyrio had met with a merchant from Bravos. In theory, the megalosaurus dragon flames shouldn't have such an effect. It's said that the Dragon Queen threw down a bright red fireball the size of a house. Perhaps the dragon flames complemented her fire magic. The fire mage guessed. Fire magic. The legacy of the great Magus Valeglia? Illyrio muttered in shock. Perhaps. In the past few months, there have been rumors in the Extraordinaries that the Dragon Queen had regained the glory of the ancient great Magus Valeglia, becoming the strongest of the younger generation in the West. Now that I look at it, you really do live up to your reputation. You truly deserve to be called the #1 mage of the younger generation in the West. The old mage said admiringly. The heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation and never lets anyone go. As the Dragon Queen's reputation grew, and as Mataris continued to leak information about her mastery of the Grand Adept's meditation technique to the higher-ups of the Alliance, and as more and more stories of her spellcasting spread, the supernatural world went from being suspicious to being shocked, then slowly accepting it. Finally, they recognized her as the #1 of the younger generation. The legacy of the great wizard. A strange look flashed across the fat merchant's eyes. He wondered if the Dragon Queen had taught Aegon the world's most powerful fire wizard meditation technique. He should remind Aegon that only with the combination of the dragon and the great wizard's inheritance could he exert the power to rule the world. Why is she only the #1 of the younger generation? Illyrio pointed at the messy forest that seemed to have been attacked by a flaming tornado and asked in confusion, who else can surpass her? If it was before, I would say yes. In the western continent of Ursus, almost every city has its own god. They are all demigods and supernatural mags. But now, a look of confusion and shock appeared on the fire mage's face. He shook his head and sighed. Some mercenaries saw the megalosaurus burning crabs bigger than riverboats and loaches thicker than the pillars in front of the Red Temple. Judging from the flooding around, the one who fought with the Dragon Queen that night must have been 1 or 2 water-type demigods. It could very well be the legendary Crab King. The Crab King is as famous as the old man in the river. He was once the master of the Rhone River. The huge waves and the flood that washed ashore were probably his water magic. In theory, water magic should have an advantage over fire magic. Besides, this place is near the river and has plenty of water. However, we are all sure that the Dragon Queen won, and it was a clean victory. What does this mean? Perhaps we can remove the younger generation. The Dragon Queen is the Queen of Fire among us supernatural beings. The Queen of Fire. Illyrio sighed. The timid girl who lived under his roof and did not even dare to speak much had grown to the level where she was like a demon. It had only been 4 years. Why did she fight the Crab King? Governor Pentus asked. Perhaps for the tile steel. Many people speculate that the Dragon Queen moved the tile steel again and perhaps threw it in this river. It had to be said that there was no lack of smart people in this world. As long as there was enough information, they could really reconstruct the truth. Tile steel. The merchant's fat face trembled a few times. He sighed, 18 tons of tile steel. The few tile steel swords that my family kept to preserve their value have depreciated. The news of the Dragon Queen killing the Crab King at the Rhone River spread throughout the cities of the Western continent. Singers and poets were once again busy, writing a new legend of the Dragon Queen. In a few days, the story of the Dragon Queen slaying the Crab King was being sung in every corner of the city. However, the Dragon Queen was very depressed these days. Since they set off in the morning, they only reached Astapor the next night because they were carrying a 500 kilograms iron ingot. Then, she changed her clothes and began preparing for battle. Riding the Black Dragon, she brought Little Green, Little White and the 17 pterosaurs to the 3 cities of Slavers Bay. She was waiting for the allied pterosaur knights. Waiting for the enemy to take advantage of the void. In the end, she waited for 2 days and did not even see a single dragon scale. This time, she suddenly understood. The enemy might have enough pterosaur knights, but they might not have enough dragons. Just like how she had more than 20 knights with the Holy Knight seal, but only 17 pterosaurs. She should have taken the initiative to attack Matares when the enemy had completely lost control of the air. Just as she was thinking if she could make up for it, Matares' raven spies sent news. A group of pterosaurs had landed at the camp outside the city today. There were more than 50 of them, including shadow pterosaurs and swamp pterosaurs. However, their size was generally smaller than the previous 2 groups. Danny was stunned for a moment and began to regret. When she was stealing chickens to smelt the Sphinx statue, Matares was also stealing chickens and took the opportunity to subdue another group of pterosaurs from the Sosroth rainforest. The 4th day after Danny brought back 1,500 kilograms of tile steel, the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Night. The Dragon Queen was having dinner with her vassal. Didn't you destroy the dragon's horn? How can they still capture pterosaurs? Kola was puzzled. The little devil shook her head and put down the wineglass. Among us holy knights, which one of us controls pterosaurs with the dragon's horn? Benny is dead. This time, the one who subdued the pterosaurs may be High Priestess Jenny. With her ability, she doesn't need the dragon's horn at all. The dragon's horn was modified by her own witchcraft to control the Megalosaurus. After Danny explained, she began to regret. If I knew that she would come personally, I would have set up an ambush halfway. She really regretted it. The tile steel statue had been in Godohi for thousands of years. A few days later was not a big deal. If she could kill Jenny, not to mention whether she could have a full meal and then become a god, at least the Alliance would lose the source of pterosaurs. At least until Sheep Egg found a new body. Today was different from the past. There were not many pure-blooded members of the 3 great families like Jenny and Benny, the 3 great families of Baleares, Vargas, Miraces, and Sheep Egg. There are only so many pterosaurs in the Sosroth rainforest. Isn't it too convenient to just take them after using them? Old Yimont frowned. Danny turned her eyes to the little devil and said, General Wildfire, if you had listened to me and went to the old dragon earlier, maybe the situation would have been completely reversed. I heard that the new pterosaurs that Matares tamed are much smaller. The pterosaurs are not endless. Tyrion hesitated. So, you should have gone earlier. Danny said lightly. So, it's too late for you to force me to go now. Tyrion thought. I'll go. I'll go to the rainforest tomorrow. Old Guy volunteered. Well, after he came back, he contracted a shadow dragon. Unlike General Wildfire who was cunning and had a strong desire to survive, Old Guy was like Old Bart. They were both true knights and regarded dying for their king as the highest honor of a knight. He was a man of his word. The next morning, after receiving the iron gut tile steel sword from the Queen and Mormont's iron armor, he carried a big bag of dry food, some dragon essence, 10 leather bags of wine, masks, mosquito nets, and other things and set off. Well, since he had 18 tons of tile steel, Da Xiong was no longer obsessed with the tile steel armor. As for the food and wine, Danny certainly did not want old Guy to die in glory. Considering that even viruses were magical beasts in this damned world and might not be able to be disinfected by boiling, it was best not to drink the water or eat the food in Sosroth rainforest. Old Guy left in the morning. Dragon Queen's old friend Zal came to Astapor Pier. It's indeed more prosperous than the time of the good Lord. It's also cleaner. Even the confusing red brick debris is gone. Zal's mood was very complicated. Excluding the hostile relationship caused by interests, he still admired the achievements of Danny's old friend. It was easy to occupy a city. Many Centaur Khalasar could do it, but it was very difficult to govern a country with hundreds of thousands of people and even make it better in a short period of time. Accompanied by General Wildfire, Zal took a carriage and went to the manor outside the city to see a group of prisoners before returning to the Great Pyramid to see Her Majesty the Queen. General Wildfire is in charge of the Mage Corps and the Winged Dragon Legion. Now he has become the Minister of Foreign Affairs and even has the only yellow jacket in Slave Bay. He is really the Queen's right-hand man. Zal looked at the dwarf who was wearing the same clothes as him and said with a complicated expression. The dwarf noticed the gaze of Ambassador Queers and looked down at the golden silk jacket. He smiled and said, "Your Excellency Zal is overpraising me. Her Majesty is just flattering me. In fact, I like wine and beautiful women. I don't care about the alliance." What the dwarf said was 100% true. He was willing to serve the Queen, but he had no interest in the cause of freeing the slaves. Zal thought he was being sarcastic. In terms of damage to the alliance, the dwarf was enough to be in the top 3, second only to Klein and the Dragon Queen herself. Especially when he put the wildfire bomb to practical use. Even Mataris could not make the wildfire so stable. It could almost change the future of the war. However, he was on the alliance's assassination list and did not have many days to live. Thinking of this, Zal looked at the dwarf with a more intimate gaze. The dead Dragon Queen's important minister was a good minister of the alliance. "I will see the Queen later. I wonder if you can put in a good word for me to Her Majesty." Zal took out an exquisite ebony box from his pocket and quietly stuffed it into the dwarf's hand. Ah! The dwarf was stunned. Just as the Dragon Queen had guessed, Zal took the back door. Chapter 543. Of course, the Chinese were not the only ones who were used to giving gifts. The foreigners were not weak in this aspect either. Otherwise, how did Danny spend the tens of thousands of gold radiance coins back in quills? Wendro, who took 777 gold coins from the Dragon Queen but did not do anything, was still doing the most difficult and tiring work in the labor camp to this day. However, even though the little devil was the son of a duke, he did not have any real power. During his time as the Prime Minister of King's Landing, he was busy trying to survive and did not have time to ask for bribes. The heavens took pity on him. No one had ever given him a gift in his life. At this moment, it was the first time in his life that someone had taken the back door. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still a little stunned. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to the open carriage. He awkwardly used his sleeve to cover the wooden box the size of a harmonica. Playing with it in his hand, the dwarf asked softly, "What is this?" "The Emperor's blessing." Zaro lowered his head and explained softly in the dwarf's ear, "The King of Barrenlands, Bu Hao, invited all the famous doctors and sorcerers in the world and spent millions of gold coins to develop something to liven things up. Just one is enough to make you crazy." The dwarf lifted his chin slightly and put the box into his pocket. He said proudly, "I don't need it." "Yes, you don't need it. It's just a small token." Zaro smiled in understanding. "But, what do you want me to say to the Queen about this small token?" The dwarf glanced at him and smiled faintly. "General Wildfire, as the saying goes, you can't punish the nobles, but you can't humiliate the knights. The rules here are the same as the Westeros. Even if the nobles and knights belong to different camps, They should not be humiliated like this. Wendro, a member of the Quill's royal family, is actually picking up dung in the manor. It is unreasonable and chilling to the nobles. General, you should help Her Majesty correct her mistake. Zaro was filled with righteous indignation and said helplessly. Wendro took 777 gold coins from Her Majesty but did not do anything. You know this better than me. How can the Queen not hate him? Tyrion said. The Queen still remembers that small matter from a few years ago. Zaro was stunned and said in disbelief. I remember it clearly. Tyrion nodded. Zaro's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that he had taken away her delicacies after the Dragon Queen had rejected his proposal. He had even taken away her favorite peacock tongue. He also demanded the return of the gift he had given her. He seemed to be even more hated than Wendell. No, that's not right. I'm only giving without getting anything in return. I didn't take advantage of her, unlike Wendro. It must be different. Otherwise, why would she give him a golden mandarin jacket? With this thought, Zaro calmed down. General, how much salary do you get in a month at Slaves Bay? Zaro changed the topic. I've been fined half a year's salary. I haven't received much money recently, Tyrion said. Sigh, Her Majesty is going overboard. General, you have made outstanding contributions. It is already wrong of her to not reward you generously. How can she deduct your salary? Zaro shook his head repeatedly. I'm loyal to the Queen's great cause. I don't care about money. Tyrion spoke righteously and sternly like a revolutionary warrior who was not afraid of sacrifice. This guy really does deserve to be killed. Zaro sneered in his heart, but said with a pleasant expression, being loyal to the Queen and being rich is not contradictory. I didn't come empty-handed this time. If the general can make me not return empty-handed, I will definitely satisfy the general. How can you satisfy me? Don't look at me because I'm small. I'm actually very hard to satisfy. With that said, Tyrion could no longer continue to pretend to be stupid, and he couldn't reject him harshly. The Queen had arranged for him to receive Zaro not because he had too much free time. The Battle of Toros had proven the power of the wildfire bullets. It also showed how much the wildfire bullets were consumed in a single battle. Now, the wildfire general rode his dragon to the Liberty Maiden Island to be a pirate on odd days, robbing the Alliance's supply ships. On even days, he went to the wildfire factory to supervise the fire mag's smelting of wildfire bullets. He was very busy and didn't have time to be a diplomat. He definitely shouldn't have come to receive Zaro. However, the Dragon Queen needed someone to play along with her, to let the Alliance redeem him without any suspicion. After thinking about it, there was no one more suitable than the gnome in Slaves Bay. 10,000 gold coins. Zaro raised a finger and said. A hint of greed flashed through Tyrion's eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm. He said, if Sir Zaro has one or two friends in the prisoner camp, I might be able to put in a few good words for you to the Queen. I have traveled widely and have friends all over the world. Zaro raised a finger and said with a hidden meaning, one price, 100,000 gold coins to rescue all the prisoners above the rank of knight. 100,000 gold coins. The greed in Tyrion's eyes grew stronger. His face twitched a few times, but he still shook his head. Sir Zaro, not counting the 30 to 40 winged dragon knights who were captured in the last 2 dragon wars, there are more than 500 nobles who were captured in Toros. Yet, you're only offering 100,000, that's too insincere. Are you confident that you can convince the Queen to release all the nobles? Zaro's eyes widened in disbelief. This time, his shock was not faked at all. How could this gnome have that much power? He didn't believe it. Let me ask you, where is the Queen's hometown? The little demon rolled his eyes and asked. West Eros. But she grew up on the streets of a trading city. What does that mean? Let me ask you again, is the Queen a noble? The gnome didn't answer and asked again. Of course, the king is the greatest noble. She is a Westerner and is familiar with the etiquette among Westeros nobles. She is also a knight who values glory. Why can't such a queen abide by the rules of nobles, accept the ransom and release the prisoners? Zaro frowned and said, what are you trying to say? If I can use the normal way to ransom the prisoners, why should I? Why should I use your back door? Moreover, Westeros nobles weren't stupid. They wouldn't accept the ransom and release the prisoners before the war ended unless both sides exchanged prisoners of war. It was almost impossible for someone like Xaro and Dany to use money to ransom their own generals in the middle of a war. Of course, according to common sense, the Dragon Queen couldn't reject them rudely. Otherwise, if the knights on her side were to be captured by the Allied forces, would they all immediately be killed? Even if she agreed, the knights under her wouldn't be happy. Even if they were to sacrifice themselves for the Queen's cause of freeing the slaves, they would still be treated as knights. Otherwise, what was the point of being a noble? Didn't nobles have to be superior to others in any situation and receive preferential treatment even as prisoners? Therefore, Xaro had a high chance of taking away a few people with important identities but weak abilities. He gave Tyrion a gift just to increase the number of captives to 10. He had never thought of ransoming all the nobles. But the little devil hinted that it was possible, as long as you can take out the money 20,000 for each, 10,000 for me, 10,000 for the Queen, you can ransom as many captives as you want, Tyrion said confidently. 20,000? Are you crazy? Xaro growled. Back in Quars, Dany Rise only spent 10,000 gold coins to request an audience with the royal family. You can wait for the war to end. According to the market price, each captive will cost 1,000 gold coins, about 300 gold royals, the ransom for high-ranking nobles in Westeros, Tyrion joked. I didn't bring that many gold coins this time, Xaro said in a muffled voice. Whatever you have, Tyrion said nonchalantly. Xaro's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, General, I have 5 top-grade bed slaves. How about 100 nobles? 5 bed slaves for 100 nobles. Tyrion widened his eyes and looked at him with a twisted expression. You're not joking? Why would I be joking? They're all beauties who are proficient in the 7 cries of spring. If you don't believe me, we can turn around and go to the docks. I'll show you, Xaro said seriously. Tyrion shook his head and said strangely, 1,000-year-old noble of Tolos, a noble pureblood of Valeglia, is only worth 1/20th of a bed slave. Ah! Xaro was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, you can't calculate it like that. Otherwise, you Westeros knights wouldn't even be worth 1/100th of a bed slave. The cheapest purple saintess in Yuan-Kai is worth 100,000 gold coins. Most of them are still priceless. A Westeros knight is worth about 300 gold coins. Tyrion was also embarrassed. If there were no special reasons, after a half-human was captured, the ransom would only be half of a normal knight's, which was 50 gold royals. They couldn't even compare to a bed slave's toe. You're not bluffing, are you? 100,000 gold coins to buy a gold man? A gold man isn't even worth 100,000 gold coins. You have to buy a gold giant, the dwarf said with a red face. General, go to Yuan-Kai and ask around. Ask how a top-grade bed slave is trained. You'll naturally understand why it's so expensive. Tyrion stopped talking. Although he didn't know the exact cost of training a top-grade bed slave, he had heard of similar things from the Red Saintess in God's Grace Cathedral. Even the Lord of Yuan-Kai didn't have the ability to train more than 3 purple saintesses at the same time. The purple saintesses were specially trained to serve the Dragon King of Valeglia. After the Great Cataclysm, the purple saintesses became synonymous with top-grade bed slaves. Thinking of this, Tyrion was a little tempted even though he knew it was an act. It's definitely worth the money. If it weren't for the fact that I'm lacking money right now, I definitely wouldn't give my favorite to you, Xaro observed the situation and said with a smile. Astapor can't keep slaves. Every slave who passes through the Freedom Strait automatically gets rid of their slave status, Tyrion said with difficulty. They're not slaves. They're all my bodyguards. With your position in Slave Bay, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get some privileges, right? Xaro said. All right, 5 bed slaves in exchange for 50 captives, Tyrion reluctantly agreed. Not to mention General Wildfire, even the Queen's nephew, Aegon, shouldn't think about keeping slaves in Astapor. However, the dwarf originally wanted to find an excuse to agree to Xaro's request. He didn't agree directly because he was afraid of arousing Xaro's suspicion. "Isn't it 100? Xaro suppressed his anger and said. "With this price, do you want to trade or not?" Tyrion shrugged with a mischievous look. Xaro stared at the dwarf for a while and gritted his teeth. "Trade. I'll kill you sooner or later, you deformed little devil monkey." When they arrived at the pyramid, the Dragon Queen welcomed her old friend with the greatest enthusiasm. Not only did she set up a banquet with fine wine and delicacies, but she also gave him a vermilion feather-red tasseled hat in front of everyone. She finally fulfilled the wish that Dany had made that day at the Quill's Pier. During the banquet, the little devil's witty words livened up the atmosphere. He openly and secretly mentioned the preferential treatment that the Westeros gave to noble captives. He also flattered the Dragon Queen. The Queen was unparalleled in the world. There was no difference between releasing knights and mercenaries. Neither of them were a threat to her. Chapter 544. Xaro witnessed with his own eyes how the dwarf relied on the Dragon Queen's trust in him and how he used his glib tongue to deceive his superiors and deceive his subordinates. The Queen actually agreed on the spot and allowed Xaro to use 500,000 gold coins to redeem 70 people he wanted. Xaro had only brought 500,000 gold coins to redeem Wendro, Piero, and the rest of the most noble pterosaur knights. He did not expect to exceed his expectations. Not only were all the pterosaur knights redeemed, but there were also more than 30 lords of Tolos. Xaro's reward for Tyrion was 50 gold coins worth of anonymous deposit notes from the Iron Treasury and 5 top-level bed slaves. The Dragon Queen did not let the captives go unconditionally. Other than the ransom, she also required all the captives to swear a sacred oath. For the next 10 years, they would not participate in any battles against the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen wanted Xaro to stay in Astapor for a few more days, but Xaro knew his own situation. A month ago, they had ordered the world's top assassin organizations to assassinate the Queen's only relative and most trusted official. Who knew where the assassins were now? If the Queen's eldest nephew was assassinated while he was visiting Slavers Bay, he would lose his only relative and even his heir. No matter how deep his friendship with the Queen was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being washed in dragon flames. So, on the afternoon of the second day, Xaro hurriedly took the 70 dispirited captives and left on a ship. They would first take a ship to New York on the Free Maiden Island and wait for the Zingis pterosaur knights to pick them up. On the pier by the sea, Tyrion and the Dragon Queen watched as Xaro's ship disappeared into the sea. "Tyrion, did Xaro ask you about Garth?" Dany asked. In the process of reminiscing, Xaro asked about Rhys, Prince Rhys, Lady Hyder, and so on in a roundabout way. She was confused and was stunned a few times. At this moment, Dany remembered that her White Knight's surname was also Hyder, and Rhys only had one Lady Hyder, Mormont's ex-wife, Linus Hyder. But she still did not understand what Xaro wanted to do. Dany could not be blamed for being confused. Who would have thought that Xaro suspected that Linus was her spy? The relationship between Big Bear and Garth was also quite complicated. When they first met at Slave Bay, it was so awkward that even Dany wanted to stand out in advance. "Yes." Tyrion nodded and guessed, "The last time you ambushed Benny and Meereen, you made the Alliance think that there was a mole among them. Xaro probably suspects Prince Rhys, Qui-Ge. After all, Qui-Ge is the son-in-law of the Hightan family." It had to be said that the dwarf had always been very smart. Xaro's question was very clever, but he still managed to guess it. "Oh, I see. Seems like I can make use of it." Dany nodded thoughtfully. Tyrion asked again in confusion, "Your Majesty, I've heard of the Whip of Dugu, but no matter how powerful Hatter's whip is, it can only be used for interrogation. It can't guarantee the loyalty of spies, right? No matter what those winged dragon knights promised before, when they return to New Gith and Mat Ares, when they become glorious and proud winged dragon knights again, they will not be willing to be spies for your alliance." Tyrion was never stupid. Even if Dany did not say it explicitly, he could guess that there were spies among the captives that Xaro took away. It was very likely that there were one or a few winged dragon knights. If they could completely grasp the movements of the Alliance's winged dragon army through the spies, then the results of the Third and Fourth Dragon Wars would be no different from the First and Second, Dragon Queen would win, and the Alliance would lose their lives and their dragons. The Queen had asked him to receive Zaro and was deliberately bribed by him to dispel the Alliance's suspicions. She had directly agreed to release the captives. The Alliance was not stupid. How could they not be suspicious? The problem was, how could the Dragon Queen ensure the loyalty of the spies? He was also considered one of the Dragon Queen's important officials and knew a lot of secrets. For example, after receiving the letter that Zaro was about to leave for Astapor, the Dragon Queen ordered all 36 winged dragon knights to be brought out of the labor camp and sent to the dungeon for interrogation by the whip of Dugu, Hattar. In fact, when the Battle of Tolos had just ended, Hattar had already tortured the captives. They even confessed the color of their wives' underwear. This time, Hattar went even further and used his peerless whip skills on almost every winged dragon knight. Tyrion saw with his own eyes that a few winged dragon knights were beaten silly and had a mental breakdown. He did not know what was going on before, but after receiving the mission from the Dragon Queen, he immediately guessed that Hattar tortured the winged dragon knights to subdue them and make them spy for the Queen. But this did not make sense. In the face of the Devil's Tail, even the most determined person would surrender and swear that they were willing to be spies for the Alliance. After leaving Slaves Bay, even the most cowardly person would turn from fear to hatred and endless hatred. Of course, they would have to violate the sacred oath of not fighting with the Dragon Queen for 10 years. If he could think of this, then the Queen would definitely have thought of it as well. So, if she insisted on doing this, she must have other means to ensure the loyalty of the spies. Tyrion was very curious. What did the Queen do? I have a loyal curse. After being hit by this curse, anyone will be completely loyal to me. Do you want to try it? Dany glanced at the dwarf and asked strangely. Distortion of will was indeed a loyal curse. But that day in the northern region, even Dany in her super-godly state could detect the traces of the Green Prophet in her sea of consciousness. Dany's whisper was no more secretive than the Green Prophet's distortion of will, and the sheep egg was definitely stronger than Dany at the Great Wall. So, Dany did not dare to use Dany's whisper on the pterosaur knights. In fact, the evil god's whisper did not have much effect on demigods, unless the one who used the whisper was a true god. The whisper was only effective on creatures whose strength and will were lower than the user's. It was ineffective on creatures of the same level, and it was impossible to use it above their level. She asked Hattar to torture the knights only to destroy their spiritual will physically. Since they had broken down, they naturally could not detect that Dany had entered the space of consciousness to endow them with spirits. She did not need to distort their will. She only needed to mark the position of the knights. She did not dare to use the soul mark she learned from Kuei Shi. The sheep egg would most likely be able to detect it, and he might even attack Dany herself through the soul fragment left on the spies. Just like how Dany used Kuei Shi's soul fragment to use the true dragon roar on the Shadowbinder. But these words could not be said to the little devil, unless he was really retarded and agreed to accept the loyal curse. Tyrion tilted his head and looked at Dany. He grinned and said, "Your Majesty, I can guarantee that the loyal curse will only have side effects on me. If loyalty could be measured by numbers, then the Scarlet Loyalty Curse could only increase a person's loyalty by 100 points. But my loyalty to you is 10,000 points. Turning 10,000 points into 100 points is too much of a loss. Hee. Is your 10,000 points of loyalty positive or negative?" Dany sneered. "Of course it's positive. It's really positive." Tyrion puffed out his chest and puffed out his belly. Then, he did not ask about the Dragon Queen's method of controlling the spies. He changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, no matter what, I have made a great contribution this time. I don't want a single copper coin of the 500,000 gold coins in the Iron Treasury. As for the 5 bed slaves, they are naturally no longer slaves. Can you let me keep them for a year and a half?" "How dare you say such things in front of me?" Dany narrowed her eyes, as if knives were coming out from her eyes. "If a year is not enough, how about a month?" Tyrion complained. "After the grayscale disease incident, when I went to God's Grace Cathedral again, the Red Saintess only talked about love with me. She did not even let me touch enough." Dany looked disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. She waved her hand and interrupted him. Go find the green saintess and let the red saintess do your business again. If the 5 slaves are not willing to turn over a new leaf, let the green saintess teach them. Whatever you want to do, go find her. Tyrion agreed on the surface, but secretly decided to delay the queen's order for a few days. When he was in the Westeros, he had heard of the famous bed slaves in Yuan-Kai, who was thousands of miles away. Only the Dragon King of Valeglia had the right to enjoy the purple saintess. But when he came to Slaves Bay and went through many difficulties to become the Queen's Minister of State, the bed slaves were gone. Dragon Queen was better than Saint Bailey. Saint Bailey closed all the brothels in King's Landing and drove away all the prostitutes. Dragon Queen was still rational and kept the red saintess system. But the bed slaves and the purple saintess of Yuan-Kai were history. Maybe the 5 purple saintesses left by Xaro were his last chance. So, he did not look for the green saintess. Instead, he circled around the city. When the sky was dark, he quietly returned to the dock and entered the Great White Shark Hotel, the hotel where Xaro stayed while he was in Astapor. Well, Xaro stayed in the VIP bedroom of the Great Pyramid, and his followers stayed in the hotel. After all, most of those followers were slaves loyal to Xaro. Would they be an eyesore in front of the queen? The 5 top-level bed slaves and bodyguards were placed in the hotel. After greeting the hotel owner, Tyrion easily got the key to the bedroom. When he thought of the 5 peerless beauties waiting for him inside, even with Tyrion's old composure, he could not help but push open the door. His hands trembled, his face flushed, and his throat went dry. There was no one in the bedroom hall, but there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. He was no longer a virgin. When Tyrion heard the sound of running water, he wanted to have a nosebleed. 5. Seems like I can't handle all of them. After hesitating for a moment, the little devil gritted his teeth and took out a small ebony box from his pocket. He opened it and took out a pill the size of a soybean. The smell of medicine was strong. He swallowed it with a smack. He did not know if it was the effect of the medicine or his imagination. In an instant, the little devil was full of energy. Baby, the wildfire general is here. He arched his body and rushed into the bathroom while howling. He pulled open the curtain. Xaro was a lid, Xaro was a lid, Xaro was a lid. And it was a completely curved lid within a lid. Facing the Dragon Queen, who was as beautiful as the moon and had an extraordinary temperament, his heart was as calm as still water. He even felt disgusted. It was clear how big of a lid he was. Hence, Xaro was not lying. His bed slave was also his bodyguard. The wildfire general's mournful howls could be heard from half a block away. However, the innkeeper had been informed beforehand and knew what the wildfire general was doing. He stopped all the people who were rushing over to save him. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone has misunderstood, the innkeeper said. On the second day, the wildfire general did not attend the imperial conference. He did not go to work either. He went to New York Town to be a pirate or to manage the wildfire factory in the suburbs. On the third day, the wildfire general was absent from work as usual. At this time, the Dragon Queen, who was busy forging armor for herself, was finally alerted. The winged dragon Tessa of the wildfire general was nowhere to be seen. Did that fellow escape? After entering the dragon spirit state to sense Tessa's location, Dany told old Ymont and the others with a strange expression, the wildfire general is about 5 kilometers west of the city by the sea. Aegon volunteered to look for Tyrion. Dany agreed. The salty sea breeze blew Tyrion's messy blonde hair. He faced the sea and sat on a black reef the size of a horse carriage. He used a green cloak to wrap his body. He was like a wooden statue, motionless. Tyrion. Aegon came closer. He was shocked to find that the dwarf's once lively eyes were as dull as a dead fish. His ugly scarred face was as pale as the dragon paper invented by Aunt Dany. What happened to you? Aegon asked with concern. You suddenly rushed out of the inn 2 nights ago and disappeared. We were very worried. At this point, Aegon had an envious expression. He asked in a low voice, I heard that there were 5 top-level bed slaves. Did you collapse? You are not a good friend. You said that you wanted to be my teacher, but you alone. Aegon started complaining. Boo-hoo! Tyrion suddenly cried. Chapter 545. Why are you crying? Aegon was confused. Sob sob, I was fooled. They are even more, sob sob sob. The grievances in his heart burst out like a flood. Tyrion was like a wronged child who finally met his mother. He hugged his younger brother and cried bitterly. Them. Aegon was shocked. He felt something was wrong. Yes, them. They are bed slaves, top-level bed slaves. They are not the bed slaves that normal men imagine, Tyrion wailed. Hey. Yo. Aegon pushed Tyrion away as if he was avoiding a pile of dog poop. He rubbed his goosebumps on his arms and said in disgust, Don't come near me. I am also a victim. Sob sob. Tyrion felt wronged. But the innkeeper said you were in there for 3 to 4 hours. I am small and weak. I could not resist. I also took medicine. The other party was skilled. I did not have the heart to resist. Actually, I did not want to do that. Tyrion covered his ugly face and cried. Aegon, who was looking at him with disdain, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He asked excitedly, What medicine can last for 3 to 4 hours? It was obvious that Tyrion did not want to stay in the innkeeper for long. Since he stayed for 3 to 4 hours, it meant this was the medicine that he had been looking for recently. Ha ha ha. Dragoness covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy. Retribution. It is indeed retribution. This is the punishment from the 7 gods. General Wildfire disobeyed the king's order and tried to steal food. He deserves it. To be honest, she did not expect Xaro to bring 5 beautiful and strong men. But after thinking about it, it all made sense. Xaro did not like women at all. This was a fact that everyone knew in Queers. And Yuenkai's bed slaves were not only women. Tyrion fell into the trap just like that. He even took some fucking pills. Tyrion noticed that the ministers and guards in the hall were looking at him strangely. He was embarrassed and embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, I should kill that milkman. In fact, he hadn't been sitting by the beach for the past 2 days. That night, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He called Tessa and went out to sea to search for Xaro's ship. At that time Xaro was only a few dozen li away from Astapor, and he caught up with him at the crack of dawn. But if he really did catch up, he didn't know what to do. Kill Xaro? They weren't lying. Those were indeed 5 top-level bed slaves. This is really... Ymont's old face contorted for a moment before he consoled the dwarf, Don't take it to heart. In the aristocratic circle of Westeros, especially those in the south, this kind of thing is very common. Alright, this is the Imperial Conference. Dany waved her hand, ending the topic. The nomadic Jogo in the northwest of Meereen have begun to retreat. They have discovered the vanguard scouts of the Centaur Khalasar. There was a brief contact between the 2 sides. It was the Khalasar belonging to Khal Zico and Khal Morro. They were invited by the people of Kola with the intention of plundering and burning the manors outside Meereen City. Kuei was the first to speak. Your Majesty, you are the Khaleesi destined to unify the Centaur tribes. I suggest that you ride your dragon to the Centaur King City immediately. Under the witness of the Dosh Khaleesi, you will be crowned as the only Centaur King of the Dothraki Sea. After that, you will command the heroes in the name of the Centaur King. Zico and Morro will submit to you. If they dare to resist, you have the righteousness and the power to defeat them. Kill the 2 Khals and easily take the rest of the centaurs into your Khalasar. Kuei was indeed more intelligent than the other centaurs. The plan to conquer the Dothraki Sea that she suggested was Dany's future plan. But it was only a plan for the future. She wouldn't do it now. The reason was simple. The main forces of the Alliance were still converging on Mataris. It would probably take another half a year before they could reach the battlefield of Meereen. Would a frontal attack kill the enemy more, or would a backstab be more vicious? Obviously, a backstab was more terrifying. Is it that easy to subdue the centaurs? Do you just need a dragon? Tyrion was puzzled. It is very easy, but only Her Majesty can do it. Cora nodded and explained, Her Majesty is the Khaleesi witnessed by the gods. Everyone in the Centaur King City and the temples of Dosh Khaleesi knows about it. Since Her Majesty is the Khaleesi and has her own Khalasar, She has the right to follow the traditions of the centaurs and annex any Cal's tribe. She only needs to kill the original Cal and his children fairly. She has to do it herself and can't let the White Knights do it for her. Ymont frowned. Scholar, Westeros are xenophobic, but the centaurs are even more xenophobic than the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Other than the centaurs, no one can subdue the centaurs. The centaurs are not afraid of death, but they are stubborn. Ursa smiled bitterly. Her Majesty counts as a centaur? Tyrion asked curiously. Of course, no centaur can deny this. Kuei Luo's eyes flashed as he scanned the people in the hall. Just like the king of the Westeros, whose full title is King of the Andals, Loiners, and Ancestors, Her Majesty is your queen and our Khaleesi. There is no contradiction. If that is the case, then let's wait for Her Majesty to finish forging the armor. With the tile steel armor and tile steel sword, it will be safer to fight the Cals. Old Ymont said. There really is no way to lose. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Yes, there is no rush. We can wait for the armor to be forged. Dany glanced at the dwarf and continued, but we have to be prepared. Before Sir Clinton brings back more pterosaurs, the 14 pterosaur knights will have to work a little harder. Other than plundering the Alliance's cargo ships, we have to add another mission of patrolling Meereen. We can't let something like General Wildfire's skipping work last time happen again. The last sentence was specially said to the dwarf. After the day's meeting ended and everyone dispersed, Tyrion found Dany, who was going downstairs to the blacksmith's shop, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, recently when the Alliance's cargo ships pass through the western Strait of the Maiden of Freedom, there are many pterosaur knights escorting them. At first, I used the Tyrion ballista to shoot down 1 or 2 pterosaur knights, but they followed suit and began to equip themselves with crossbows. Last time, I was even shot in the back by an arrow. The armor-piercing crossbow even pierced through the inner layer of mail armor. Fortunately, the arrow was not poisonous. It only broke a layer of skin and caused bleeding, but it was not a serious injury. The Tyrion ballista was a long-armed crossbow that used the kinetic energy of the pterosaur's flapping wings to load the arrow. Tyrion had mentioned this theory earlier. Soon, he turned it into reality and even used it on the battlefield. The joints of the Megalosaurus and the pterosaur were not as smooth as the wings of a chicken. The wing bones were entangled with muscles and bones like tree roots, and there were also barbs as thick as an arm. Tyrion chose a barb on each side, ground it through, and strung it with an iron chain. There was an iron ring at one end of the chain, and the 2 arms of the crossbow originally worked by the elastic force of the stretch. The Tyrion ballista had a very simple but extremely exquisite mechanical structure. It could convert the flapping force of the wings into the pulling force of the string. After the string was loaded, even if the pterosaur continued to flap its wings, it would not affect the ballista. The flapping force of the pterosaur's wings was as high as a few thousand kilograms, and the pulling force was only 200 to 300 kilograms. The impact on flight was negligible. At this time, the pterosaur's combat mode was like this. The dwarf rode on the pterosaur's back, holding the crossbow in front of him that was the size of a Gatling gun, and chased after the other pterosaur knight. Bayou the other party also took out a crossbow, and while dodging the crossbow, they shot at the dwarf. In theory, the dwarf was a fully automatic machine gun. He had an absolute advantage in artillery fire, and he should be invincible. However, they were riding on dragons, not fighter planes. Fighter planes could not collide, but close combat between pterosaurs was normal. The small crossbow could not kill the pterosaur either. Tyrion had made a few mistakes, and the crossbow arrows had hit the back of Tessa's head. Therefore, in a situation where there were many of them, Tyrion was no match for them, and in the process of escaping to New York Town, he could really be hit by stray arrows. Can you also help me make a set of tile steel armor? The dwarf revealed a fawning smile. Dany thought for a moment. The Dragon Knights in the Dragon War were indeed dangerous. When Old Tortoise transported the iron ingots over, it was not a big deal to help the pterosaur knight equip with a tile steel armor. So, she said, do you want plate armor or chain armor? Seeing that she agreed, the dwarf was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Majesty. You are so generous and cherish your subjects. I want plate armor. Plate armor is sturdy and can also withstand high-speed impacts. No, you are mistaken. The armor is for you to wear, but it will not be given to you for free. Dany shook her head. Am I also considered to have made outstanding contributions? Tyrion raised his eyebrows and asked. Not enough. You will be promoted because of your contributions. When you become a count, we will talk about this again. When they came to the blacksmith shop, Tyrion was shocked to see that the Dragon Queen had taken off her brocade dress and changed into a white shirt and dark blue canvas pants. Her silver hair was tied up high, revealing her delicate and small ears. The top 2 buttons of her shirt were undone, revealing her swan-like slender neck. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her brown leather belt, and her canvas pants wrapped tightly around her 2 strong and straight legs. She was wearing knee-high riding boots, which made her look valiant and elegant. She had a different kind of charm, but she was holding a hammer in her hand. She walked to the stove where the heat waves were rolling. She raised the hammer. Ping ping bang bang bang. The 7 gods above, the Dragon Queen is forging. The Queen is forging. The dwarf murmured. Oh, your Majesty's armor has to be forged by herself. It involves a lot of magic arrays. Only she can complete the enchantment during the forging process. Tobu had already recovered from his shock, so he spoke very plainly. But how can she forge? Tyrion was puzzled. Tobu glanced at Dany in awe and sighed. She didn't know anything before. I taught her everything. I have to say that the Queen's blacksmith talent is as extraordinary as magic. Your Majesty, what magic did you add to the armor? After measuring the height, arm length and other data, Tyrion went behind Dany and asked. You won't understand. Dany did not look back and continued to swing the hammer. Standing behind the Queen, Tyrion smelled the fragrance of orchid and osmanthus from her body. He felt a little uncomfortable. He moved to the side of the big iron block and said with a flattering smile, You don't have to talk about the principle. Just talk about the function of the magic circle. Dany squinted at him and said lightly, Don't even think about it. I won't help you enchant it. The dwarf rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with a silly smile, Tell me about it, I'll learn a little. There are 2 very simple effects. First, it has a similar function to the Great Wall. It increases magic resistance, blocks evil spirits, and effectively reduces the damage of magic and divine arts. Second, transformation into wings. Dany said with a strange expression. Tyrion's body shook and murmured, Transformation into wings sounds very strong. What is it?